was growling loud. Epic battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless tricks, unending pain in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screams immense. Salty tears where shadows roam, silent screams were far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the cave where lives are played. Salty tears, a shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Epic battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screams immense. Faceless shadows, glowy screens, fists of fury, broken dreams. World of pixels, cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers, scatter fights, streaming through the endless nights. Triumphs darkened by the pain in this digital domain. Past the streets where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the
Oh, that's cool looking. that's rough on the eyes. Alright. Well, this is a cool looking starter. I like that. The ancient bridge. Very cool. Like to know how they. Oh, those have to be walls. Separate walls. Okay, that's how they made that look that way. Well, I can see right now that there are some things missing on here. We're gonna say they need a door. Oh, it's not quite wide enough. Yeah, that looks cool. It's got no windows in it either. We need to put some windows in that building too, because it looks like it's some kind of old keep or church or something.
You're listening to the audio production of The Visitation by Frank Peretti, published by Thomas Nelson and read by Tom Taylorson. Prologue. The hammer rang against the nail, piercing skin, cutting vessels. It rang against the nail, piercing muscle, chipping bone. It rang against the nail, anchoring arm to rough-hewn wood. It rang, it rang, it rang. And then the ringing stopped, and the young man hung there under the scorching sun, faint with pain, alone. He could not shift his weight, flex his knees, or even turn his head without feeling the fire of the nails. His wrists were swelling around the nail heads. His blood was drying in the sun, turning brown on the wood. He cried out, but God did not listen. It could have been God who drove the nails, then put his hammer down and turned away, smiling in victory. It could have been God who left him to bake and bleed in the sun, unable to stand, unable to fall, as the sun marked the passing hours across the cloudless sky. Stinking with sweat, crimson with sunburn, dried blood crackling around the nails, pain the only reality. He cried out, but in the cauldron of his sun-boiled mind, he heard only the voices of his accusers and the ringing, ringing, ringing of the hammer, sounds that would forever haunt his memory and echo through his nightmares. "You're a child of the devil," they said. A child of the devil who needed to be contained. A child of the devil. He cried out once again, and this time a voice, a mind, answered, and a power coursed through him. Suddenly, he could bear the pain and make it fuel for his will. With burning will, he determined he would live. And living, he knew what he would do. 1. Sally Fordyce left the house as soon as the breakfast dishes were done, walking a little, jogging a little along Highway 9, a narrow, straight as a string two-lane with a fading white line and an evenly spaced parade of utility poles. This was eastern Washington state, quiet and solitary. Wheat fields, spring green, stretched in every direction over the prairie swells. Straight ahead, the highway dipped and rose gently into the distance until it narrowed to a vanishing point at the far horizon. The sun was warm, the breeze a little biting. It was April. Sally was 19, blonde, slightly overweight, and severely unhappy, mainly because she was no longer married. She had believed everything Joey the trucker told her about love, and how she was the girl silhouetted on his mudflaps. The marriage, if it happened at all, lasted 3 months. When he found another woman more intellectually stimulating, Sally was bumped from the truck sleeper and found herself coming full circle, right back to being Charlie and Meg's daughter living at home again. She had to keep her room clean, help with dinner and dishes, get home by 11, and attend the Methodist church with them every Sunday. Again, her life was not her life. She had tasted freedom, she thought, but she was turned away. She had no wings to fly and nowhere to fly even if she did. Life wasn't fair. To hear Charlie tell it, he and Meg must have made up a list of all the dumb mistakes they hoped she would never make and given her a copy. Needless to say, things were tense. Even before she tried Joey the trucker, Sally used to find escape out on the wheat prairie in the stillness of the morning. Now she returned, even fled to this place. Out here she heard no voice but her own thoughts, and her thoughts could say whatever they wanted. She could pray, too, sometimes aloud, knowing no one but God would hear her. "Dear God, please don't leave me stuck here. If you're there, send a miracle. Get me out of this mess." In all fairness, it was past time for Sally to feel that way. Except for those who had wheat farming in their blood and couldn't wait to climb on a combine. Most everyone growing up in Antioch heard a call from elsewhere, anywhere, sooner or later. When they came of age, all the kids who could find a way out left, usually for good. Sally had come of age all right, but had not found a way out. Charlie and Meg would probably tell you that she was not the kind to look for one either. She was still waiting for it to come to her. The halfway point of her jog was a spreading cottonwood at the top of a shallow rise. the only tree in sight. It was monstrous, and had to have been growing there long before the roads, farms, or settlers came along. Sally double-timed her way up the rise and was breathing hard by the time she reached it. She'd developed a routine. Every day she braced herself against the huge trunk and stretched out her leg muscles, then sat and rested for a moment between two prominent roots on the south side. Recently, a short prayer for a miracle had also become part of the routine. The stretches went easily enough. She had cooled down, her breathing had settled. She could feel the flush in her cheeks from the exercise and the cool air. She rounded the tree and almost jumped out of her skin. A man was sitting between the two roots, exactly in her spot, his back against the gnarled trunk and his wrists draped lazily over his knees. He had to have been there all during her stretching out, and she was immediately curious, if not offended, that he had said or done nothing to indicate his presence. "Oh," she gasped, then caught her breath. "Hello. I didn't see you there." He only chuckled and smiled at her with a kindly gaze. He was a remarkably handsome man, with olive skin, deep brown eyes, and tightly curled black hair. He was young, perhaps as young as she was. "Good morning, Sally. Sorry if I startled you." She probed her memory. "Have we met before?" He shook his head teasingly. "No." "Well, who are you?" "I'm here to bring you a message. Your prayers have been heard, Sally. Your answer is on his way. Be looking for him." She looked away for only a moment, just a slight eye-rolling gesture of consternation. "Be looking for who?" He was gone. "Hey!" She walked around the cottonwood, looked up and down the road and across every field, and even looked straight up the trunk of the tree. He was gone, just like that, as if he'd never been there. After one more hurried trip around the tree, she stopped, a hand against the trunk to steady herself, her eyes scanning the prairie. Her heart was beating faster than when she'd come up the rise. Her breathing was rapid and shallow. She was shaking. At Our Lady of the Fields Church in
Did
Antioch,
somebody say
Arnold
waffles?
Kowalski was
Hi,
busy
Vincy.
mopping the
I
quaint
have
little
brain
sanctuary,
damage.
pushing the wide broom between
How
the
are ya?
pews and down the center aisle, moving a little slowly but doing a thorough job. Arnold had been a soldier, a carpenter, a diesel mechanic, and a mail carrier, and now, since retiring, he had taken upon himself the unofficial title of church custodian. It wasn't a paid position, although the church did provide a little monetary gift for him each month as an expression of love and gratitude. He just did it for God, a few hours, a few days a week, pure and simple. It brought him joy, and besides, he liked being in this place. He'd been a devout member of Our Lady of the Fields for some 40 years now. He never missed Sunday
How you
morning mass
doing?
if he could help it. He never failed to make
Welcome
a confession,
in.
though now at 72 the confessions were getting shorter and the penance easier. He'd like to think that God was happy with him. He considered himself happy enough with God. Except for one thing, one minor grief he had to carry as he moved slowly down the center aisle, pushing his broom. He couldn't help wishing that God would pay just a little attention to Arnold's arthritis. It used to flare up occasionally. Now it was only on occasion that it didn't. He was ashamed to think such a thought, but he kept thinking it anyway. Here I am serving God, but God keeps letting it hurt. His hands throbbed. His feet ached. His knuckles cried out no matter which way he gripped the broom. He was never one to complain, but today he almost felt like crying. Maybe I'm not serving God enough, he thought. Maybe I need to work longer. Maybe if I didn't take any money for what I do here, what am I missing? He wondered. What am I leaving out? He always took off his hat when he entered the building and blessed himself before entering the sanctuary. Right now, as usual, he was wearing his blue coveralls. Perhaps a tie would show more respect. He pushed a little more dust and dirt down the center aisle until he stepped into a beam of sunlight coming through a stained glass window. The sun felt warm on his back and brought him comfort, as if it were God's hand resting on his shoulders. From this spot, he could look up at the carved wooden crucifix hanging above the altar. He caught the gaze of the crucified Christ. I don't want to complain, he said. Already he felt he was overstepping his bounds. But what harm would it do? What difference would it make to this big, wide world if one little man didn't have so much pain? It occurred to Arnold that he had addressed God in anger. Ashamed, he looked away from those gazing wooden eyes. But the eyes drew him back, and for a strange, illusory moment they seemed alive, mildly scolding, but mostly showing compassion, as a father would show to a child with a scraped knee. Sunlight from another window brought out a tiny sparkle in the corners of the eyes, and Arnold had to smile. He could almost imagine those eyes were alive and wet with tears. The sparkle grew, spreading from the corners of the eyes and reaching along the lower eyelids. Arnold looked closer. Where was the light coming from that could produce such an effect? He looked above and to the right. It had to be coming through that row of small windows near the ceiling. To think he'd been attending this church for so many years and never noticed this before. It looked just as if a tear rose over the edge of the eyelid and dropped onto the wooden cheek, tracing a thin, wet trail down the face and onto the beard. Arnold stared, frozen, his mind stuck between seeing and believing. He felt no sense of awe, no overshadowing spiritual presence. He heard no angelic choir singing in the background. All he knew was that he was watching a wooden image shed tears as he stood there, dumbly. Then his first coherent thought finally came to him. I have to get up there. Yes, that was the thing to do. That would settle it. He hurried as fast as the pain in his feet would allow him, and brought a ladder from the storeroom and back. Pausing before the altar to bless himself, he stepped around the altar and carefully leaned the ladder against the wall. Every climbing step brought a sharp complaint from his feet, but he gritted his teeth, grimaced, and willed himself up the ladder until he came eye to eye, level to level with the carved face. His eyes had not been playing tricks on him. The face, only a third life-size, was wet. He looked above to see if there was a leak in the ceiling, but saw no sign of a stain or drip. He leaned close to study the image for any sign of a device or some kind of trickery. Nothing. He reached, then hesitated from the very first tinge of fear. Just what was he about to touch? Dear God, don't hurt me. He reached again, shakily extending his hand until his fingertips brushed across the wet trail of the tears. He felt a tingling, like electricity, and jerked his hand away with a start. It wasn't painful, but it scared him. Then his hand began to quiver. Electric sensations shot up his arm like countless little bees swarming in his veins. He let out a quiet little yelp, then gasped, then yelped again as the sensation flowed across his shoulders, around his neck, down his spine. He grabbed the ladder and held it tightly, afraid he would topple off. A strong grip. A grip without pain. He stared at his hand. The vibration buzzed and swirled under his skin, through his knuckles, across his palms, through his wrists. He lightened his grip, tightened it again, held on with one hand while he opened and closed the other, wiggling and flexing the fingers. The pain was gone. His hands were strong. The current rushed down his legs, making his nerves tingle and his muscles twitch. He hugged the ladder, his hands glued to the rungs, a cry bouncing off the wall only inches from his nose. He was shaking, afraid he would fall. He cried out, gasped, trembled, cried out again. The electricity, the sensation, whatever it was, enveloped his feet, and his scream echoed through the building. Sunday, Pastor Kyle Sherman prayed the prayer of benediction. The pianist and organist began playing the postlude, a modern rendition of Be Still My Soul, and the congregation of the Antioch Pentecostal Mission rose to lead. The after-service shuffling was the same as one would see in any church. Folks gathered up their coats, Bibles, Sunday school papers, and children, then formed slow-moving clusters in the aisles and doorways to joke and chat. Families, singles, friends, and visitors passed through the main doorway where the young pastor stood to shake their hands and greet them. Kids went as wild as their parents would tolerate, running outside after being scolded for running inside. Dee Baylor was among the departing saints that day. A steady and constant presence at Antioch Mission, she was a robust, heavy-set woman in her 40s, with a prominent nose and hair that added measurably to her height. Short, mousy Blanche Davis and tightly permed, blue-rinsed Adrian Folsom were walking with her across the gravel parking lot, as the three worked excitedly to keep the Christian grapevine alive.
That's all he said?
Adrian asked. He didn't mind repeating the story, or any part of it.
Just that her answer was on his way. And according to Sally, he said his way, not its way. So who was he talking about?
Asked Blanche.
Maybe her future husband?
Adrian ventured.
God told me I was going to marry Roger. So what about the crucifix at the Catholic Church?
Blanche wondered.
You can't limit God.
He answered.
No, you can't limit God.
Adrian agreed with extra insistence in her voice.
But a weeping statue?
Blanche asked, making a crinkled face.
That sounds awfully Catholic to me. Well, it's something a Catholic would understand.
Blanche considered that in silence.
We need to be seeking the Lord,
said Dee, her eyes closing prayerfully.
We need to be expecting. God has plans for Antioch. I think the Lord is ready to pour out his Spirit on this town. Amen.
That was what Blanche wanted to hear.
Amen.
Adrian echoed. Dee looked up at the sky as if looking toward heaven. The clouds were breaking up now. Patches of blue were beginning to show, promising a pleasant afternoon. Adrian and Blanche walked and continued the conversation until they noticed they were by themselves. They looked back.
Dee?
She was standing still, clutching her Bible to her bosom and looking heavenward, her lips moving rapidly as she whispered in another language.
Dee?
They hurried to her side.
What is it?
All she could do was point, then gasp, her hand over her mouth. Adrian and Blanche looked quickly, afraid something might fall on them. They saw nothing but billowing clouds and patches of blue sky.
I see Jesus,
Dee said in a hushed voice.
I see Jesus.
Raising one hand toward the sky,
Yeah,
she
you
shouted
need Jeebus.
ecstatically, Jesus! I see you! I see you! Brother Norheim walked by. He was old, bent, and hard of hearing, but a respected church pillar. He knew how a church should be run, and how the Spirit moved, and how to properly wash out the communion cups so as not to offend the Lord. When he started, "Bless the Lord, O my soul," from his pew in the evening service, everybody sang right along, whether Linda Sherman could find the right key on the piano or not. He could see the ladies were excited about something. "What are you looking at?"
I see the Lord,
Dee gasped. And then she broke into a song.
I see the Lord, I see the Lord. He is high and lifted up, and his train fills the temple.
Adrian and Blanche kept staring at the clouds, hoping to spot something, making quick sideways glances at each other for clues. Brother Norheim looked the sky over, smiling with 3 golden teeth and 3 gaps. "The firmament showeth his handiwork."
What do you see?
Adrian finally asked. Dee pointed.
Don't you see him? Right there. He's looking right at us.
Adrian and Blanche looked carefully, following the point of Dee's finger. Finally, Blanche drew in a slow, awestruck gasp.
Yes. Yes, I see him. I see him. Where?
Adrian cried.
I don't see him. Isn't that incredible?
Adrian put her head right next to Blanche's, hoping to gain the same perspective.
Show me.
Blanche pointed.
See? There's the top of his head, and there's his ear, and his beard.
Adrian let out a crow-like squawk she usually saved for funny jokes and deep revelations.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Now all 3 women were pointing and looking while Dee kept singing in and out of English. Brother Norheim moved on, glad to see the saints on fire, but others came alongside to see what the commotion was all about. Dave White, the contractor, saw the face right away, but his wife, Michelle, never did. Adrian's husband, Roger, saw the face, but found it an amusing coincidence and nothing more. Don and Melinda Forrester, a new couple in church, both saw the face but disagreed on which direction it was looking. Their kids, Tony and Pammy, ages 8 and 6, saw Jesus, but also saw several different animals on top of his head.
Look,
said Adrian.
He's holding a dove in his hand. You see that?
Yeah, Dave White said in a hushed voice. his face filled with awe.
He's ready to pour out his spirit.
Dee announced with a prophetic waver in her voice. Beats me, said Roger, squinting at the sky.
He's speaking to us in these last days. You're crazy,
Michelle insisted.
I don't see anything.
Hey, Pastor Sherman, Tony yelled. We see Jesus in the clouds.
There's a rooster.
Patty screamed. It just kept going from there, Kyle Sherman told me. The three women started seeing all kinds of things because the clouds kept changing. For a while, Jesus had a dove in his hand, and then after that, he turned into a door. You know, the door to the sheepfold, the door to heaven, whatever you want. And then Kyle looked toward the ceiling as he recalled the appearance of the sky. A flame, I think. He drew it in the air with his hand. Kind of wavy, you know, up and down like a pillar of fire. Kyle hadn't used any names up to this point, so I asked him, Are we talking about Dee Baylor? He nodded, looking abashed. Adrian Folsom and Blanche Davis? Kyle nodded again, a reluctant yes. Makes sense, I said, picking up my coffee cup and taking another swallow. It was Monday, the typical pastor's day off. Kyle Sherman and I were sitting at my kitchen table with coffee cups and a bag of Oreo cookies between us. He was still in his 20s, dark-haired, wiry, a fresh horse, ready to gallop. For the past 4 months, he'd been at this table in this little house several times, keeping in touch and trying to be a good shepherd. And hoping to keep some strays from straying further, I surmised. I know I caught his attention the moment he arrived to take over the pastorate. I was still the official pastor until I passed my mantle to him, but I was conspicuously missing. Antioch Pentecostal Mission had a pastor, a former pastor, who couldn't go near the place. Kyle immediately did the pastoral thing by coming to me, and becoming a regular part of my life, welcome or not. The minister in me understood what he was doing, and admitted that if I were in Kyle's place, I would have done the same. As for the rest of me, well, I'll get to that. Today's visit was decidedly different from the others, however. I hadn't heard quite so many praise gods or hallelujahs from Kyle today. I could tell the spiritual escapades of Dee Baylor and company were weighing on him. Dee seems like she's... Kyle was either struggling for words or waiting for me to fill in the blanks. I filled in the blanks. Dee is a follower with followers. Meg Fordyce has a little prayer and praise meeting at her house once a week. And Dee gets out there pretty often. Just put it together from there. I could see a light bulb coming on, but Kyle apparently wasn't comfortable with my drift. I'm not sure I follow you. Kyle, it's simple. Meg told Dee about Sally seeing an angel. That means someone else is getting a special visitation from God that Dee isn't getting. You don't get something from God without Dee getting it too. She won't allow it. Kyle actually looked disappointed. So, what about Sally? You think she made the whole thing up? You can talk to Charlie and Meg about Sally. It's up to you, but no, I don't believe her. It sounds too much like the vanishing hitchhiker. Kyle laughed. You've heard about that, right? Oh, yeah. He paused. So Dee's copycatting? No, with Dee, you get it back with interest. Sally saw an angel, Dee's seeing Jesus. But Kyle shook his head, still unsettled. They're excited, Travis. And not just Dee and Adrian and Blanche, but the Whites, the Forresters. Excited about what? Jesus in the sky with a rooster on his head? Pammy thought it was a rooster. Hey, you asked me. I set my coffee cup down on the table,
Hi, Luna.
closing a case with a gavel.
Good alert,
So
but
what
I
about
wanted
Arnold
to
Kowalski?
let you know I did get
I made a
some of
conscious effort
those
not to roll my
googly
eyes.
eyes.
Did the statue
Nice.
start crying once? I looked at my empty coffee cup and then at the coffee maker. There were still at least 2 cups in there. You need a refill? No, thanks. I got up and poured another cup for myself. Maybe Arnold Kowalski is the Catholic version of Dee Baylor. I could tell from Kyle's tone that he was getting impatient with me. No, now, come on, Travis. Kowalski went to Dr. Trenner down in Davenport, and he took x-rays and the whole thing. He says the arthritis is gone. I sat down, my hand still on the handle of my coffee cup, and just looked at him. What do you want me to say, Kyle? He sighed. Just say what you think. I've already said what I think. He stared at his empty coffee cup, dragging it by the handle in little zigzags around the table. But you don't suppose God could surprise us once in a while? You know, do something we weren't expecting? I leaned forward. Kyle, what these people experienced, they expected. Trust me. I leaned back, sipped my coffee, and tried to come up with some closing comment. If you want my advice, I'd say don't sweat it. This kind of thing comes and goes, and the wrinkles wash out eventually. I just need to take a position on all this. The very thought of someone else having to take a position gave me a dark little pleasure. Yeah, you're the one who asked to remain stable, aren't you? Well, it won't hurt to let the jury stay out a while. I think Dee and Adrian are watching the clouds again today. There was a knock at the front door. It's Renee,
Oh,
I said, then hollered.
oops.
Come in.
Wrong
She
button.
came in. Hi, Trav. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and she was wearing her old green sweats, same as she did every time she came over. I introduced my big sister to the new pastor, and I took pleasure in another thought. Renee lived in Spokane, so she didn't have to worry about Kyle calling on her. Don't let me disturb you, she said, turning toward the bedroom. We were just finishing up. Kyle fished around for his lost thought, but apparently found another one. Anyway, the ministerial's going to meet tomorrow morning to talk about all this. I think Nancy Behrens is going to be there. Great, I said. Newspaper coverage. That'll put the fire out. Kyle raised an eyebrow at me. Hey, Travis, the whole town's buzzing about this. There's a lot going on out there, and you're missing it. I smiled. That made 3 pleasurable thoughts in a row. Renee came out of the bedroom with my laundry basket. She was giving me a look, most likely a comment on how full that basket should have been, but was not after a week. Kyle was still talking. Anyway, why don't you come with me? I haven't gotten to know all the ministers yet. You can introduce me. Sit in and listen, have some input. It was a ploy, pure and simple, and not the first time Kyle had tried to get me moving in the old church circles again. I gave a little disarming chuckle and wagged my head. It'll be at the Catholic Church. We'll all get a chance to look at that weeping crucifix. I made a face. I couldn't help it. Get real. Kyle just raised his hands in surrender to logic. Hey, you can bicker about hearsay, or you can go straight to the source and see it for yourself. And sit down with all those ministers again? Not this year, thank you. Renee walked behind me to the refrigerator and checked my supply of frozen meals and leftovers. Kyle looked at me for a moment, and I knew I wouldn't like his next question. Do they have something to do with it? To do with what? Yes, Renee answered. I shot her a glance over my shoulder, and she shot me one back. Kyle had no fear of thin ice. With you resigning your pulpit, sitting here in this little house all by yourself, never changing your clothes, Renee cut in. Not shaving, not cleaning up. I change my clothes, I said. She looked at the laundry basket on the floor. There's only one shirt in there. Have you worn that same shirt all week? I looked down at the shirt I was wearing. I couldn't remember how long I'd worn it. I like this shirt. I turned back to Kyle. And you're living in the parsonage now, with my blessing. You're welcome to it. Kyle raised his hands to show a truce. I didn't mean... Trav, we're not trying to pick a fight. No, they weren't picking a fight. It was just the same old dilemma. Friends whose loving concern keeps stumbling into your raw nerves, with every irritating stab well meant. I stared at my coffee cup because I couldn't look at them. It's your life, I know that, Kyle said gently. We just care about you, that's all. Then you might come up with a solution I haven't heard already, I thought. But I didn't say it out loud. We had already had that conversation, and it got us nowhere. Instead, I just looked at him, managed to smile, and reminded myself that I really did love this kid. Sorry, this man. This fresh new pastor, this up-and-coming man of God with the young, pretty, piano-playing wife and the 2 energetic kids. I reminded myself that 20 years ago I was sitting in his place. I was thinking the same things, offering the same solutions, excited for the same reasons. Man, did that feel like a long time ago. Thanks for the invitation, I said finally. Not this time. Maybe later, when I've got something better to say for myself. He returned my smile. Okay. And to his credit, he dropped the subject. I gotta get going. Give me a call if you change your mind. With that, he rose, patted me on the back, and headed for the front door. Oh, I will, I promised, almost jokingly. After Kyle closed the front door behind him, I looked up at Renee, still standing by the refrigerator. She was in her late 40s and looking great, though giving me a somewhat scolding look the way big sisters do. It had always been her role to run interference for me while reaching back to swat me when she thought I needed it. We're doing better, Kyle and me, I said. We got along pretty well today, all things considered. She shrugged.
One of these days, you're going to give him a lot of credit just for coming back.
I do already.
You gonna let me cut your hair today?
Maybe next time.
You're getting pretty shaggy.
Next time. She came around and sat in Kyle's chair, facing me directly.
I don't know when that will be.
I figured it would be a week, just like always. But I could read in her eyes how wrong I was. You and Danny going on vacation or something? She sat back in the chair and sighed deeply.
Travis Jordan, I owe you an apology. I've been wrong.
Wrong about what? She drew a breath and sighed it out.
Wrong about letting you just sit on your rear.
This was Renee's characteristic bluntness, her tough love.
Trav, it's been 10 months. You know Marion would be upset to see you like this. I'm upset. Danny and I have been talking about it, and he's right. I thought I was helping you by doing your laundry and planning out your grocery list and cooking most of your meals, but...
She looked away and drummed her fingers on the table while she built up to it.
I can't be your mother anymore. School's starting in the fall, and by that time, you're going to have to be a clean, resourceful, responsible adult again. You're going to have to be an example.
In other words, get a life.
No, you have a life. I'm telling you to get on with it. I mean...
She looked around the house. It was a small place. She could see the dining room, living room, and bedroom from where she was sitting.
When we were kids, Mom would never let us get away with a mess like this. We had to clean our own rooms, remember? Now here I am cleaning yours. What's wrong with this picture?
I looked around. This was a mess? I'd come to regard it as simply having everything I owned in plain sight and within easy reach at all times.
I shouldn't even have done this, but I talked to Don Anderson yesterday, and he has a washing machine in stock that was damaged in shipping. It works fine, it just has a dent in it. He said he'll let it go for $100. Travis, buy it. Hook it up and use it. Get yourself some rope and make a clothesline out back. The weather's warming up. You can dry everything back there. And did you try that meatloaf recipe I gave you?
That meatloaf. Yeah. I think I cooked it too long.
You used to cook when you and Marion were in California. I know, she told me. And you still have the makings for meatloaf in the freezer. Try it again. Try all the recipes again. And keep trying, because after today, I'm out of here.
She hurried around me and picked up the laundry basket.
I'll do this load, and then you'd better buy that washing machine.
She bent and kissed me on the cheek.
We're going to talk someday. We have to.
Sounds like
Oh, really?
I said.
We will.
Hi, Looney.
Bye.
She smiled at me, turned, and went out the front door. I heard a Bronco start up and drive off, and then the remarkable quiet of a small eastern Washington wheat town set in. Such towns have no ambient rumble of traffic. The only airport is a small strip or crowd
What's up, buddy?
several miles west of town. I could hear the electric whir of the clock on the wall and the intermittent drip from the kitchen sink. Somewhere in the neighborhood, a dog barked. A breeze caused a dry leaf to skitter along the concrete just outside the patio door. I sat motionless
Nada.
and intensely alone, ignoring the coffee
Nada.
in my cup and trying to get through my head.
Not a
just
damn
something.
thing.
It could have been the proverbial 2x4 against the side of the head. It sure felt like it. I finally got up and stood in the archway between the kitchen and the living room, numbly scanning the disheveled state of the one-bedroom bungalow. The coffee table had disappeared under books and magazines I'd planned to read or been reading, most of them open to wherever I'd begun or left off. I had to assume that I had flung my coat and hat over the chair near the door, but I sure couldn't remember doing it. I could probably blame the post office for the newspapers and catalogs that were spreading like kudzu over every level surface, including the floor. The cluttered kitchen counters were filled with dirty dishes, and cereal boxes still stood around after a week of breakfasts. It suddenly occurred to me how embarrassing it would be if my landlord were to drop by. I made my way to the bathroom and found something equally messy in the bathroom mirror. A graying, weathered, whiskered 45-year-old former... what? Anything I had ever been, I wasn't anymore. I knew that much. A question from my ordination application came back to me. Are you always neat and clean? I stifled a laugh. Not today. But Renee's point was well taken. Someone else was going to have to look at this face when September rolled around. A whole classroom full of 6th graders. I'd managed to regain a teaching position I held years ago when Antioch Mission was a fledgling
Working and lurking like
Any
all
small
us.
town,
Yeah.
small church pastor can tell you the value of a secondary source of income. Because the job didn't start until September, it had always remained an abstraction to me. I'd shaved perhaps twice since the job interview, and never viewed the upcoming responsibility in light of the fact that I was a wreck. Things will have to change, I told myself. Pretty soon. Tomorrow, maybe. Enough of a face. I left the bathroom and looked out the bedroom window, expecting to see the same winter-browned hill that rose just west of my place, with a tight grove of wind-battered cottonwoods at its crest. There was somebody out there. I stopped. I'd never seen anyone on that hill before. I wasn't even sure who owned that land. But there was a man standing by the cottonwoods, resting an arm against one of the old trunks.
He looked like a man.
He was facing my direction, and didn't appear to have any place else he needed to be. Was he looking at me? I went closer to the window and shifted my head back and forth, squinting a bit. He was looking at me. He wasn't just looking west or looking toward the house. He was looking at me. I could feel my brow furrowing, and he responded with a slight smile and a nod. There was something about those eyes that held me. From here, I guessed they were deep brown. But that gaze you didn't see every day. It seemed to say, without words, I know you. Who was this guy? His hair was long and black, parted down the middle, curling down to his shoulders. He had a beard. I looked away, catching myself, corralling my runaway thoughts. Uh-oh, no, Travis, don't think that. He was wearing a white robe, wasn't he? I looked again, and yes, he was. A white robe, tied in the middle, open at the neck, with long sleeves that hung loosely from the arms. I couldn't see his feet because of the tall grass, but it was a reflex, a natural step to imagine sandals. I'd been to Sunday school all my life. I'd seen the pictures. He was still looking at me, and seemed to be enjoying how awkward I felt staring back. I finally shook my head and said, No way. He laughed, nodding his head, yes. I casually moved away from the window. Then I ran to the patio door and bolted outside. Whoever this guy really was, I was going to know it within the 30 seconds or so it would take me to reach the crown of the hill. It was a gag, right? Somebody sent him to shake up the weird old former minister. But now the breeze played across the deserted grassy slope, and the cottonwoods stood stark against the sky all by themselves, just as one would expect on a warm April day. He was gone. Just like that. 2. Judy's Eat Along and Tavern was one of those low-budget enterprises you usually find associated with out-of-the-way towns like Antioch. It was a one-story, sagging structure with weathered siding and a neon sign atop the roof that used to say "Eat" before it broke 9 years ago. Even without the neon sign, the building still shouted at passing motorists with the words "Judy's" since 1955, painted across the front in huge white letters. Besides the 3 grain elevators immediately south and Bud's Shell station across the street, it used to be the first thing you'd see driving into Antioch westbound, and for that reason became one of the town's prime landmarks. Judy Holliday ran the place and did most of the cooking, although she'd taken on an assistant fry cook so she could get off her feet a little more often. She had to be pushing 70 by now, but she still got up early and drove herself hard. That, she told me, was what kept her so young and attractive. Back when Antioch was the nearest and best place to store and ship grain, Judy cooked meals and brewed coffee for truckers, farmers, ranchers, and railroad workers. When the truckers switched to the interstate, she kept on cooking for the farmers, ranchers, and railroaders. When the farmers and ranchers sold out and the railroad abandoned the northern route, Judy cooked and brewed for whomever was left. The local folks, the small farmers at lunch, a few truckers who serviced Antioch on their way somewhere else, and people who still had trouble making meatloaf. Like me. To hear her tell it, she had been too busy to notice any change in the amount of business. It was never that great anyway. As for the broken "Eat" sign, she said, "To heck with it. Nobody's going to read it anyway." Judy's was located on the east edge of town. And when I say edge, I mean abrupt edge. Antioch has no suburbs, no outskirts. Like a model railroad laid out on a square table, the streets and buildings occupy a tight 1 mile square grid and do not extend beyond that. In this part of the country, there is land for building towns and there is land for farming and ranching, and the two never mix. If you stand in Judy's parking lot, you're in town. Take one step east, and you're in a wheat field. Stand at the east end of Myrtle Street and look west. You'll see early post-war homes comfortably arranged along the quiet, oiled streets without sidewalks. Look east, and you'll see acres of plowed, featureless farmland as far as the horizon. The other end of Myrtle Street is easy to see, by the way. The street, like the whole town, ends abruptly at another wheat field only a mile away. My rental house was at the end of Myrtle Street on the west edge of town, with a quiet neighborhood to the east and that once serene, now mysterious hill with the cottonwoods to the west. This evening I had to get out of there. I was still smarting from Renee's 2x4, and somehow that messy little house only worsened the pain the longer I stayed. I also felt a serious need to see and talk to some people I could be sure were real. I checked all around that hill and those cottonwoods for footprints, trampled grass, anything that would show someone had been there, and didn't find a thing. That scared me. Not so much that I saw someone on that hill, but that I thought I saw someone. I needed some time in the real world. Judy's was only a short hop over to the highway and then a 1 mile drive through the center of town. I locked up the house for the first time since I'd moved in and drove my trooper. I passed by the old Methodist church, Kylie's Hardware, and the Baptist church, where a week-long revival was underway. What was that evangelist's name? I am not kidding. Everett Fudd. Once again, I felt the strange
Everett
sensation that I was viewing the
Fudd.
town in a home movie from the 40s. Over half a century ago, somehow, this town materialized on the prairie, liked the way it was, and froze that way. Yes, some new buildings had appeared over the years. Our Lady of the Fields had a new brick structure, forced upon the congregation by a deep underground spring that swallowed up the old one. Every so often there would be a fresh coat of paint on a storefront, like that weird Pepto-Bismol pink Don Anderson chose for his appliance store. But those were only minor changes to over a half-century of sameness. Many things about the town were normal enough. We had our local Kiwanis Club and Grange, our Amway dealers and Jehovah's Witnesses, our Cub Scout paper drives and youth group car washes. Our high school played other small-town high schools, and our cheerleaders did silly fundraisers like rocking chair marathons and jogathons. We had a parade every 4th of July, and Amos Sjostrom always took part with his old hay wagon and Clydesdales. Even so, you didn't have to live here too long before sensing it. Antioch was a town looking forward to the past. I used to notice it in the churches of Antioch, especially my own. Do the old things again, just do them harder. Back out of the slump. Don't go forward, you've never been there. Replay the memory, it's always better. That old-time religion was good for our fathers and mothers, and it's good enough for us. I knew Brother Fudd was singing the same tune down at the Baptist church. Just him and the same dozen people every night, taking the town for Christ. I don't know why all this began to wear on me after 15 years, but suddenly it did. For the entire 15 years that I pastored, I never went inside Judy's. It was, after all, a tavern as well as an eating establishment, and there are places a Pentecostal mission pastor in a small town like Antioch just doesn't go. I took the big step soon after I resigned, however, for two simple reasons. I wanted to know what kind of people were in there, and I was hungry. I tried Judy's broiled chicken over rice with mixed vegetables and salad, and found it quite satisfactory. I tried the 12-ounce steak the next time, and the pasta salad the third. The barbecued half a chicken was good the fourth visit, and a little dry the fifth. But 4 out of 5 good visits wasn't a bad score. By then, I'd gotten word, second and third hand, that the talk had started. The former pastor of Antioch
Ooh, a lot of
Pentecostal
fish
mission
in
was
that pond.
backsliding and giving in to the world. I viewed it as a step forward. After all, I'd never been here before. I'd never gotten to know these people. This was new for me. And while I never even tried to develop a taste for beer, I liked Judy's coffee. All that to say, I became a regular customer and continued dropping in whenever the prospect of cooking my own sorry little meal seemed too overwhelming. "Hey, Trav," Judy called from behind the bar, her hair a white fright wig and her apron stained with gravy. She called me Rev the first few times I came in, but as soon as my ordination papers lapsed, I let her know. She and the other regular customers have called me Trav ever since, and have acted more at ease around me, although I still get junk mail addressed to Reverend and Mrs. Travis Jordan. The interior of Judy's was just one more example of how Antioch was frozen in time. Back in the days before Taste, a clever restaurant trendsetter must have bought up all the dark wall paneling and red and orange shaggy carpet in existence, sent sale announcements to every backward, small-town, greasy spoon restaurant in America, and retired with a small fortune. I'm guessing Judy was one of his first customers. She made no apologies, however. Her carpet displayed several darker shades after so many years of traffic, spills, and cigarette butts, but she didn't seem the slightest bit interested in replacing it or anything else. The dark walls were hiding the film and dirt just fine. The wood tables and booths were so solid she only had to replace the red and white checked tablecloths once a year. The bar was in the back, well stocked, with 10 stools. 5 of the stools were occupied today. I got a wave of hello from Greg and Mark, the contractors, both wearing billed caps and flannel shirts. The back of Greg's shirt was torn wide open at the shoulder, but he wore it anyway. For 2 months after they introduced themselves, I thought they were half-brothers, but finally Mark admitted that they didn't have the same mother either, and they had a real laugh over that. 2 stools over from them was George Harding, the retired wheat farmer. He didn't talk much, but he didn't grumble much either, so he fit in. Skip another stool, and there sat Linda and Irv, local truckers somewhere in their early 40s. They'd been living together unmarried for 18 years. The sin of it aside, they'd put up with each other for so long I honestly felt the relationship would last. They said hi. Occasionally one of the 5 heads would turn toward the television hanging on the wall. Right now there was a basketball game in progress with the sound turned low. The rest of the place had a nice dinner hour going. I saw plenty of regulars, and a jukebox was thumping away. Just one big subwoofer in a gilded box. My favorite booth by the front window was empty, so I took it, setting my hat and coat beside me on the bench seat. Gildy, Judy's granddaughter, brought me a menu and silverware. "Hey, Travis, mind if I join you?" It was Brett Henschel, the chief of Antioch's 3 policemen. He was in uniform, wearing his gun and badge, and I figured he was on his dinner break. A Vietnam vet with shrapnel still in his leg. He was big enough for this or any job that required occasional head breaking. I gestured to the bench seat across from me. "Have a seat. How you doing?" "All right," he answered. And I could tell he didn't mean it. He sank onto the bench and then looked around the room, bothered about something, trying to work up to saying whatever it was. He didn't get there before Nancy Behrens came along. She owned and edited the Antioch Harvester, our local twice-a-week newspaper, and I surmised from the cassette recorder and notepad that she was working. "Hi, am I interrupting anything?" Brett seemed thankful for the reprieve. "No, you go first," he said, scooting over. "You sure?" "Just let me hear what he says." She slipped in beside him and set the notepad and recorder on the bench, out of service for the moment. That was like her. She was going to talk as a friend first and be a reporter second. She was in her 30s, an independent sort, with auburn hair, pinned up Katharine Hepburn style, single but dating a columnist in Spokane. She was into natural foods, a little yoga, and probably voted for Clinton, although she often took him to task in her editorials. We'd had our disagreements, sometimes nose to nose, mostly through her editorials and my dissenting letters to the editor, but it never got nasty. She won a few. I had to concede I only had half the story on Christopher Columbus, but I won some myself. She turned dead set against partial birth abortion.
How are things going?
She asked. I wasn't about to go into the details of my afternoon. I only replied, "Strangely. How are things going with you?" She laughed.
Strangely.
I noticed Brett smiling as if agreeing.
Did you hear about Sally Fordyce seeing an angel and the weeping crucifix at Our Lady's?
She asked. My grimace and nod clued her in. Kyle Sherman told me about it earlier today. Nancy looked at the table as she asked,
See that couple over there?
I glanced discreetly at a young couple in a booth across the room.
They came here from Moses Lake to see the crucifix for themselves. They believe in it.
Did it weep for them? I asked.
No, but they still believe in it. They're going to get a room over at the Wheatland Motel and then spend the day at Our Lady's tomorrow, as long as Father Vendetti lets them stay.
To
see if it'll cry again.
Nancy lowered her voice.
She has leukemia.
I closed my eyes, sighed, and felt grief for them. How did they find out about it?
His mother attends Our Lady's. She called them.
She leaned forward a little, her voice still low.
Travis, I don't know what to think about all this. It sounds like something that should go in the paper, but...
She flipped her palms upward, at a loss.
You've been there and back. Any perspective on all this?
Are you skeptical? I asked her. She smiled.
As always.
I gave a little shrug. So am I. I stole another glance across the room. So I see a bit of tragedy.
Tragedy?
She set her notepad in front of her and clicked her pen.
May I?
I nodded, then mentally reviewed the names, the faces. Sally Fordyce, Arnold Kowalski, Dee and her friends, this couple across the room. I stopped when my own name came up. This kind of thing reminds me that it's a crummy world out there, and there are things we have no easy answers for. When people are hurting, they start grasping. When the world hands you a pile of sorrow, you look beyond the world for some kind of relief, or at least an explanation. That's what a lot of religious experience is all about. Nancy scribbled down my thoughts.
You think I should say anything about the cloud sightings?
If you write about any of this stuff, you may as well. She smiled and nodded, understanding my point.
All the same thing in your book?
I'm trying not to be derogatory.
Sure.
I just want to emphasize that these are very human events. People are involved, and people have wants, wishes, fantasies, earnest desires, and pain. Lots of pain. Given that, people can be very creative. They can hear things, see things. You follow me? She nodded affirmatively.
Gotcha.
Off the record? I prompted, and she put down her pen. I had a lady once tell me she saw Jesus standing right next to me while I was preaching. I knew another young fellow who claimed he saw a demon fly in his bedroom window. Also, a little girl claimed to see an angel on top of her neighbor's roof. People have told me all kinds of things. It's nothing new. She seemed a little nonplussed.
And you don't believe them?
That question flustered me. I had to work a long time to come up with an answer. It's a tough call. It's so subjective. You have to know the person. You almost have to be the person. The same thing applies here.
So obviously, another witness to the same thing might help.
Well, sure. If I saw... I tripped a little trying to say this. If I saw Jesus myself, then there'd be a little more credibility, I guess. She picked up her pen again.
So do you think this is going anywhere?
The question made me laugh. In Antioch? She winced and snickered.
Sorry.
Well, to be fair, I think the people who've had these experiences are hoping it'll lead to something. That somehow it'll change things. You know this town. Somebody has to get restless eventually.
But you don't think it'll lead anywhere or develop into anything?
I felt cynical, which saddened me a little. I've seen it before. It'll come. It'll go. She clicked her pen and put it away.
Thanks for your time, Travis. You too, Brett.
Think you have a story? I asked. She stood and had to think a moment before answering.
Well, it's interesting. Maybe that's reason enough to print it.
Anything interesting is news in this town. She laughed.
That it is. See you.
Bye. Brett Henschel watched her go out the front door, and then told me quietly, "You might be wrong, Travis." I looked at him, expecting a punchline to reveal he was kidding. There was no punchline, only his troubled eyes boring into me. "What do you mean?" "I'm not in pain. I'm not religious. I'm not restless. I like my job. I like living here. I didn't make up what I saw today." That stopped me cold. Brett Henschel saw something? You? You want to hear about it? He asked in a traffic ticket tone of voice. He was challenging my cynicism, I could tell. I gathered my composure, pried my mind open again, and said, "Yeah, tell me about it." He glanced around the room, clearly on edge, and then spoke in a lowered voice. "For a while I thought I was going crazy. I was coming back from Spokane on Highway 2, and there was this guy hitchhiking. Uh-oh. I was feeling pretty good. I wasn't in a hurry, so I figured, hey, I'll pick the guy up. If he doesn't mind riding in a squad car. He looked a little weird anyway, so better a cop gives him a ride than some innocent citizen." I interrupted. "Hey, Brett? I held my hand up, just trying to keep the peace as I offered my question. "Did this guy get in the car, ride with you a while, say Jesus is coming soon, and then disappear?" I regretted the question the moment I asked it. He's never going to talk to me again, I thought. I've insulted him. He froze. His face turned pale, and he stared at me as if I'd told him Martians had landed. "How did you know?" This just couldn't be happening. Did someone else run into this guy?" Now we were in a face-off, staring at each other as if each was waiting for the other to crack into a smile, confess the whole thing was a gag and break the tension. Was Brett trying to outlast me? If so, he was an incredible actor, playing a role vastly different from his nature. I finally broke the freeze up by asking, "You never heard that story before?" "What story?" No, Brett wasn't a Christian. He wasn't part of the culture. I could be reasonably sure he'd never heard that popular rumor that circulated around Christendom every few years. "Well, we'll get to that. You say he looked a little weird? What did he look like?" "Long blonde hair, like a hippie, about 5'7", early 20s, wearing a white sweatshirt and jeans. He looked a little ghostly, pale and skinny, like he was sick. Couldn't have weighed more than 120 pounds. He got into the car, the passenger seat right next to me, fastened his seatbelt, and rode with me for a couple of miles." "Did he say anything besides?" "He said he was coming to Antioch to visit some friends. He didn't say who. I talked a little bit about the town, the weather, just making conversation. And then he said right out of the blue, 'Jesus is coming soon.' And then..." He took a moment to watch the memory play through his mind. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw him make a quick movement. I turned, and he disappeared. There wasn't any sound or anything. His seatbelt was still buckled. He just wasn't there anymore. I slammed on the brakes and pulled over and checked every inch of that car. I looked up the highway, off the shoulder, drove back the way I came. The guy was gone. Then I talked to Nancy this afternoon, and listen, I haven't said a thing about this to anyone except you. And she starts telling me about people seeing angels and a crying crucifix and Jesus in the sky. He looked at me intensely. Now, that tells me I'm not crazy, but it also tells me there could be a blonde 5'7" suspect in town that I need to question before he pulls this little stunt again. I couldn't believe I was even having this conversation. "Have you talked to Sally Fordyce? Is she the other person who offered this guy a ride?" Oh, brother. What could I say to that? "No. Brett, the story about the hitchhiker. It's a rumor. A legend. Was. I stared. It happened to him. Not to a friend of a friend who told a lady who was aunt to the woman who was married to the man who used to work for the guy who last repeated the tale. It happened to Brett Henkel, the man sitting right across from me. From what I understand, the man Sally saw had a totally different description. That news did not cheer him. Oh, great. So there might be two. He thought aloud as if bouncing his theories off me. He said he was coming here to visit friends. What friends? Who else are they going to play tricks on? He sniffed in frustration. You see the problem I'm up against? This whole thing is so religious, it's not going to look good for a cop to be poking around, interfering. Finally, I thought of something worthwhile to say. Brett, I understand the Antioch Ministerial is meeting tomorrow morning to talk about all this. Since it's a religious thing, if anyone is going to know the latest details, the ministers will. Maybe you ought to drop in and find out how extensive this stuff is, and if anyone else has seen either one of these, whatever they are. Are you going? God works in wondrous ways. Yeah, I'll be there. I called Kyle when I got home, told him I would go with him to the ministerial meeting, then braced myself. To his credit, he didn't gush all over me as I feared he would. After 4 months, he was starting to learn. Imagine a tired old dog lying in the road, suddenly finding itself wrapped around the axle of a speeding truck. That's how I felt my first 5 minutes with Kyle Sherman. I was tired and feeling old. I hadn't shaved. The place was a mess. I was planning on a quiet session of journaling. And suddenly, there he was. Praise God, brother, I'm Kyle Sherman. Just came by to share the love of the Lord. His greeting had the same effect on me as that soup kettle they used to bang on to wake us up at summer camp. He was standing on my front porch in brown slacks, tan sport jacket, blue shirt, and Looney Tunes tie, and had a big, gold-edged Bible in his hand. His brown hair was slick with mousse. He was grinning like a Cheshire cat, and he was in high gear. I knew he wasn't a Jehovah's Witness. They always travel in twos and compliment you on your house. He couldn't be a tax assessor because he wasn't carrying a clipboard with the plot plan on it. He wasn't a salesman because he carried no samples. But like all three, he hadn't called first. He just showed up. I wanted to kill whoever told him where I lived. You're the new pastor? I asked. I wasn't curious, I was amazed. Guilty as charged, brother. He was so jubilant, so on top of it, so young. I let him in because it was the right thing to do, and invited him to have a seat wherever he could find one. He stepped around the model airplane I was working on, dug a man-sized space in the magazines and newspapers that covered the couch, and had a seat. Nice place you have here. I'd left the pastorate a month before and had not returned to Antioch Mission since. Call me picky, call me a grouch, but I expected Kyle Sherman to know there had to be a reason. The moment he opened his mouth, I knew he didn't have a clue. When I ate dinner at Judy's, nobody I met there talked about church. We talked about fishing, baseball, country music, cars and trucks, and the condition of the roads. We argued about politics and local issues. We even talked about religion and spiritual matters, which I didn't mind. Not at all. But we did not talk about Sunday school attendance, the church van, the outreach program, or the blessing barrel. We didn't haggle over the Sunday morning song list or whose job it was to change the sheets in the nursery. We didn't talk about the budget and the offerings, or the need for an ongoing children's ministry, or whether we should allow Dee Baylor to fall on the floor every time we prayed for her. Potlucks and men's fellowships and ladies' Bible studies and the struggling youth program never came up. But Kyle started right in, talking about all that stuff as if I'd asked him for an update. I wouldn't go near the church, so he brought it to me. The youth group's going to have a lock-in this weekend. Dave White and Brother Norheim showed up for men's prayer breakfast. Is it always just those two? I'm thinking about painting the van. Bruce Hiddle still smokes. I wonder if he should be on the deacon board. Emily Kelmer wants us to sing Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, but I don't think that's a worship song. Did you know Jeff Lundgren doesn't want to do the Young Explorers anymore? How often did you preach on giving? We need to develop a children's ministry. He was out to cover everything. He talked fast, he talked loud, he got more and more excited, and I just sat there trying to gauge if my nerves could last longer than this seeming catharsis. I could feel a lingual tonsil starting to swell up. I began to feel a gnawing pain in my stomach. Then it came. The one sentence predestined from all eternity for this moment, this place, exactly what it would take to set me off. Travis, we're going to take this city for Christ. We? My voice came so loud and sudden it made him jump. It also made him stop talking. I leaned forward in my chair, so far I almost stood up. Now you listen to me. I said it slowly, and I know I sounded downright vicious. Have you even asked this town if it wants to be taken for Christ? Have you even met the folks down at Judy's, or working at Kylie's Hardware, or Anderson's Furniture and Appliance and gotten their input? I guarantee you, Kyle, I know some people around here who do not wish to be taken for Christ. He looked like he was about to interrupt, but I didn't give him a chance. No one has ever taken a city for Christ. Not Paul, not Peter, nobody. Not even Christ took a city for Christ. Now I did stand up, too upset to hold still. You come cruising into this town throwing that big, glorious claim around as if it were some kind of mandate from the throne of God. But who's going to do all the work in the real world? I suppose you think everyone in town has his own transportation, so you won't have to organize a car and bus route and deal with people who don't want to come that Sunday but didn't call, or people who aren't ready on time, so you have to sit there waiting for them while all the other people on the route are wondering where you are, and everybody ends up getting there late. And once you take this town for Christ, what are you going to do with all the kids? Is Judy Milton still breastfeeding Baxter right out in the open during the service? I was going to ask you about that. Aha! That boy's old enough to unbutton her blouse himself. Want some more? Of course, babies don't just nurse, they scream too. And there are plenty of mothers out there who are going to sit there with that kid and let him drown out your sermon. During the most important part, I might add. You might ask them to take the kid out, and some might, but they'll be back with the same kid the next week. Either that, or they'll get huffy and not come back at all. Which brings me to the nursery sign-up sheet. Keep that puppy circulating or somebody's going to get stuck in there doing the job alone and forever while all the parents dump their kids on them. Same goes for the children's ministry. Be careful you don't find anyone too good at it, because they'll get stuck with the job until they burn out. And then the parents will start to mutter about who's going to take charge of the kids, and maybe some of them will step forward to do something about it, and some of them will just go elsewhere. Youth ministry? It's the greatest, but don't you dare make a mistake. Because after you've done anything and everything to disciple those kids, it's your mistakes the parents will tell you about. How's your car running? Once you take this town for Christ, you're going to have to visit every person, every family, until you run yourself ragged and your wife starts to complain that you're never home. You'll be so busy visiting that folks will start complaining that you never come to visit. In the meantime, you'll always have a contingent in the church that wants to dance in the aisles and fall on the floor and have battles of the prophets and insist that leg-lengthening services are the answer to everything. And if you try to bring some balance to all that stuff, they'll start their own faction and accuse you of quenching the spirit. When you take this town for Christ, you're going to get all this stuff with it. It's all going to be right in your lap. By now I was thinking I'd better stop before I out-talked the young man I thought talks too much. I took a breath. Pastor Kyle Sherman, dreams and goals in ministry are fine and good, but spare me this take the town for Christ stuff. I've been taking as much of this town as wants to go for the past 15 years. I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt, and the town and I are sick of it. He looked up at me from the couch. His face seemed so different, so tranquil, when his mouth wasn't moving. You seem bitter. Well, I could let this young buck start counseling me, or I could get back to my journaling. Thank you for coming to visit. I'm pretty tired. I moved toward the door, and to his credit, he followed my cue. Thus ended my first meeting with Kyle Sherman. I did not go out of my way to encourage him again, but it happened on several occasions anyway, either by God's hand or by Kyle's. As I've mentioned before, Kyle has no fear of thin ice. That's one reason, among the others, that I accepted his invitation to go with him to the next morning's ministerial meeting. It was the first time I'd taken him up on any invitation to do anything, but I knew those ministers. If Kyle stepped out on thin ice this time, he was sure to break through. And there were sharks waiting below to eat him alive. 3. Kyle picked me up a little before 10 the next morning, and we rode together. In a town the size of Antioch, there isn't much time to discuss anything while on the way somewhere, so I found myself talking fast. Morgan Elliott's the only female minister. She used to co-pastor the Methodist church with her husband, Gabe, but he was killed in a car wreck 3 years ago. Nice gal. I wouldn't call her a liberal, but she's definitely not a fundamentalist either. Paul Daly's a kidder, and he likes being Episcopalian as much as you like being Pentecostal. He'd genuflect at a light pole if it had a crosspiece on it. Al Vendetti is as Catholic as the Pope himself. His father was Catholic. His father's father was Catholic. His oldest sister is a nun in Philadelphia. I got into a religious argument with him once, and he finished it in Latin. But listen, you respect him, and he'll respect you. You get yourself into a scrape, he'll be the first one there, and besides that, he plays a mean first base on the softball team. Bob Fisher's Southern Baptist, so he's sound and solid. Just don't get into a doctrinal dispute with him. He doesn't like being disagreed with. There was no more time. We had arrived at Our Lady of the Fields. Thanks to the underground spring that had undermined the old church, Our Lady of the Fields now had one of the newest buildings in town. It was sand-colored brick, traditional with its tall spire and arched stained glass windows. It sat on a solid foundation, ideally located on the main thoroughfare through town. Father Al always posted the title of his sermon on the illuminated, covered sign that sat in the front yard. As Kyle pulled into the parking lot, I recognized some of the cars already sitting there. That's Morgan Elliott's Jeep Cherokee, and I think that Ford belongs to Sid Maher, the Lutheran pastor. There were plenty of other cars, including Nancy Barron's Volvo and Brett Henkel's squad car. This meeting of the Antioch Ministerial was going to be unlike all the others. Well attended. I kept telling myself I was only a visitor now, but that didn't take away the tremors deep inside me. We walked along the sidewalk toward the front door.
I haven't been in too many Catholic churches,
Kyle said quietly. I've only been here once, for a funeral, I admitted. I don't know that the ministerials ever met here, but Kyle? I stopped. He stopped. I had to get this said before we went in. I'm never going to tell you to compromise your convictions, but remember what the Bible says about being sly as a serpent and harmless as a dove. He wasn't quite getting my message, I could tell. He gave me a suspicious look.
What do you mean?
I mean... Suddenly I found it hard to form an answer with him looking at me like that. I mean, there's a time to speak out, and there's a time to just listen and, stay cool.
Stay cool?
Something else came to mind. With this bunch, it's easy to get into a discussion that just goes around in circles. And take it from me, if you really want to go around in circles, it's best to find a merry-go-round somewhere. You follow me?
A merry-go-round?
Now the look in his eyes had to be something he normally reserved for Mormons at his front door. Think of it as two gravel trucks going opposite directions on a one-way street. Sure, one of them is wrong, but both of them are going to get smashed when they hit, right?
You're not telling me to compromise?
No. I'm just telling you to be wise. Be discreet. He thought about that a moment, and finally, he relaxed and smiled.
Okay, Travis. I gotcha.
All right. That's all I'm going to say. The brass handle on the big paneled door yielded, and the door opened. There were two other men in the foyer, and the moment I saw them, I thought I'd seen everything. Howard Munson and Andy Barker were standing on either side of the sanctuary door, peering into the sanctuary like two kids sneaking a peek at something forbidden. They turned as we entered and recognized me at once. "Travis," said Howard, the older one with the balding head and wire-rimmed glasses. He offered his hand. "Great to see you again." I introduced him to Kyle and told Kyle how we pastored the Gospel Light Pentecostal Tabernacle over on the southeast corner of town, that little white chapel near the grain elevators. Howard introduced Andy, a young wheat farmer with stern-looking eyes even when he smiled. Howard said nothing about the small, independent Bible study Andy led in his home, a little group that had split off from Howard's church over a dispute about Howard. I didn't tell Kyle about Howard having a strong negative opinion about every other church but his own, but Kyle may have noticed my surprise to see these two together and within the walls of a Catholic church. Of course, neither had actually gone farther than the foyer. Howard looked through the sanctuary door again, shook his head in pain and disgust, and muttered to us, "Incredible. Just incredible." The sanctuary was a comfortable, intimate place that could seat, I figured, about 100 worshippers. It was warmly colored, with dark wood pews, red carpet runners down the aisles, and brass fixtures. The crucifix was in its traditional location, on the front wall above the altar, illuminated by a ceiling-mounted spotlight. There were at least 20 people occupying the pews toward the front. Some were kneeling, some were sitting. All were looking steadfastly at the crucifix. I recognized the couple I'd seen at Judy's the night before, sitting right on the aisle. "They're waiting for the crucifix to cry again," Andy whispered. "Incredible," Howard repeated, shaking his head again. The ladder Arnold Kowalski had used to reach the crucifix was still where he'd left it, and now a man sat next to it reading from a psalm book. Howard leaned close. "That's some kind of lay assistant sitting up there. I understand if anything happens, he's there to maintain order and assist people climbing the ladder." What was I feeling? Awe? Foreboding? Even in my skepticism, I couldn't escape the fact that, real or imagined, nothing like this had ever happened in Antioch. "Where's the meeting going to be?" I asked. In the fellowship hall." I could tell Howard didn't want to go into the sanctuary. He asked in a whisper, "Is there another way to get there?" I pointed toward a door at one end of the foyer. "I think it's through there." We went through the door and down a hall to a sizable multi-purpose room. Most every church has such a room for wedding receptions, potlucks, and socials. At one end was a large pass-through into a commercial-sized kitchen, and coffee was available on the pass-through counter. 4 folding tables were arranged in a square in the center of the room, and already the other ministers were mingling. "Hey, Travis!" Sid Maher, the Lutheran pastor, stepped up to shake my hand, and I introduced him to Kyle. He was tall, dark-haired, and bespectacled, a likable guy. His burden for unity among the pastors made him even easier to get along with, and he was glad to see me, with caution. "We're going to be sharing information and concerns, but I don't think we'll need to debate anything. I just came to listen," I told him. He smiled and patted me on the arm, then turned to Kyle. "You have some tremendous shoes to fill." "I think he brought a pair of his own," I quipped, and Sid laughed. We helped ourselves to some coffee. Burton Eddy stepped up to introduce himself. He was short, with black horn-rimmed glasses and wild brown hair. He pastored the local Presbyterian church and was, to put it mildly, a liberal. "Welcome to the booming metropolis of Antioch," he told Kyle in his whiny, sneery voice. "How's the church going?" "We're taking this town for Christ," Kyle announced unabashedly. Burton gave him a fatherly pat on the shoulder. "You'll get over it." Then he turned to me. "Travis, I never got a chance to extend my condolences to you. Marion was a saint, if there ever was one." "Thank you. You're right." He laughed. "On that, we can agree." He looked around the room, checking out who else was there. "And I trust we'll strive for consensus on other matters today?" "I'm just here to listen," I repeated. He gave me the same pat he'd given Kyle. "Good to see you." Sid Maher was chairman of the ministerial and was taking his place at the center of one table. Kyle and I were headed for the table when a big framed man with heavy jowls came up to greet us, effectively blocking our path to the chairs. He spoke to Kyle first and didn't even look at me. "And you must be the new minister at the Pentecostal Mission Church." "That's right," Kyle said boldly, shaking the man's hand. "Kyle Sherman." "Armand Harrison," the big man answered. "Pastor of the Apostolic Brethren." Kyle hesitated, digesting the church's name, I figured, before saying, "Okay." "I understand you've brought a guest today." Kyle hesitated again. "He's talking about me," I told him. Oh, yeah, sure. Travis and I are together. The big man weighed that for a moment, and then gave a slow nod. Then he moved in closer, so close that Kyle had to shift his weight backwards, and peered at Kyle through his thick bifocals. Of course, you were aware that this meeting is just for the ministers. I'm only here to listen, I told him, in as pleasant a tone as I could muster. And Travis is my guest, Kyle confirmed. Armand Harrison directed only the briefest glance at me, then spoke to Kyle. I suppose each minister is free to bring a guest. Nice to have you here. He turned away as Kyle and I took our places at the table. What was that all about? Kyle whispered while trying not to look like he was. It's a great story, was all I said, sitting down. With one discreet glance, I saw Armand Harrison settle like a sinking ship into his chair directly across the square from me. He caught my glance, and his narrowed eyes sent a clear message back. It was just like old times. Sid opened the meeting with a prayer, and then made some opening comments. He thanked Al Vendetti, sitting to his immediate left, for opening Our Lady's facility to the other ministers. I think we all nodded in agreement, except for Howard. It's the first time we've ever met here, which is one historic note. The other might be the large attendance. We laughed politely. I counted 10 ministers. Nancy Behrens, Brett Henkel, and I brought the total attendance up to 13. Nancy had her notebook ready. Brett sat next to her, looking ill at ease and out of place in his uniform. Sid acknowledged their presence, but only glanced at me and nodded. So, now, he looked around the table. If we can go about this in a somewhat orderly fashion, why don't we recap what we know so we all have our information straight? Al, perhaps you could start? Al Vendetti was dark and Italian, in his 40s, with his Philadelphia roots easy to guess in the way he talked. He cleared his throat, quickly caught everybody up on what had happened to Arnold Kowalski, and then explained to the people now sitting in the sanctuary. We have pilgrims in town. One couple came from Moses Lake, 3 came from Seattle. There's some from Spokane and some from Ritzville. Word's getting around, and they're here just to wait and watch. He looked at Paul Daly, the handsome, bushy-haired rector of St. Mark's Episcopal, who took the floor. Yes, I was telling Al that I've gotten some inquiries as well, mostly from Episcopalian friends on the west side who got wind of this somehow. Not being Catholic, I don't know what to tell them, so I refer them to Al. Then he added, with no change in tone or facial expression, but they do seem fascinated that this time it's Jesus crying and not Mary. Al realized Paul was teasing and laughed. In any event, we're still investigating, and so far we've found nothing happening here contrary to faith and morals. Sid gave the floor to Morgan Elliott, who began a recap of the whole incident with Sally Fordyce. As we listened, I couldn't shake the image I still had of her being a flower child of the 60s, maybe even a singer in an acid rock band. Her silver-streaked hair was wildly curly and hung past her shoulders. She wore roundish, wire-rimmed glasses on loan from John Lennon, and her voice had a Janis Joplin rasp, as if she'd been born perpetually hoarse.
Sally hasn't tried to embellish her story at all. I'm not even sure it would have gotten around town except for the other things happening. Bob.
She looked across the table at Bob Fisher, pastor of Antioch Baptist.
You were telling me about someone in your church?
Bob Fisher, short and solidly built, eyed the gathering grimly as he related. It's a member of my congregation who prefers to remain nameless. Morgan piped up.
But you did say it was a man.
She got a smile out of him. It was a man.
Just wanted to underline that little detail.
We all chuckled again, and the laughter took some of the edge off the discussion. Bob continued. He was fishing down by the Spokane River when he saw a man standing on the riverbank, just the same as Sally Fordyce saw. The man, or angel, or whatever it was, said Jesus is coming to Antioch, and then he disappeared. It was that quick, that simple. Do you believe him? Paul Daly asked. Bob considered his answer for just a moment, and then replied, I believe he's sincere about whatever happened to him. I'm just not sure what happened to him. His account sounds very similar to a popular rumor that circulates every once in a while. I stole a glance at Brett Henkel. He just sat there with a stern look on his face, silent as stone. I could guess he wasn't about to stick his neck out, and I couldn't blame him. I wasn't about to speak up either. "Travis," Paul said, "I heard the people at your church are seeing Jesus in the clouds." I smiled at Paul without saying a word, then leaned over and spoke to Kyle. "That's your cue." "I'm not so sure," Kyle answered. "We had some folks who were seeing Jesus, but they were also seeing animals and a door and a flame of fire. Little Pammy Forrester saw a rooster and then Bugs Bunny." That got a laugh from the group. A few of the women came back on Monday, but the weather was too cloudy. You can only make out shapes when the clouds are scattered to broken. Overcast won't cut it. Sid offered. "So, for visions in the clouds, you should get a weather briefing." "Absolutely." More laughter. Laughter was usually a good idea at these meetings. "By the way, everyone, this is Kyle Sherman, the new pastor at Antioch Pentecostal Mission." Good old Sid. Always the bridge builder. Introductions went around the table, and Kyle was off to a good start. I breathed a little easier. Paul Daly offered. "A man in my church once received a prophecy from a cutthroat trout, but this could be a little different."
Hey,
"What
Turtle.
was your evaluation on that one?"
How are you?
Bob Fisher asked. "Oh, the fish was delicious." More laughter. Paul was good for loosening things up. I couldn't be sure if Burton Eddy was really sneering or if it was just his usual crooked way of talking. "But we're starting to see a schematic here, aren't we? One supposedly supernatural occurrence breeds another, and then another, and before you know it, we have a real hysteria." "So you don't think any of this is real?" Sid asked. "Oh, it's real to those experiencing it, I suppose. The same as any dream or hallucination seems real. But this stuff catches on, and we'd be making a big mistake to cater to any of it. We'd only be feeding the frenzy." Kyle added. "And there's always the possibility that these are demons we're dealing with." No laughter. Burton just stared at Kyle.
Sitting here on
"That's
my
my concern,
PC
Say
and
"Whoa, now let's approach this carefully," Sid
Putting-
cautioned. "Here we go again,"
putting a puzzle
said Arthur
together.
Harrison, glaring at me
A
as if
puzzle
I was the
game
one who said it.
or
Bob
putting
fired back.
together your
"Armand, it's
PC,
only wise to be wary of deception.
both
You
of
can't
which
believe
can be
everything that comes
puzzles.
down the pike as though it's from God." "Well, if God does send anything our way," said Howard, "it's about time." Al was keeping cool outwardly, although his face looked a little red as he asked Kyle, "Are you suggesting that a demon healed Arnold's arthritis?" "Well, just check the long-term results," Kyle answered. "You mean the much greater church attendance, or Arnold jubilant, walking about and rejoicing in what God has done?" "No. I mean people turning their attention and devotion to an idol instead of to the Lord." Armin's big jowled face was so red you could feel the heat clear across the table. "I see nothing has changed at Antioch."
Oh, an
Pentecostal
actual
Mission."
1,000-piece puzzle. Okay.
Morgan started laughing, wagging her
That's
head.
all right.
And the beat goes on,
she said, then confronted Kyle and me.
There might be a good side to this. Don't condemn something
My
just
good
because it
little
falls outside
sheepies.
your religious paradigm.
Kyle tried to counter.
We're not condemning anyone. Let people follow their personal sentiments. It can't hurt, really.
"Hear, hear," said Burton Eddy, clapping his hands.
After all, what is religion but...
Sid raised his hands for attention. "All right, fine. Kyle's had his say. You've given your response. I think that should be enough."
No.
Morgan insisted.
We came here to share observations, and I'm going to share mine. Religion is a cry of the human heart for meaning. Every tradition has its myths and visitations, and this case is no different.
"You're saying this is all a myth?" Paul
Oh,
Daly asked.
I'm really falling
myth,
in love with
Burton
this.
said with a nod, his arms crossed.
I get to
Then he
create stuff.
Not that myths
Today
are
I'm
an expression
doing
of culture.
one of
I
their
don't want to get
dailies,
sidetracked on that.
Morgan cautioned.
and
Well, isn't
they've
that what
got
we
all
came to
these
determine?
pre-built
Sid asked.
items
Whether we're
that they
dealing with
throw
myth
onto
or
a
reality?
map,
It doesn't matter.
What does it
and
matter?
you add to it.
What matters is what it all means.
And you either carry the
I don't want to get
theme
us
or
into
you
a big
modify
fight over whether
it,
this is God,
you know.
demons, or myth, and miss the deeper causes.
But you said it was a myth? Andy
Yeah.
protested.
Now, I
She
didn't
brought her
build
chin
this,
low over the table
but
and
all I've
smiled.
done was add
I
some
did
stuff
not
to
say
it,
it was a
and
myth. I said,
modify the
Those healings real
bridge
enough?
a little bit.
Said Al.
This is called the
Well, what was your point?
something
Sid
bridge.
asked, trying to help out.
this is a human thing.
A human thing, Burton repeated with another nod.
So
So
I'm
Arnold healed
just
himself?
making,
Asked Al. The pilgrims
just
aren't visiting
adding
Arnold,
on to it, and
Paul
it's
observed.
May
looking
I
really
finish?
cool.
Morgan's Janis
Thinking
Joplin
that's
voice
kind of
was
like
rising.
a church
back
kind
now.
of thing.
When people
they
have
got
religious
going on there.
experiences like these, I take that as the expression of a need.
Yeah.
Now we can expend our time trying to attribute this stuff to God or demons or myth, or we can look for the spiritual
So I
needs
made a
these
little,
occurrences
like a little
represent
caretaker's
and be ready to
cabin
minister to those needs in
to
practical
go along
ways.
with it, and I
But you're
put
totally
another
overlooking the
bridge in
deception
down
that could
here
be
over
involved.
the
Kyle countered.
water.
She shook her head emphatically.
This would be a
It
little
doesn't
better
matter.
It
maintained
does matter. The
because,
truth always matters.
Whose
you
truth?
know, it's got to go
Yours
to
or
town,
yours?
wherever the
Burton
town
raised his
would be,
index finger and plopped it
somewhere
down.
over
One more
that way.
point for Morgan. Al jumped in, addressing Kyle. These people
somewhere
are not
over
worshiping an
that
idol.
way,
They are waiting
out
and
in the
seeking
distance,
the
I
God
guess.
the image
I don't
represents.
know.
They don't need an idol to do that. It's not an idol. They don't need any mediator save Christ himself. Judging, 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 Armand Harrison bellowed. Of all the arrogance! Sid was shaking his head, looking toward heaven. Our Lord must weep. Paul Daly looked at me. Well, Travis, what's your view on all this? No! Sid shouted, and shouting was something he rarely did. I don't think. He's no longer part of this ministerial. Armand growled. Then let him speak as a layman, said Bob Fisher.
You don't get it.
Morgan lamented, still on her previous subject.
You just don't get it.
Burton Eddy said something about my prior record, but by now everyone was talking at once and I couldn't make it out. Armand heard it and bellowed out his agreement, but Paul was still harping on getting feedback from everyone present, while Morgan was still trying to make her point, whatever it was. Howard and Andy had gotten into an argument that somehow drew in Bob Fisher, and Sid was trying to straighten out Kyle on what was and was not acceptable in a ministerial meeting. Nancy Behrens was having trouble taking notes. I did hear Al Vendetti counter Sid. I might like to hear what he has to say. Me too, said Bob, turning from Howard and Andy. If he speaks, I'm leaving this table, said Armand. No, Sid tried to calm things. He's my guest, Kyle objected. If either one of you says another word, I'm leaving the table. Kyle rose from his chair. I reached over and pulled him down again, but that didn't keep him from saying another word. We are commanded by the word of God to contend for the faith once and for all delivered to the saints. And if there are lies and deception, so now we're all liars? Has anyone seen Jesus? I asked. In the latter days there shall be false Christs and false messiahs showing great signs and wonders. Kyle was preaching by now. But Sid heard me. What? Howard and Andy stopped arguing and looked my way. What did he say? In order to deceive, if possible, even the elect. Read your Bible. That's all I'm saying. Suddenly Kyle noticed how quiet the room was, and how everyone was looking at me. He looked at me. Paul asked, What was that, Travis? I scanned the room, a little jarred by the sudden silence. I was just wondering, has anyone seen Jesus? That's what this is all about, isn't it? For a moment, they just looked at each other. Morgan offered.
Sally's angel spoke about the answer being on his way.
Al said with emphasis. The pilgrims here are looking for Christ. Bob built on that. My person said, the angel said Jesus was coming. Suddenly, to the surprise of everyone, Brett Henkel spoke up. That's what an angel said to me. Everyone's head turned so quickly I thought I heard some neck joints crack. You saw something? Sid asked. The hitchhiker, said Brett. He quickly recounted the story and then said, So there's one more side to this. It might not be God or the devil or myth. It might be some clever huckster moving in on the town, and he might have some friends in on this with him. Now, I'm not here to downplay anyone's religion, but I'm not looking for some heavenly vision here. I'm looking for a suspect. You tell the people in your churches that if anyone sees these guys again, I'd like to know about it. He rose from the table. Thanks for letting me sit in. It was interesting. Then he walked out, his boots clunking on the linoleum in the hall, his portable radio hissing as he clicked it on. If Jesus shows up, then we'll really have something to talk about, I said. Silence. Well, if I may change the subject, said Bob Fisher. As most of you know, we're having a week-long revival with Everett Fudd. We expect the Lord to do some great things, and we'd appreciate if you'd pass the word around. What about the softball team? Asked Paul. When does that start? Everything went wrong on the way home. Kyle, emotionally wounded, kept bleeding all over me and making it sound like my fault. And I was sour and brooding about a conversation I'd just had with Bob Fisher. You just sat there, Kyle huffed as we drove across town. These are pastors, ministers, people answerable to the Lord for how they lead their flocks, and they get off on this stupid, wishy-washy tolerance stuff? That's Morgan Elliott's bag, right? She and that Burton what's-his-face? She's some kind of liberal, feminist, radical, politically correct female pastor type, and all the men in there don't want to stand up to her, right? She's a widow, and she made sense. Not if she thinks the truth doesn't matter. I was talking about the people having needs thing. She's concerned about people, and I think that's commendable. At the expense of the truth? That's an entirely different issue. He really turned on me. It should bother you, I shrugged. I've already been bothered. He shook his head in dismay and disappointment. Something's happened to you, Travis. I muttered. Sure it has. What'd you say? Nothing. And who in the world is that Armand Harrison character? He's a cult leader. Kyle checked for traffic, jammed on the brakes, and pulled over. What? I did not want to go into it. I didn't have to go into it. I don't know why I did go into it. He came out here from Michigan with about 30 followers, and they have their meetings in his house over on Maple Street. Some of them work in town. I think a few commute to Spokane. They're just average, hard-working people. But they're a cult? I ran down the list. An old, wrinkled list ingrained in my mind through months of public and private discussion, debate, accusation, counter-accusation, and vitriol. It was a list peeled off a can of worms, and I would have loved to forget it. The Apostolic Brethren deny the deity of Christ, don't know diddly squat about atonement or salvation, and think they're all going to be Christs someday because Jesus was just one of many Christs, one of many sons of God. They're into pop psychology, deep meanings behind bodily excretions and private body parts and whatever or not your mother breastfed you. They consider the whole church one big extended family, so they move the kids around from family to family wherever Armand wants them to go. Armand usually requires the young women to live with him for a while so he can teach them about sex. Whatever his view of it is, anyway. They do things. I wanted to cut this short. That's about the gist of it. Kyle's grip on the steering wheel was so tight I thought he'd bend it. And he's on the ministerial? You have eyes. Why isn't anything done about it? Something was done about it. But he's still there. End of story. But he's a heretic. He's a pervert. Nobody's asking you. He yelled at me. What? I tried to explain, even though I was pretty sure it wouldn't do much good. Kyle, in a long, drawn-out scope of things, it's really none of your business what the Apostolic Brethren do and believe. You can preach the truth just as God called you to do, but what Armand and his bunch choose to believe is up to them, and you're better off just leaving them alone. If you don't believe me, just try to break up their little church. See how far you get. After you fall flat on your face, you can thank God you live in a country where heretics like Armand Harrison can still roam free, because his freedom is your freedom. Kyle shook his head. I can't be on this ministerial. Oh, you'll break their hearts. Travis, you're talking like you're in agreement with all this. I did not need or desire this conversation. I was looking at the door handle, seriously thinking of bailing out of the car. Not in agreement. Just wiser, that's all. We did talk about that before we went in, remember?
So you just sit and let people like that on the ministerial? You just sit and let me do all the fighting all by myself? You let me walk right into that wolf pack and don't lift a finger to defend the truth to help me out? I warned you. He sighed a deep sigh, shook his head, and reiterated, Something's happened to you, Travis. I mean, the things I used to hear about you, the great spiritual warrior you used to be. You need to come back to the Lord, Travis. You need to get right with God. I grabbed the door handle and just about tore it off. See you around. What are you doing? I flung the door open and practically leaped out. The ride's over. Kyle leaned over, calling to me. Travis, I'm just trying to help you. You're heading down the wrong road. I was already walking. I know my way home, Kyle. You know what I mean. I stopped and turned. Yes, I know what you mean. I know the language, Kyle. I was speaking it before you were born. I used to lay that trip on people. But you're the man of God now, Pastor Sherman. Fight the good fight any way you want. The cause is all yours. Just stay out of my face. I turned and kept walking and did not look back, even as I heard him close the door I'd left open and drive off. I suppose we could have avoided our little spat if Kyle had been here 2 years ago. The first time Everett Fudd came to town to revive us at the Baptist church with a week of special meetings. At least he would have had a better picture of what was eating at me. I wanted to help Bob Fisher out, so I got on board and announced the revival meetings in my morning service. For 3 of the meetings, I brought some of my choir over. Bob and I even sang a duet one night while I played my guitar. And every night we listened to Brother Fudd preach his long, rambling string of Jeremiads, railing against any and every sin, real or imagined, and continually reminding us how backslidden, selfish, and cold of heart we all were. He came from the to wake 'em up, beat 'em up school of preaching, the kind that gave rise to a popular description of the Bible Belt. Punch a hole in the sand and guilt pours out. I often looked around the room to view the weathered faces of those being revived, and wondered how much of this stuff these people really needed. Bob and I saw these same faces in church almost every Sunday. They were the regular people, the habitual church attenders who viewed the fact that there was something to show up for as reason enough to show up. God bless them, they were many a pastor's last gasping reason to continue having a midweek Bible study or a Sunday evening service. And now they were, at least in my mind, Bob's primary justification for scheduling Brother Fudd. They came every night, and every night Brother Fudd beat them up. He accused and scolded them, then shoved their tattered souls up against the sublime memories of the past for comparison. The great revivals that happened in another place, another time, the things that God used to do, the way it was when they first found the Lord. Wherever they once were, they had strayed. Shame on them. Shame on them. And the altar call was always the same, a piano-accompanied petition. Come back to where you were. Do the old things again. Turn back and pick up whatever it was you dropped. Recycle the old-time religion. Come back to the Lord. Get right with God. As the memories came back, I quickened my step, hurrying down the quiet, house-lined street. I was dreading the possibility that Bob Fisher might drive by, offer me a lift, and invite me to the Fudd revival meetings again. He was my friend. He meant well. But when he approached me after the ministerial with his invitation, "Hey, Travis, come to the meetings. It'll be good for what ails you," I could hear the message coming between the lines. You need to come back to square one and do it all over again. Just do it harder. You need to come back to the Lord. Come back to the Lord. Come back to the Lord.
You need some
Just what does that
Jesus.
mean, really? I chuckled. I could vow never to eat devil's food cake again, or deviled eggs, as Brother Fudd instructed us 2 years ago. I could think of all kinds of things to do to please God. I whispered as I walked, "Lord, we are okay with each other, aren't we?" There was no booming voice from heaven, nor was there any quickening in my soul. There was only the same silence I'd endured for months. I kept walking, anger fueling my steps.
Spiritual band-aids from friends, silence from heaven, and the same unshakable sense of being on the outside of it all. The story of my life. 4. On Thursday, Nancy Barron sold a bumper crop of harvesters, her biggest print run since the brush fire of '95, and the town became officially informed regarding the Antioch phenomenon. The story about Arnold Kowalski worked well because Nancy had a real Arnold to interview and photograph, as well as a doctor from Davenport to render his opinion about the arthritis mysteriously disappearing. I thought the accounts of the angelic sightings had a strange, groping tone, trying to be a story about something that might become news if it ever happened. No matter. News that might become news was still news enough. The photocopier at Prairie Real Estate got a lot of use that day, and single households were buying multiple copies of the paper. This news was definitely going to travel. Their fervor renewed, Dee, Adrian, and Blanche returned to the church parking lot with a more favorable weather forecast. Morning low clouds, but partial clearing in the afternoon. Blanche brought her camera and notebook to record whatever signs might appear, noting that they saw Jesus riding a white horse from 205 to 215, and then a big fist that could have been the hand of God. Dave White stopped by briefly to check the sky for himself, but he was the only person other than the three ladies to do so. This particular aspect of the Antioch phenomenon hadn't made the paper yet. Of course, the phenomenon had no regard for Nancy's publishing schedule. Even as the harvester was hitting the vending boxes around town and the checkout counters at Mac's supermarket, it happened again. To a person no one would have expected.
Yeah, the animals
One
are
look at
cool.
Bonnie Adams, and you just knew
There's only
she
two
couldn't have been
kinds,
born and raised
ducks
in Antioch
and
by
sheep.
parents who were born and raised in Antioch. It may have been Mark and Greg
The
who
more
first pointed her out
water
to
you
the
have, the
elder
more
Jacob
ducks you
Dolan.
get.
She was the one who lived on Birch
So
Street.
you only
with
get
the
3
"Peace
sheep.
begins with me" bumper sticker on her car and the "Keep out, no trespassing" sign on her fence. I was never sure how she made a living, besides being an artist who created bizarre nudes and animals out of sheet metal and scrap aluminum. She had long, frizzy hair, granny glasses, loose clothing that had to have come either from India or Berkeley, and a particular scent about her, a strange combination of incense and burning hemp. The first time I met her, she was playing old Grateful Dead and Bob Dylan songs at a local jam for acoustic musicians. I did some lead fills on my banjo, and we hit it off fine. But she turned a cold shoulder to
Oh,
my
yeah,
and
there's fish
I
and
quickly gathered she
butterflies,
was into
but
energy
you can't
vibrations,
interact
maybe a
with
little
them.
karma. And that
Well,
was
you
about
can
it.
interact
was
with a
pragmatic,
fish a
however.
little bit.
And that was why she showed up Thursday morning at Our Lady's with her daughter, Penny. Penny was 17, had no memory of her father, and up until a
They
year ago was
move
constantly
when
in trouble. Brett Henkel and his 2 cops had run Penny in several times for shoplifting, drug possession, and truancy. But her mother always seemed either helpless
when you put the
or
mouse
indifferent,
by them, they
and Penny showed no
they
signs of
scatter a
changing
little bit.
until the
But there's
accident.
like little birds that
Many
fly
folks were
around and
surprised the single vehicle wreck hadn't
butterflies and
happened sooner. Penny was out with 2 friends
some
that
other
night,
stuff.
drinking and driving, when the car went off the road and rolled several times down an embankment. Penny was thrown from the vehicle, and the open door landed on her right forearm, crushing it and mangling the nerves. The 2 friends recovered from their injuries, but Penny's
Yeah.
hand was ruined and soon withered, curled back on itself like a broken bird foot. After
I've
that,
been talking
we didn't care
about
too much about her.
wanting them to put
Well,
in
Jack
some
McKinstry told me
NPCs.
once, she just
like
can't be the thief
for-
she used to be. He ran Mac's supermarket.
Like
and
if you
Penny
put
used to be a regular
in
visitor who
you
cost
know,
him a lot of money. Brett
enough
Henkel confided
stuff,
that things had indeed
maybe the
quieted down
game
as far as Penny
should
was concerned.
drop in some
Maybe she learned her
NPC players
When Al Vendetti opened the
that
church
just
doors
kind
for
of
the
walk
pilgrims,
around like
Bonnie
the
was there
sheep
with Penny in
do
tow.
and the ducks.
Penny looked
They
a lot
just
like her
walk
mother,
around at
except that her
random,
frizzy hair
so you
had
have
long
some
streaks in it.
people
clothing was
moving
quite a bit
on your
tighter.
map,
And her face was pierced in far more places than Bonnie's.
and it would be
They took a seat
fun
in the second pew
to
from the front, directly behind the young
be able
couple
to
from Moses
lock
Lake.
in your map
Bonnie had brought
when
some
you're
granola
done,
bars and took her first bite
or
as she gazed at
lock
the
in your
crucifix,
lot
waiting. Penny
when
just
it's
slouched
finished,
in the
and
pew,
you can make it
bored and
public,
scowling.
and
After no
then
more than 5
have
minutes, Penny
your
snarled,
own
"Can we go home?"
player
No. Bonnie answered.
your
need a
own
cigarette.
avatar
You're going to
to
disrupt the
walk
energy.
around
There isn't
at
any energy.
street
There is,
level.
You just have to relax.
Bonnie closed her eyes for a moment and took some
That
deep
would
breaths.
be,
It's here.
I think
I can
that
feel
would
it.
be a
You just have to
huge
settle into it.
boon
Let it flow.
to this.
She opened her eyes
And
again
if you
and looked around
could
the room.
join
This could be big medicine. The Spokanes could have worshipped
Like,
on this very spot.
particular lot
The other pilgrims were
to
giving them
your
sideless
other
glances.
lots
This isn't Indian,
said Penny.
and
It's
actually
Catholic.
kind of
all
make
the
it a
same,
world
sweetheart.
builder type
Penny
of
rolled her
thing.
eyes.
That would
It
be
sure is. Shh.
really
Came
cool.
a quiet suggestion from across the room.
We're doing this for you, Penny. It's not going to work.
Bonnie raised her voice.
If it worked before, it'll work again.
Then she drew a deep breath, settled back in the pew, and tried to settle her nerves. Relaxing. Relaxing. With her eyes on the crucifix, she drew a deep breath and began to hum. Om. Today, Pete Morgan was the lay assistant keeping watch at the ladder. After another minute of Bonnie's humming, he finally set down his psalm book and hurried off the platform to have a word with her. Excuse me, I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask you to. Bonnie leaped to her feet and pushed him so hard he stumbled across the aisle and almost landed in a lady's lap. All around the room there were gasps and ohs.
Way cool.
Penny exclaimed.
Come on.
Bonnie hissed, yanking Penny by the arm. Pete recovered just in time to see Bonnie racing for the platform, her full-cut clothing rustling behind her like natural organic flags in a gale, pulling a running, off-balance Penny after her. The couple from Moses Lake jumped up from their pew as the young lady gasped and pointed.
It's crying.
Everyone stood, pointed, shouted,
Look at that. It's crying. It's crying.
"Saints be praised!" Pete stared aghast. Tears from both eyes now traced thin, meandering streaks down the wooden face of the image. He took the arm of the young lady with leukemia. "Come on, I'll help you." "But..." She pointed at Bonnie Adams, already grabbing a rung of the ladder and pulling at her unwilling daughter. "Come on," Pete insisted, and they hurried onto the platform, followed by an asthmatic man from Ritzville, a lady from Spokane with cancer, and the friend who came with her, 3 elderly folks with arthritis, a Yakima man with a bad liver, and at least 10 other people who were either sick or just plain curious. "Get up there!" Bonnie yelled, pulling on Penny's arm. Penny tried to jerk away. "I'm scared!" "Make way!" Pete shouted, bringing up the young lady. "Let us come through!"
Only in your dreams, bub.
Bonnie started clambering up the ladder, stepping and tripping on her long, full pants legs. The crowd stumbled and jostled around the altar and closed in around the ladder, pleading, praying, grabbing at the rungs in order to climb. Bonnie yelled back at them, stomping on any fingers that dared to climb after her. The 2 women from Spokane began to wail and weep. The man with the bad liver swore and said, "Excuse me," swore and said, "Excuse me." A forest of pleading hands reached toward the crucifix. "Calm down now!" Pete hollered above the clamor. His back was against the ladder and some folks were trying to climb him. "I'm sure there will be tears enough for everyone. No shoving!" Al Vendetti heard the noise from his office and came running into the sanctuary. "My God, they're going to break something." The young woman from Moses Lake began climbing the ladder. Bonnie Adams stepped on her hand. She fell back and her husband caught her. "Please," Pete begged. "Let her come up the ladder. She has leukemia." Bonnie didn't hear him. Her full attention was on that wooden face. She brushed her fingers across the wet streaks, gathering the tears. A powerful tingle coursed through her hand and arm, and she cried out, her hand trembling. Then she screamed, forgot her grip on the ladder, and fell, bowling over the 2 ladies from Spokane and the Ritzville man with asthma. "Penny!" With help from Pete and her husband, the young woman from Moses Lake went up the ladder. "Penny!" Penny reached around the man with the bad liver and the 3 arthritics. "Mom, get up!" Bonnie grabbed her daughter's withered hand, her wet fingers touching her daughter's skin firmly, purposefully. Penny began to tremble and scream, trying to pull her hand away, but Bonnie held on with all her strength, her eyes wild with excitement.
You feel it, Penny. Feel the energy. I knew it. I knew it. The young woman from Moses Lake reached for the face of the image, touched it, and found it dry. Oh, God, no. She ran her fingers over the face imploringly, but there were no tears. No, no, please have mercy. The only tears now were her own. Father Al worked his way into the crowd. Please, let's calm down, everyone. Let's not endanger each other. Penny was the one doing most of the screaming, her body trembling, her eyes fixed on her right hand, now uncurling as it slipped steadily from her mother's grip. I can feel it, she gasped. The fingers wiggled. I can feel my fingers. Mom, I can feel your hand. It works, Bonnie exclaimed, her wide eyes filled with awe. This is a sacred place. Al reached Penny and took her shoulders to steady her. Bonnie let her hand go, and Penny held it up in front of the priest's face, wiggling, twisting, and flexing it. You see? You see? He took her hand and felt it alive and strong in his own. Oh, child. Then he looked up at the crucifix and blessed himself. Within half an hour, I heard about it from Sid Maher, who heard about it from Paul Daly, who heard about it from one of his parishioners, who heard about it from Pete Morgan. Sid called Father Al to confirm it, and then he called me. Sid was a believer now, totally flabbergasted, unable to understand what it meant, how it worked, how he could explain it doctrinally. I had no answers for him. All I could do was thank him for calling, hang up, and get out of the house before Kyle took it upon himself to call me. The way I was feeling, I couldn't talk to him or anyone else. By the time I even cared where I was going, I found myself near the cottonwoods on the little hill beside my house. I stopped, rested a hand against a gnarled trunk, and began to pray desperately, trying to think, trying to understand just what in the world I was supposed to do with all this. The thing that kept wrenching my insides was that I wanted to believe it was true, that God was indeed moving through our little town and, well, doing something, doing anything. But I'd already put in too many years of believing too many things too quickly. I felt cautionary red flags popping up everywhere. I'd scoffed at the reports of people seeing angels, but I was now standing where something had appeared to me. The God I had known all my life didn't heal through tearful wooden images, and yet 2 witnesses, the biblical requirement, had confirmed the healings at Our Lady's. What must I accept next? That Jesus was really appearing in the clouds? Lord, please speak to me, I said aloud as I looked across the expansive farmland to the west. Help me sort this out. I quieted myself and remained still, scanning the smooth, gently rolling horizon, as I waited for a clear answer to come to mind. I listened for sounds and even stole a few glimpses of the clouds just in case. I recalled and sang an old song we used to do at prayer meetings. Speak, my Lord, speak, my Lord. Speak, and I'll be quick to answer thee. I waited. I told myself I wouldn't wait long, but I waited. Minutes passed. There was no remarkable vision, no voice. The only sound I noticed was the distant purring of a lawnmower in the neighborhood behind me. Well, I thought, I can spend the whole day up here doing and accomplishing nothing, or I can get on with my life. I turned and headed down the hill toward Myrtle Street, my prayers unanswered. Again. I accepted that fact grudgingly, even as I tried to remind myself, hey, time is one of God's primary tools for teaching wisdom. Time. And more time. And still more time. More praying. More asking. More weeks, months, or even years of anguish trying to pull it all together. This frustrating little session on the hill reminded me of something I'd learned over the years. God won't be hurried. Or in this case, I thought, whatever he's doing, he isn't about to clue me in. I stepped out of the grass and around the wooden traffic barrier that marked the west end of Myrtle Street. The sound of the lawnmower was coming from John Billings's yard across the street from my place.
Some guy was busily circling around the big yard on a little snapper mower. I checked my mailbox. More catalogs. Just what I need. A solid gold trailer hitch. A shortwave radio that fits on your wrist. The guy in the mower came whirring around the front of the yard. He was young, with long black hair bound in a ponytail, a beard, faded work jeans, a long-sleeved shirt, leather gloves. I couldn't recall John Billings ever hiring anyone else to do his lawn. Maybe he was a relative. The young man looked at me, smiled, and turned the mower for another lap around the back. I recognized him, and I was stunned, speechless. I stood there frozen, staring, my mouth dropping open so far I could feel the sun drying my tongue. A landscape man? My mysterious vision of Jesus on the hill was just a landscape man? A young guy with long hair and a beard? He must have been out for a walk. Or maybe scoping out another mowing and trimming job. Maybe he was inspecting those trees for possible trimming or removal. I felt silly and embarrassed. April Fools, just kidding, gotcha. But after that, I felt wonderfully relieved. It was John Billings' landscape man. His landscape man. I burst out laughing. I watched for him to come around the back of the house and toward the front of the yard again, trying not to have a silly grin on my face in case he should look my way. He appeared soon enough, circling around the back deck and weaving his way toward me through the fruit trees. It was him, all right. He spotted me right away, smiled that same pleasant smile, and this time he waved. I waved back. He seemed like a nice guy. I looked down at the catalog in my hand so as not to stare at him. I was just debating whether to return indoors or walk over and say hello when I heard the mower stop in the front of John's yard. "Hey, Travis!" the man yelled. I looked up. "Got a minute?" Sure." I set the mail in the mailbox and left the door open to remind me. Crossing the street, I kept looking at his face and probing my memory. He knew me by name. But had we met before? Had he ever been to the church while I was pastoring? Maybe he came into Judy's a few times, or attended one of the acoustic jams. I crossed the street, approaching the little lawnmower where he sat waiting. I did not remember this guy. He gave me a sympathetic smile. "You're really going through it, aren't you?" I smiled, to be pleasant. "Excuse me?" "You'll be okay. It's just a little eye-opener, that's all. Have we met before?" "Never face to face." He offered his gloved hand, or hand to hand. I took his hand to shake it, and felt a weird tingling, like electricity. It didn't stop, and I pulled my hand away. "Whoa. What?" "Got a little shock." He chuckled. "Sorry. Must be the lawnmower." He rested his elbows on the mower's steering wheel and looked at me casually. "We've known each other for years, Travis. Ever since you were 8 years old." I was about to question him on that, but he didn't pause. "It's a lonely time for you, I know. Especially when so many folks don't understand what you're going through. They've never been there. But you and I have." He chuckled, shook his head, then said in a mimicky voice, "Travis, you need to come back to the Lord." He told me sincerely, "They don't know your heart. Just a landscape man? Who are you?"
I'm off to
He
bed,
gazed
I
at me
think.
for just a moment, his head slightly cocked.
Falling asleep at my computer.
I've been with you all
Haven't
this
done
time.
that in a
And
while.
you don't know me?
Well, don't fall asleep
Well.
on your computer.
He could have been Jewish. From the Middle East.
It's
His
bad
skin was
for your
dark.
neck.
His eyes a deep brown, his hair jet black with a gentle curl at the ends. Then again, he could have been part Native American, or perhaps Hispanic. He seemed to know a lot about me, even what I might be thinking. But I wasn't about to take the bait. "No, I guess I don't know you, but go ahead, I'm listening." He drew a breath, sighed it out, and then said, "Travis, you've lived here for years. You know the people. You know the ministry. So tell me, I've sent some messengers on ahead to prepare people. How are people responding? What are they thinking? I was trying to remember what I had prayed for a few minutes ago. Whatever it was, I wasn't expecting this for an answer. Oh, people are really buzzing about it. Yesterday the ministerial had its best attendance in years. They even let you in. I behaved myself. I didn't say much. What else? I thought a moment. Then told them about Nancy's big write-up on the healing of Arnold Kowalski and the angelic visitations. She sold a lot of papers this morning. He smiled and nodded, obviously quite pleased. So, I'm to understand you're the cause of all this? Well, I haven't appeared in the clouds. I haven't appeared to anyone except you. You know how it is. Some people receive the message and ponder it for what it is, and some take it like a handoff and just run with it, usually out of bounds. It happens. Wow, he knows football. But then I pulled out the old 1 John chapter 4 test. So let me ask you, did Jesus come in the flesh? He held out his arm and pinched the flesh under his shirt. What do you think this is? But why all this showbiz? All this angelic stuff and weeping images? He shrugged. John the Baptist doesn't get out much these days. In spite of myself, I laughed. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. Give it time, Travis. I don't expect you to believe everything in one moment, not even 1 week. But I was kidding about John the Baptist. This all goes deeper than clouds and angels and images. You know that. This is a gag. Somebody sent you, right? Actually, I came on my own. I laughed at that, as if it were another joke. Yeah, right. I'm a little surprised you haven't asked me about Marion. That was no gag. It was a sudden, very serious twist. And I could feel it. I studied him. He just raised an eyebrow and looked back at me, waiting. So now we were going to talk about Marion. This man was a total stranger to me. My answer came with difficulty, but I hoped it would close the topic. It would be a very big question. He nodded as if he understood. The answer is pretty big, too. Then he added, but she sends her regards. If this was a joke, it was a sick one. I could feel my anger starting to rise. A car pulled up beside us. Hello? A lady called from the passenger side. I turned. Yeah, can I help you? Behind me, the mower started up. We'll talk again, Travis. I jerked my head back to see him putting the mower in gear. The lady in the car was saying something I couldn't hear over the mower. I turned to her again. Excuse me? She repeated. We're lost. Can you tell us how to get to the Catholic Church? I approached the car so I could communicate better. I could hear the mower whirring toward the back of the yard. You're looking for Our Lady of the Fields? Yes, that's it. I noticed the car was full. 4 women and 2 men. It had an Oregon license plate. Well, you head down this street till you get to 7th. It's right where that red pickup is parked. Uh-huh. Turn left. Go down the hill to Highway 2. That's the main drag through town. The lady driving the car elbowed the older woman sitting next to her. I told you we weren't supposed to turn. Turn right, and it's down 2 blocks on the left. Big stone church, you can't miss it. Do you think it's open today? I ventured a question. Are you here to see the weeping crucifix? Every passenger in that car brightened up and leaned toward me. The passenger lady said, We sure are. Have you seen it? I haven't seen it cry, but I have seen it. She nodded toward one of the gentlemen in back. Barry has lung cancer. We've come clear from Oregon. I noticed the gentleman had oxygen tubes attached to his nostrils. I didn't know what to say other than, I think Father Vendetti is keeping the doors open all day. She clapped. They giggled. The driver put the car in gear. Thanks a lot. God bless. God bless, I said. And they drove away. I watched them until they turned left at the red pickup and drove out of sight, struck by what I had seen in that car, and so many times before. Serious illness, companioned with high hopes. I knew what that was like. I wondered how it would turn out. But where did the mower man go? I no longer heard the mower running and I couldn't see it. Hoping John wouldn't mind, and not really caring at the moment, I went into his yard, following the last mown path. As I rounded the back of the house, I found the mower parked by the patio, but no sign of its mysterious operator. I peered about the yard, over the fence, and through the back gate like a hound on a hunt, but there was no one around. I almost knocked on the door of the house, but finally put the brakes on and admitted that my emotions were getting the better of me. Whoever this man was or claimed to be, we had ended our conversation on a tedious subject that was best left closed for the time being. I took a moment to draw a long breath, then turned for home. Between John Billings's yard and my mailbox, I determined that John and I would talk about his lawnmower man. I would be in a cooler mood by the time John got home. I would quietly and politely find out who the man was, extend to him an opportunity to apologize for being so cruel and tasteless, and hopefully put this whole event to rest. Surely the mower man understood that the town was going through enough craziness right now, and I was in enough pain. His witty masquerade would not help matters. I would be civil. I would be Christian. By the time I retrieved my mail from the mailbox, I'd dealt with my anger. I'd cooled down a bit. But the pain was still there. The mower man had gotten to me. His words and actions, like slow venom, were still working. And by the time I reached my front door, I felt 19 again. Not young, just burdened with an old sorrow, a deep loneliness, a familiar despair. Certain smells, like the odor of your grade school, or even the scent of an old girlfriend, remain in your memory forever. An old song can bring back the feelings you had when you first fell in love. You may think you don't remember how the back door of your childhood home sounded when it swung shut, but if you could hear it again, you would know the sound. As I sat on the couch and picked up my banjo, I knew this feeling. I knew when and where I'd felt it before. I was 19 at the time, sitting alone on the bed in my room in Seattle. I still remembered the new house smell of that room, the texture of the Sears bedspread, the feel and color of the blue-green carpet on the floor, the exact position of my Glenn Campbell poster on the wall. I had a banjo in my hands then, too, a brown $50 harmony with a plastic resonator, and I could have been playing the same song I was playing now. I was 19, alone, and there was absolutely nothing happening in my life. It was a pivotal moment, I suppose, frozen in memory like a historic photo from the Life magazine archives, a passage out of childhood and a painful end to illusions. I'd been in love, but lost the girl. I'd been a prophet of God, but proven wrong. I'd prayed for the sick, but they didn't get well. God had called me to a faraway city, but hadn't met me there. My friends and I were going to change the world for God, but they had all scattered after graduation. I had been a young man of such hope and faith, but now my hope and faith were gone, slowly suffocated by disappointment and disillusionment. I felt desperately alone, with no idea where to go next, or why I should even want to go there. Sitting on my couch at 45, banjo in hand, I could feel it all. The lawnmower man brought it all back. He was trying to be Jesus. He spoke of Marion. It made me realize how much I missed them both. 5. The Harvester didn't come out again until Tuesday, and when it did, Penny Adams was on the front page, holding her right hand high and wiggling it for the camera. It was a great picture and a great article, but oddly enough, and virtually unheard of in our little town, a big, out-of-town paper actually scooped Nancy Barron's on a local story. Someone, I'm guessing it was Penny's mother, Bonnie, called the Spokane Herald, and they sent a photographer and reporter to Antioch on Thursday afternoon. The story ran in the People section of the Herald on Friday, with a color picture of Penny and Arnold Kowalski standing on either side of Father Al, and the crucifix visible on the wall behind them. But the outside news coverage didn't stop there. Reporters and producers from 3 different Spokane stations saw the Spokane Herald article on Friday morning and had their crews out to Our Lady's before 10 o'clock. Al, Penny, and Arnold posed in front of the crucifix again and did their on-camera interviews with the crucifix specially lit by TV lights. Bonnie, being Penny's mother and therefore worthy of quoting, elbowed her way into the story and got her face on television. The camera operators made sure to record the crowd of pilgrims sitting in the pews waiting for it to happen again, and also got sweeping shots of the outside of the church. When I drove by about noon, I saw the news crews still walking up and down the highway, cameras aimed at the church, the highway through town, Max, Judy's, the street signs, and any people who might happen along. Our town, even our street signs and Maud Henley walking her 3-legged toy poodle, had suddenly become interesting. But it didn't stop there. Anything interesting enough to get the attention of the Spokane Herald is interesting enough to make the wire services. That same Friday morning, major newspapers and news broadcasters all over the country were reading the wire copy, perusing the wire photos of Penny, Father, Al, Bonnie, and Arnold, and raising their eyebrows. They wanted more. The big newspapers called the Herald. The networks called their Spokane affiliates. Of course, by this time the local reporters were after sidebars and spin-offs to the core story. Sally Fordyce made the Saturday editions and the weekend television news, her story corroborated by an anonymous, silhouetted member of the local Baptist congregation, and the testimony of a police department spokesman who declined to appear on camera. By Sunday, the pilgrims coming to Our Lady's had doubled. That became a story in itself, which further increased the number of out-of-town reporters. On Sunday, all the Christians and ministers in town were gathered at their respective churches, making them easy to locate and interview on camera as their services let out. Sid Maher expressed astonishment as the reporters interviewed him standing in front of his church, while Burton Eddy at least sneered civilly as he expressed skepticism in front of his. Bob Fisher had the word of God to comfort him, and that was enough. Morgan Elliott was indignant that such a private matter would become so public. When a cameraman and reporter from Seattle came by Antioch Pentecostal Mission, Kyle didn't want to limit God, but still called for caution. Dee Baylor was waiting in the parking lot with a whole new spin-off. She had other witnesses camera ready. Blanche had video and photographs, and Adrian had written records. By 2 in the afternoon, 3 stations from the west side of the state and 2 from the east side were aiming their cameras at the clouds, while Dee provided the shape-by-shape commentary. That little twist on the story attracted more attention, which drew more pilgrims, which better filled the parking lot, all of which made it a better news story. And people did start seeing things up there. By Sunday afternoon, the Wheatland Motel had filled 8 of its 10 rooms, something Norman Dillard, the owner, hadn't seen in years. By the time a married couple and the man's brother-in-law arrived from Yakima to take the 9th room, Norman was beginning to reel off information like a tour guide. The Weeping Crucifix can be seen at Our Lady of the Fields Catholic Church up the highway, and on the left, open 24 hours. Also, I understand they're seeing Jesus in the clouds at Antioch Pentecostal Mission, 1 block over and up the hill. Well, yes, I suppose you could stand anywhere, but Antioch Mission is the traditional place to gather, and facilitators are there to answer your questions. For angels, well, that could happen anywhere, anytime. That's part of the thrill. Yes, cameras are allowed at all locations. Cloud watching will be pretty good for this afternoon, but the forecast is for decreasing clouds this evening and clear skies tomorrow, so keep that in mind as you make your plans. Just outside, an older couple Norman had never seen before halted abruptly as the wife pointed at the hedge bordering the driveway. "I see him!" The husband, somewhere near 80 and squinting through trifocals, studied the hedge. "Where?" She was digging for her palm-sized camera. Right there in those leaves," he muttered. "You're seeing things already?" She yanked him by the arm. "You have to be standing here." He stood where she put him, studied the hedge, and never got the puzzled look off his face while she snapped pictures. Norman signed in the new arrivals and gave them the key to room 9. Only 1 vacant room left, and that older couple was heading his way. This religious stuff was good for business. Jack McKinstry noticed a lot of new faces coming through Mac's supermarket as well. The news crews stopped in for crackers, chips, and soft drinks. Out-of-towners were buying whole loads of groceries, as well as film and batteries for their cameras. Others were stocking up on carry-along snacks for the vigils under the clouds or below the crucifix. He and his wife, Lindy, had little time to rest during checkouts at the cash registers. Hey, he called them. Dress up our employees like angels, you know?
Mama Sight, welcome in.
He was at cash register too. She was at
Thank
cash
you for the
register, too.
raid.
She started speaking louder so she could concentrate. 2 at
Appreciate it.
$29, $40, $3.99. And
How
then
are you?
vetoed the
I'm
idea
guessing
with her
you
eyes.
play this.
He chuckled as he counted cans of beans, sliding them along the counter with a shuffled
We
word
are
precision.
doing one of the
Maybe
dailies.
that idea was a little
So,
too daring.
I'm
The way
adding on
business
to
was
their
picking up lately, one
church
couldn't
or
be too
whatever
quick to
that
frown on
is.
new ideas. Max was
But
a
welcome
family
in.
business,
How
begun
you
by
doing?
Jack's father back when misspelling super
I
was
am
still
Salt.
clever. It wasn't a
We
large
are
place, but
listening
Jack worked hard to
to
keep pace with the
Frank,
big town
Frank
supermarkets while
Peretti's
maintaining a
The
neighborhood grocery attitude.
Visitation.
The store had 4 checkout counters
I
with
thought
one
this was going to
designated 10
be
items
like
or
a
less.
scary alien
But
invasion
laser
thing.
barcode
Turns
readers
out
were
it's
still something he
Jeebus.
only read about.
So,
The automatic doors were still activated by pressure pads instead of motion detectors.
kind of fitting
But Jack
because
saw no
that
need to
kind of
upgrade
looks
them as long
like
as they
some
worked,
kind of
and the
Gothic
customers didn't
church
mind
that they
when
gave
they
me to
left.
start with
He
a
kept the
broken
magazine
down
racked at
bridge.
each checkout with a fresh
So I made
rotation
my
of
own broken down
Cosmopolitan,
bridges,
People, and the
and
National Enquirer.
we're adding on
But
to it,
drew the line at any magazine that had to have its
complete with
cover
our little
concealed.
caretaker's
He
cottage
finally put in a video rack, but
over
only
here.
at Lindy's insistence. At heart, Jack was a grocery
I'm
man,
having
the
a
kind of guy
lot
who
of
didn't
fun
always
with
need
this.
to
This is my
bought
first week
produce from
doing
local
it,
farmers
and
and always
I
provided
am
floor space for
really,
church
really
bake sales.
enjoying it.
And that will be... He scanned the register's
It's
display.
very calming, very
$49.82.
relaxing.
He got the money, gave the customer the receipt. Ronnie, the box boy, took over. And
How
Jack
long
was
have you
free
been
from-
playing it?
Hey, Nevin, the widow called. She's wondering where you are. Nevin Sorrell, a gaunt-looking, blue-jeaned ranch
How do you
worker
say
in his
your
30s,
name?
had been waiting by
Your
the
Twitch
rental back
name?
carpet cleaners, fidgeting and fretting. He hurried forward and spoke in quick, low
Is
tones.
it
Jack, I can't find those
oh,
groceries nowhere.
mediocre.
Those 4
Oh,
sacks you
that
bought?
took me a
Yeah, they
moment
were the
to
ones. Ronnie took them out
stare
to
at
your
it.
truck. I saw that much, but they ain't there. I saw Ronnie put them
a
in.
few days after
It
it
upset
came
Nevin
out.
to have to repeat himself. They ain't there.
Yeah, it
Jack
dawned
stared.
on me as soon as I started
So,
looking at it.
what am I supposed to do? Have you seen him?
But
No, Jack was
welcome
too
in.
impatient.
Thanks for
Yeah,
stopping
I
in
saw
and
Ronnie put him in the back of
visiting
your
and
truck, and that was the last
raiding
time I saw
and
him.
bringing your
Mrs.
community
Macon is
over.
wondering where you are. She sent
I
you down here
appreciate
2
it.
hours ago, and she wants her strawberries.
Hopefully I can be
That
entertaining
was no
enough.
comfort to Nevin whatsoever.
Normally I would be
He started reliving the
playing
past 2 hours. I got in the truck, pulled out
scary
toward the maple booth. I
stories,
got sleepy. Wait, you got sleepy?
since
Yeah,
it's
I pulled
October,
over and fell
but
asleep. And when I woke up, the groceries were gone. Jack was
I
amused,
guess
even
today
as he
we're
realized
doing,
it was rude. Well, there you go.
since out Sunday,
You got
you
written
know,
off.
I guess it's okay
Nevin
that we're
stared at him
doing,
blankly, so Jack expounded. Somebody stole the
a religious
groceries while you were
book.
sawing logs.
Well, not really a religious
Nevin
book,
had a
but
hard time getting that to sink
Gothic.
in. What am I going to tell Mrs. Macon? It was becoming a fruitful day for sightings. As the number of pilgrims in town increased,
Move this
so did the
over,
sightings of
out
Jesus,
of the way.
and as more Catholics arrived, so did the Virgin Mary. It reminded me of a large-scale, grown-up
You might
Easter egg.
raid into,
Everywhere you
haven't
looked,
found a bad
folks were
streamer
scouring the
yet.
town, searching the sky, the potholes in the roads, the bark of trees, the water stains in ceiling
I am
tiles,
really,
hoping
really
to see the Savior
enjoying
or his
this.
mother looking back. Both Jesus and his earthly mother appeared
I
on the
like
back of the highway
a lot of the
sign,
mechanics
indicating
that they
how many
have for
miles it was
this
to Culver
are
City, at the junction with
fantastic.
Highway 174.
They're so
Mary did a
simple,
solo
so
appearance
easy
in the
to
growth ring
use.
pattern where a tree trimmer sawed a
The
rotting
buttons
limb
could
off the big
stand to
willow tree
be about
next to Sorrell
half of
Memorial
what they
Playground.
are, though.
The pavement
They kinda
stone, the
take
front
up a
steps
lot
of
of
the library drew attention. But
screen
Catholics and
space.
Protestants were divided as to whether it was Jesus or Mary. The most unusual sighting I heard of was the face of Jesus beckoning from the mildew on the shower tiles in room 5 at the Wheatland Motel. Norman didn't know what to do about that one, whether to clean a dirty shower or desecrate a holy shrine. As for me, I finally managed to catch John Billings at home. It turned out he had been gone most of the week, installing a sprinkler system in Missoula, Montana. "Hey, what happened to my lawn?" he asked me the moment I walked over to talk with him. It seemed the mower man only mowed the lawn until he had his talk with me. Now John had a ring of mown grass around the outside of his yard and a wide border of shaggy lawn closest to his house. "I saw a guy mowing your grass on Thursday," I said, eager to hear his reaction. John was a tough old bird in his 50s who took great pride in his yard. He was a bit miffed. "Who?" I almost answered, but then realized I didn't have an answer I could actually use. "I don't know. He didn't tell me who he was, but he was driving your snapper around the yard, cutting the grass. I thought he was working for you. He wasn't working for me." He looked around his yard in disgust. "I wouldn't hire a guy who only does half a lawn. Did he think I was going to like this?" Then he jerked his head around to look at me as if something had finally sunk in. "He was driving my mower?" I could see the snapper from where we were standing, and I pointed it out. "That one right there. On Thursday." "Yeah." "Ever seen him before? What did he look like?" Well, who he looked like would have made a better question. But I proceeded to tell John what I saw, leaving out the details of the conversation we had. I was feeling an odd mix of triumph and mystification that I tried not to show. I knew that guy was some kind of phony.
Or
If that was the case, who was
instead
it
of on the
really?
bottom, maybe along
By the
the
time
side,
Mrs. Sorrell got back to the widow Macon's
so it's not
ranch,
blocking
he was an
your
hour late
main
and carrying
work
a whole
area.
new order of groceries, paid for out of his own pocket. Being late didn't worry him too
One
much.
side or the
Mrs.
other.
Macon would scold him about
Give
it,
us a
but she would
choice.
tolerate it. Losing 4 sacks of groceries while sleeping was another matter. Mrs. Macon was wealthy, quirky,
But
and
yeah,
very particular about her cash flow. As he
I-
drove the Golden
I'm
Brown
really
pickup off
enjoying
the
it.
highway and through the ranch gate, he tried to concoct an explanation. A
I
mechanical
really am.
breakdown wouldn't work.
And
This was
I'm
the late
I'm-
Cephas Macon's truck. An immaculate
this is my
job
first
with
time
extended
doing a
cab,
daily,
custom running boards and chrome
and I
exhaust
really
steps.
like
Always kept in top
being able to
condition
do
by
the
widow
theme.
out of respect for her husband's memory.
So the broken
You
down
could say he had an old
bridge
friend,
is
got to talking and lost track
just
of time.
kind of carrying
But
it
then someone
over and
responsible.
adding on to it.
The flat tire? No.
It's a lot of
That would
fun.
mean exchanging one of the good tires for
Even
a
though it's
spare.
not
And
my
that was
idea,
too much trouble.
I can
He
add
urged some other
to someone
excuses as he
else's
drove the mile-long
just
driveway to the
random
sprawling
idea
ranch house
in
atop the
game.
rise. But none of them played out very
It's a
well.
lot of fun.
By the time he eased the big rig into
See
Mrs.
what you
Macon's
can
4-car
create
garage,
with it, you know?
he settled for no explanation at all. He was late. He was sorry. That was it. He'd bring in the groceries, apologize, and duck if he had to. He grabbed 2 sacks from the back of the truck, knocked on the rear entry door, then cracked it open. "Mrs. Macon? I'm back." Her voice came from the kitchen. "Where have you been?" He hurried through the laundry room and into the kitchen, a gorgeous, expansive facility with a virtual warehouse of cupboard and counter space and a vast
Yeah,
wall of windows
it's
offering a
fun.
panorama of the Macon
It
ranch
seems
base.
like it's a
The
lot of
moment he saw
fun
the widow
to
sitting at the enormous
take
breakfast table,
just a
the
random
first excuse
idea
he
like
rejected
they've
didn't
done
seem so outlandish.
and
You'll never guess what
add
happened.
on to
The
it.
alternator belt broke, and I had one awful time. "You don't have to explain," she said gently. She was a small woman in her late 60s, with a trim figure and white hair tucked into a comb atop her head. She was sipping her afternoon drink of blended fruit juice, a blend that was supposed to include the strawberries she'd needed but he'd lost, bought all over again and delivered late. He couldn't be sure, but the pink color of her drink sure looked like she'd found some strawberries. As she took another sip and looked out the windows, the expression on her face did not seem harsh as he expected. It actually seemed peaceful. He began to breathe easier. Well, I got the groceries. I'll bring the rest in." She gave him a puzzled look. "What did you do? Buy them again?" It was tough trying to look innocent while feeling so cornered. No, I got the groceries. I got them in the truck." She set her glass down and looked at him with her head slightly tilted, her fingers drumming her chin. "They're already in the house." His mind went blank. "Ma'am? My strawberries, my oranges, my strawberry non-fat yogurt, the pork chops, the flour, and my Knox for nails, all of it. You got it all the first time." "The first time?" "Yes.
Before you decided to take a snooze by the side of the road, remember?
She went to the double-wide refrigerator and swung the door open.
Here are all the perishables, safe and sound. No thanks to you.
It took a few seconds for Nevin to conclude that whatever cover story he'd concocted had already failed.
I didn't want to get into an accident, go off the road in Mr. Macon's truck. You might try sleeping at night?
She responded briskly.
Lucky for me, someone happened by and saw you sleeping in the truck with my perishables sitting in the back, out in the sun, about to go bad.
So he'd been caught. Worse than that. Snitched on. Who? She went to the windows and pointed.
My new hired hand.
What?
See?
Pain and
Well,
jealousy
I've got a
twisted
second
around
here and I'm
inside him,
thinking about it.
and Nevin hurried to the window.
He came to the front door with all 4 sacks in his arms and told me where he'd found you parked, snoring away while my yogurt sat in the sun. He's very sweet and conscientious.
Nevin saw the big John Deere tractor emerging from behind the horse barn, pulling a trailer of hay. What's he doing on my tractor? She cleared her throat.
On my tractor,
She corrected.
he's transferring hay to the other barn.
That was my job.
You were sleeping, Nevin.
He looked at her with horror in his eyes and a wrenching pain in his stomach. You're giving him my job?
Oh, we'll see.
She cocked her head and gave him a motherly look.
He didn't lie to me.
But I paid for him. I paid for the second load out of my own pocket. She waved her hand, not wanting to discuss it.
Give me time to think it over, Nevin. Take the day off. We'll just see how everything works out.
Before turning on his heels and getting out of there, Nevin took a long, careful look at the man he knew he would hate. The fellow was young, with black hair and a beard, dark skin, blue jeans, long-sleeved shirt, and gloves, now looking his way and giving him a friendly, gloating smile and a little wave. Later that afternoon, with just a few hours of daylight left, Norman Dillard stepped out of his motel office and checked the sky. There were a few clouds up there still, drifting like small islands in a vast sea of blue, and getting smaller and scarcer by the hour. The cloud watching at Antioch Mission might be ending soon. He removed his thick glasses and rubbed his eyes, resigning himself to the idea that he should get up to the church to see what was going on. He didn't want to. He was not a man of faith, and praise the Lord types got on his nerves, especially women having hallelujah conniptions. But he was supposed to be the knowledgeable guide who could answer questions and speak local facts. That meant he had to see the sights for himself. It was business, pure and simple. He drove the few short blocks and pulled into the church parking lot to find about 24 people gathered there, necks craned skyward, cameras ready. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, it's Mr. Dillard! A woman shouted. He winced. He could hear her shrill voice through his closed car windows. Dee Baylor and Blanche Davis were right there to greet him as he stepped out of his car. Norman, praise the Lord! Dee gushed, giving him a bear hug he wasn't expecting and couldn't wait to get out of. We were praying you'd come. Just came to check things out, he said limply. Are you ready to see Jesus? Blanche asked, pulling out some Polaroid snapshots. He tilted his head back so he could see the photos through his bifocals. See here? He's looking toward the east. Which way is east? I mean, in the picture. Blanche tilted the picture this way and that, and finally decided, this way. Now you can see his nose right there. Mm-hmm. His agreement was less than enthusiastic. You can believe, Norman, Dee said reassuringly. Just put your doubt aside, and you'll be amazed at what you'll discover. He shied away, turning his attention, and hopefully theirs, to one lonely cloud passing over. So, you're the facilitators, right? Just how does one go about this? What do you have to do? Just yield to the Spirit, Dee told him. Let God open your eyes and speak through his creation. The firmament showeth his handiwork, Blanche added. Norman walked toward the front of the parking lot where people were standing about in couples and clusters, some singing softly, some praying, some counting rosary beads, all of them watching that one cloud approaching. He came upon the elderly couple who first discovered the face of the Lord in the hedge outside his office. They were sitting in folding lawn chairs with their heads resting back on inflatable neck pillows.
She pointed. Here comes another cloud, Melvin. Her husband did not respond, but appeared to be praying. Then Norman heard a short little snore. The married couple and the brother-in-law from Yakima quietly began to sing, How Great Thou Art, and others picked up the tune. Behind Norman, a rotund man with a Seahawks cap sang the words in a clear tenor voice, holding his small wife close to his side. To Norman's left, two couples he recognized as local residents added harmony as they sat on lawn chairs in the back of a pickup. To his right, a Hispanic family of parents, grandparents, and children huddled together on the church lawn, singing when they knew the words and humming when they didn't. Norman had to admit it sounded good, and as he stood in the middle of the music and watched the solitary cloud passing overhead, it even felt good. This was a nice place to be. It was sweet, peaceful, and enjoyable. It would be easy to send people up here who were inclined toward this sort of thing. Definitely good for business. Norman removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. It had been a long day, and he was getting tired. He felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Dee Baylor. How are your eyes, Norman? Oh, about as bad as usual, he answered. He'd never been very happy about his poor eyesight and the thick glasses he had to wear. This is a place where God speaks through the eyes. I think he wants to heal you. He rolled his eyes. Hey, come on now. I really think he does. That would be quite a trick. Why don't you just take those glasses off and see? See what? Go on, take them off. Well, it wouldn't be good business to have Dee and the others mad at him. He removed his glasses and gave his eyes a little rub out of habit. Now just look at the sky, Norman, and let God speak to your eyes. He directed his gaze upward, but saw exactly what he expected. A vast blue blur. If God was speaking, he was mumbling. What do you see? Blanche asked. I see a blur. No! Dee corrected. You have to speak your healing. Say you can see. He looked at her. She looks better, he thought. I beg your pardon? Believe you can see, and you will. He looked at the sky again because he didn't want to look at her. He was trying to think of a way out of this. Blanche coached him. Say you can see. He was incredulous. Say what? Say, I can see. I can see. Say it until you believe it, said Dee. He laughed nervously. Ladies, we could be here a long time. We have all night. He fumbled, fumed, and finally put his glasses on. Well, I'm sorry. I really do apologize, but I don't have all night. I have to get back to the motel and run my business. That's all right. Baby steps, Norman. One little step at a time, said Blanche. He smiled at them and hurried back to his car before he said something unkind. Once he got the door closed and drove away, he did say it. And he believed it, too. He kept on saying it and believing it all the way back to the motel, gesturing wildly, wagging his head, addressing his reflection in the rearview mirror. Those people up there were crazy. They were an embarrassment, fanatics. He was amazed they were allowed to roam freely about the town. People were traveling from far and wide for this. Yes, Norman, and staying in your motel, he reminded himself. By the time he got back to his office, he'd taken some baby steps toward getting used to the whole idea. Matt Kiley had no intention of getting used to it. Monday morning, when I stopped at his hardware store for some molly screws, he was still fuming about a visit he'd had from some crucifix washers. I told him to spend some money or get out of here, he said, propelling his wheelchair down the aisle where he stocked all his fasteners. He was still disgruntled. If they can't cope with it, that's their problem. I cope with it because I have to, and I'm not asking for any favors. What are you hanging anyway? Matt was a decorated Vietnam vet. He was proud of that, and I was proud of him. He still wore camouflage fatigues around the store when he felt like it, flew a flag over his front entrance, and kept a POW MIA poster on the wall behind his cash register. I never found him overly rude or obnoxious, but he was crusty, no doubt about that. In his younger days, he'd come out the winner in quite a few rib and nose breakers down at Judy's. The other guy's ribs and nose, not his. In Vietnam, he dispatched his share of Viet Cong,
and taken more than his share of risks for his buddies before a sniper put a bullet through his spine. Now, running his hardware store from his chair, he wasn't bitter about the war or about his injury. He just didn't like people fussing about it. Some more shelves in the bedroom, I told him. A lot of heavy stuff. Got a stud finder? No, but you can sell me one. I'll do that. Anchored to all the studs you can find. And here, these mollies will do the trick through the drywall. He pointed them out to me, and I grabbed as many from the little drawer as I thought I would need. Matt had 4 employees to do most of the stocking and high reaching, but customers helped by Matt were often responsible for reaching any items Matt couldn't. We headed up the aisle. They were all hot to trot. Matt, you gotta come down to Our Ladies so you can walk again. He abruptly turned left. Stud finder. Magnetic or fancy? Depends on how much they cost. He kept wheeling along, perfectly at home with every square inch of this place. Like all I have to do is look up at that crucifix and believe, and that'll do it. Trav, you know what it's like. I've had crackpots before try to get me to walk. He quickly added, well, not all of them are crackpots. You know what I mean. Sure. There's just some people who can't leave it alone. That's all I'm saying. I know what you mean. Yeah, sure you do. You've been there. He grabbed a stud finder off a tool rack. These are fun. You slide it along the wall and watch the little lights come on. I checked the price. I figured I could swing it. Great. I followed him as he wheeled toward the front, executing snappy turns around corners and past merchandise. He rang up my purchase at a cash register built on a lower shelf just for his use. I paid him, he threw my goods into a sack, and then stopped to ponder. Funny. I made some friends at the VA hospital. I've met some other folks in wheelchairs, and we got along fine. They never told me to go down and look at some crucifix, or wash in some special kind of water, or say some kind of magic prayer words. It's always the walkers who know what you need. Our eyes met. We understood each other. It's always the walkers who know what you need. Matt Kiley's words, his cynical wisdom born of experience, haunted me for the rest of the day. Yes, I understood. I had been there. I just didn't want to go back again. 6. I was 17 the year my father took a hiatus from the ministry and relocated the family from Seattle to a small, almost non-town on an island in Puget Sound. Back in Seattle, we had a great church with great worship and a great youth program. I had a girlfriend. I was a junior at the high school my brother and sister and several uncles had attended, and had school spirit that bordered on pathological. I had some friends at that school. It had taken me long enough to make them. Then we moved, and I began my senior year in a rundown, fund-hungry high school with caved-in lockers, sagging floors, and 300 total strangers. Like any plant torn up by the roots, I didn't take well to the transplant. I used to have the acceptance of my peers, and now I couldn't be sure I even had peers. I used to be part of something, but now I was an outsider. I was in pain. I was lost. Lost, and absolutely certain that it couldn't be right, much less the will of God. You see, I knew God back then. I knew exactly what he expected from me, and what I could expect from him. I'd grown up attending the Albright Gospel Tabernacle, a Pentecostal mission church in Seattle's Rainier Valley. And when we gathered for worship, we always counted on God's tangible presence. We felt no qualms about calling out to him aloud, right from our pews, right when we felt the need or the unction. We heard from God regularly in prophetic utterances that usually began with, "Oh, my people," and admonitions that usually began with, "I hear the Lord saying." We prayed for the sick and expected they would get well. Dad preached the word of the Lord from the pulpit, and we worked it in at the altar afterward. Our sessions at the altar were usually noisy, often tearful, and altogether glorious. I couldn't tell you now how much of the commotion was due to the Holy Spirit and how much was simple Pentecostal fervor, but I know I did precious business with God in that place. I got saved in that church when I was 8 years old. Being Pentecostal, I received the baptism in the Holy Spirit in that church when I was 12, kneeling at that wooden rail with my head on my coat sleeve until the pattern was pressed into my face. Over the years, I dedicated and rededicated myself to the Lord's service, repented, praised, confessed, and petitioned, all from that little brick building in Rainier Valley. That was where I knew God. But Dad was tired, Mom was unhappy, and the family needed a change. So Dad quit preaching and we moved. The church we found on the island was restful, you might say. Kind of like a stalled car. These folks didn't smile much, sang all possible verses of really slow hymns, and absolutely, positively never, ever clapped. As far as I could discern, God was not expected to move, speak, or convict. He was expected to follow the printed order of service and keep quiet like everyone else. There was never an altar call after the service. Instead, people worked the sermon out of their memories over coffee, cookies, and idle chatter in the basement. I was 17, living in a strange new place, enrolled in a school that felt foreign, and attending a church dedicated to deadness, which made me a prime target for the Kenyon Bannister movement. David Kenyon, a fellow senior I got to know in art class, pinned me down one day. "Hey, are you a Christian?" "Sure." "Spirit-filled?" "Yeah." "Speak in tongues?" "Yeah." He extended his hand and we shook. I knew it. I just knew it. It had been a while since I'd met anyone excited about what God was doing. So while I worked on a sculpture and he worked on an oil painting, David talked and I listened. "The Holy Spirit's moving," he said. "Just blows my mind what God's doing. I had a real confrontation with a demon yesterday. I think he knew we were moving into Satan's territory. We had a prophecy last week, and God told us to get our act together, get off the acid and grass, and get high on Jesus. He was talking right to some of the group, and it really shook them up." He started naming kids in school I'd known of, but didn't know. Bernadette Jones. Wow. She'd always impressed me as being tough and unapproachable. She had a crusty mouth when she could get away with it and never missed a chance for a smoke. Carla Dickens. I knew of her from drama class. It seemed every skit she did had something to do with marijuana. Andy Smith, very musical, had a rock band and was already working on a symphony. Clay Olson. No. I couldn't think of a face to go with the name. Benny Taylor. I didn't know him at all, except that he was one guy in school who had more pimples than me. Amber Carr. A quiet girl from drama class. I always liked her long brown hair. Harold Martin. What?
Oh,
The
terrible
guy was a
posture.
creative genius, but he lived and breathed the Doors, and always played knife-wielding psychotics in drama class. He named about 5 more. They were all strangers to me, but that wouldn't be the case for long. During lunch period, David introduced me to every Christian he could find. "Hey, guess who's a spirit-filled Christian?" Bernadette Jones looked up from her fruit salad. "You're kidding." "Hey, Andy, guess who's a spirit-filled Christian?" Andy Smith looked up from a copy of The Hobbit. "Well, praise God." "Hey, Amber, guess who's a spirit-filled Christian?" Amber Carr pulled her long hair away from her face and smiled at me. "Wow, that's really nice." Clay Olson was 18, but seemed older, wiser, too cool to be in high school. He shook my hand. "Great to have you on board." Benny Taylor not only had more pimples than me, he had more brains, at least as far as math was concerned. "God bless you." Harold Martin, who looked like he'd spent the night in a ditch, stared up at me blankly for a second or two. "It's a heavy trip, isn't it?" Carla Dickens, blonde, bespectacled, and jolly, shook my hand and giggled. "I sort of figured," she said. I learned that this particular move of God centered around the Kenyon home on Wednesday nights, and the next Wednesday night, I was there to see it for myself. I wasn't disappointed. I could tell this was going to be good stuff, powerful stuff, the kind of thing I grew up with and needed more of. The cozy living room became even cozier as more than a dozen high schoolers filled the couches, the chairs, and several cushions on the floor. Mrs. Kenyon led the meeting, sitting in her big stuffed chair in the corner. She was a pleasant, conversational lady, short in stature and beyond rotund, wearing a loose tent-like dress and slippers she didn't have to tie. Mr. Kenyon was quite blessed himself, sitting across the room with arms folded over his expansive paunch. David, Carla, and Andy had guitars, and we wasted no time launching into some praise songs. Clapping. That's right, clapping. And getting into Jesus. We sang songs like,
Getting into
thank you,
Jesus.
Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus in my heart. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus in my heart. That song must have taken the composer months to write, but I learned it the first time through. The next one was a little tougher. You gotta move when the Spirit says to move. Oh Lord, you gotta move when the Spirit says to move. When the Spirit says move, you gotta move, oh Lord. You gotta move when the Spirit says to move. Then we replaced the word move with dance, sing, pray, shout, preach, kneel, and anything else that came to mind, and sang the whole thing again. This was an easy song to wear out. After several songs, when things got cooking and the joy was just right, Mrs. Kenyon lifted her hands and started speaking in tongues, and that was everyone's cue. All around the room, hands went up like blooming plants and tongues started fluttering, making all nature of sounds with a commonality of rapid, repeated phrases, rolled R's and stuttered T's and D's. David was the loudest and maybe the fastest, speaking phrases that sounded like a dirt bike downshifting. Harold stood with arms outstretched and eyes a little buggy, rolling his R's on a long string of rah-rahs. Amber wasn't saying much at all, just standing there with her palms upward, looking sweet. Benny Taylor could have been addressing invisible troops like Patton, the way he was barking phrases and throwing in an occasional clap for emphasis. I'll be honest, it was clamorous. This was not a convenient time to hear yourself think or compose a prayer of any substance. But that was okay. We didn't have to pray with understanding, because we were praying in the Spirit, and I was right in the middle of it. Then Mrs. Kenyon called out in a bold, loud voice, "My children!" Then we all fell quiet, our eyes closed prayerfully. I knew from my upbringing that an opening such as "My children, my people, thus saith the Lord," or "I am here," meant the start of a prophecy. This was God talking. Mrs. Kenyon continued, "Surely I have heard thy praises, and I received them as a sweet-smelling savor. Continue to praise me, and I will walk in your midst. Drink of my spirit, and I shall grant you a mighty increase on this island." She went on like that, delivering words of encouragement as we thanked God quietly but audibly and praised him for speaking to us. Then Clay Olson gave a prophecy much like Mrs. Kenyon's, which really made my evening. I always thought this guy was so cool and sober about life, and now here he was yielding and being used by God. Would wonders never cease? By the time the meeting was over, we'd just about done it all. We had opened the Word, prayed for the sick, shared testimonies, even laid hands on some new kids so they could get the baptism like the rest of us. By the time I walked out of that house, I was reeling with ecstasy, and my emotions were in wondrous healing reversal. Regret had turned to joy. Perplexity had turned to understanding. Loneliness had vanished. I was home. I belonged. Hallelujah, I kept saying, hugging everybody. Hallelujah. For the first time, I was glad to be exactly where I was. God had a plan all along. He brought me here to find this bunch, to be a part of this mighty outpouring. But I had to stretch my thinking a little. At the Albright Gospel Tabernacle, being a Christian meant you didn't smoke. When we were kids, we even equated condemning tobacco with preaching the gospel. Mom, I witnessed to Robbie today. I told him we don't smoke. Well, not only did Bernadette, Harold, Carla, and Andy smoke, Mr. and Mrs. Kenyon smoked as well. In fact, the moment we said amen to the closing prayer, she grabbed her pack and her lighter and started pulling down smoke like she was making up for lost time. I think she noticed my discomfort. Between puffs, she let me know it was something she would be giving up in the Lord's time. The Lord had given her a vision about it. I saw a huge garden full of weeds, and I saw the weeds being plucked out around the outside of the garden, and then more weeds being pulled farther in toward the center.
and in the very center of the garden was a big cigarette stuck in the ground, and the Lord said, "This is the garden of your life. I'm going to start pulling weeds, working from the outside in. And after I take care of these other weeds in your life, I'll take care of this weed too." She laughed at the pun. The Lord called it a weed. He really has a sense of humor. Then she added as she crushed out a spent cigarette and lit another, "But praise is the answer. God is perfecting things, and all we have to do is praise. Every Wednesday night there's someone new at the door, and we just pray and praise them in." And that's what we did, week after week, Wednesday after Wednesday, all through the fall and into the winter of my senior year. Every Sunday I sat in the quaint little quiet church, and I admit I got good preaching and teaching there, good meat and potatoes. But for spice, for energy, for a spoonful of Pentecost brewing, I made it to the Kenyons and hung together with my on-fire buddies at school. We witnessed around the school, got into religious arguments with other students and sometimes our teachers. We won a few, lost a few. We developed a reputation, of course. But when people saw that Christianity was okay for guys like David, Benny, and Clay, they weren't so quick to say it was only for kooks like Andy and Harold. Things were going great. Pretty much. Harold became a puzzle to me. I vividly remember the cold Wednesday night in November when he and I stepped outside so he could have a cigarette and we could talk. It was a rule at the Kenyons, no smoking during the meetings, and only Mr. and Mrs. Kenyon could light up in the house afterward. We stood out in the yard. It was dark and there was a cold drizzle. Harold hunched his shoulders and kept one hand jammed in his overcoat pocket as he used the other to hold his glowing cigarette. I could barely see him. "Ever smoke pot?" he asked me. "No. You ought to try it. I can get you some." My answer came out half-hearted because he'd thrown me off balance. "Well, no, I don't need that stuff. Fair is fair. I came over to your side and gave the Holy Spirit a try. I got high your way. You need to see what marijuana's like. You'd be getting high my way. See what I mean? Harold, I really didn't want to become some kind of parent to this guy. Smoking pot is wrong. It's against the law. Man's law. God gave us pot. It's a gift from him. You need to try it. If you love God, if you love me, you should try it. You can't say something's wrong if you haven't even tried it." I couldn't think of what to say. Fair is fair, right? He repeated. I don't remember how the conversation ended. I only remember that it ended quickly, and I went home to brood about it. I'd seen Harold at almost every meeting, singing the songs, raising his hands, and doing his rah-rahs. I didn't get it. But God was moving, and he would perfect things in time. David loved to talk about demons. No one else ever saw them, but David saw them all the time. "Man, I had a scary experience with a demon yesterday. I saw a demon on Mr. Carno's desk. She has a demon. Sometimes I can see it, looking out through her eyes. Last night a demon came right through the window and sat on my bedpost looking at me. There were 2 demons sitting up in that tree today. I think they're looking for somebody." He'd point them out to me. He'd even draw them, and he was so casual about it. I would have been scared spitless, but he just gave us a daily update as calmly as reporting the weather. I was present at a meal when he told his folks about another incident, but they only listened, praised the Lord, and went on eating. I finally figured it was his unique gift from the Lord, the discerning of spirits. I wasn't sure what good it was doing him or any of us, but I still had much to learn. Andy Smith kept running his car on empty in full assurance and faith that the Lord would multiply his mileage. I had to bring him a can of gas a few times so he could get his car off the highway into a gas station. I guess that made me the tool in God's hands to honor Andy's faith. Well, it worked. He got some gas out of the deal. Carla converted about 20 kids in just one day. All they had to do, she told them, was say Jesus out loud, and they would be calling on the name of the Lord, and that meant they would be saved. What could be easier? Mrs. Kenyon had a friend, Mrs. Bannister, who began to frequent our meetings and even take leadership. Mrs. Bannister was a normal-looking homemaker in tennis shoes, but she was also a prophetess, just like in the book of Acts, and could tell you God's answer to most any question. Bernadette asked if she should continue going with some non-Christian guy named Barry, and Mrs. Bannister said it was the Lord's will, because Bernadette would win him to the Lord, and they would further his kingdom together. Clay asked her if he would pass his U.S. government final, and she said he would, and he did. One evening, Mrs. Bannister addressed the whole smoking issue by telling us about the vision she'd had regarding Mrs. Kenyon's cigarette habit, the vision of the garden full of weeds with the big cigarette growing in the middle. It made me wonder which lady actually had the vision, but I didn't push it. Somebody had the vision, and that was good enough for me. On another evening, Mrs. Bannister laid hands on Mr. Kenyon and appointed him bishop of the island. She didn't say what that was supposed to mean or what Mr. Kenyon was supposed to do, but okay, he was bishop of the island. The Kenyons and Bannisters would often visit a large church in Seattle to pick up new ideas on prayer, praise, and gifts of the Spirit. But neither family was regularly committed to any church. They met with other adults on Sunday mornings, either in their home or over at the Bannisters' place, and the meetings were much the same as the ones on Wednesdays. It was a whole new concept for me. Their way of dealing with problems was a new concept as well. Once a doctrinal conflict flared up at a Wednesday meeting, the old dispute between once saved, always saved, and stay holy or else. A newcomer from the stay holy or else camp started arguing that we'd better get holy or God would deal with us. I was from a strict Pentecostal background, so he made sense to me. Considering the smoking, crusty language, and romantic indulgences going on in the group, I was glad he brought it up. We did not discuss the matter. Neither Mrs. Kenyon nor Mrs. Bannister would allow it. Instead, the two ladies broke into their heavenly languages, encouraged us to do the same, and filibustered in the Spirit until the problem went away. Specifically, the newcomer let it go, held his peace, and never came back. I can't say he would have felt welcome if he did. Praise was the answer, moving in the Spirit, praying in our heavenly languages. Through these things, God would perfect us. God had a plan, and we were at the center of it. As for the rest of the churches on the island, they'd better get on board or fall behind. But there was an enemy, lurking outside the walls of the Kenyon home, just beyond the safe cocoon of our joy. A question kept occurring to me, but I dared not speak it, perhaps for fear that even Mrs. Bannister wouldn't have an answer. I know I turned away from it, blaming the very thought of it on the devil. God would perfect this too, I kept telling myself. God will speak and move, and someone will come up with something. Until then, don't talk about it. Don't let it in. But I could hear the question, rapping at the windows, scratching at the door, constantly whispering, "I'm still here." It lived out in the everyday world where cars break down, children fall from their bicycles, and parents get into fights. It hovered behind the big plastic jar on the checkout counter at the grocery store, the jar with the slot in top and all the small bills and change inside. Atop the jar was a small sign asking for help, and a photo of a little girl with crutches and braces on her legs. It leaped at me mockingly from between the lines as I heard about a school chum's mother. She had brain cancer, and the doctors didn't expect her to live. It rode on the wheelchair of Tim Ford, a young man at our church with multiple sclerosis. His parents had taken him to traveling healers and miracle evangelists, but still he could not walk. They requested prayer for his healing so often that their request should have earned a permanent slot in the printed order of the service. Tim was 16 now, and virtually helpless, and they could not rest, could not feel complete until God answered their prayers. One Sunday morning, while the people sang the hymns, the pastor gave the announcements, and the church service plodded along at its customary cadence. I sat quietly in my pew, oblivious to it all, secretly laboring over the question. Must this be? What was still broken, still wrong with this world God had made? What were we leaving undone? How could this enemy, this
pain and suffering and sickness still be hanging around when God was so powerful and his work so complete? Maybe it was our fault. Christians today were spoiled from materialism and having it easy. We had no faith. If we truly had faith, we wouldn't be such helpless victims in an imperfect world. God could work through us to change things. We could be victorious. Help me to have faith, I prayed. Dear Lord, help my unbelief. A thought flashed through my mind. Huh? What was that? Run that by me again. The pastor's lips were moving, but I didn't hear his words. I was having a revelation. Of course, God wanted to change things. It was God who was troubling my spirit right now, letting the question nag at me. He was trying to get through to me, shake me up, and get me seeking his face for a resolution. He wanted me to do something about it. Hope began to swell within me. Maybe this was God's plan all along. Maybe God was granting me a heart of compassion for the suffering so I could do something about it. I looked down at my hands. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. I determined at that moment that I would begin a fast. I would pray, fast, and seek God. I had just turned 18, and things can develop quickly when you're young. I began my fast on Sunday, and by Tuesday, I'd heard from God and could eat again. I had the gift of healing. I believed it, and that was all there was to it. By his stripes we are healed. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. The prayer of faith will save the sick, and the Lord will raise him up. This was my world now. This was my life, my truth, my calling. When I passed by the plastic jar in the grocery store with the picture of the little girl in braces, I thought, no more. It won't have to be this way. I laid a hand on that jar and silently prayed for that child, allowing myself to think and believe nothing other than the child would be healed right then and there. I saw an older man out in the parking lot of the store, coughing violently as he tried to climb into his truck. I could lay hands on him, I thought. I could heal him. I was immediately timid and nervous. Instead, I prayed for him silently, remotely. God would hear my prayer. I thought of the hospitals that would no longer be needed, and the crutches that could be burned. I thought of the wondrous revival that would sweep the island and then the rest of the country, because God was going to fix that one thing still wrong with the world. It was such a wonderful hope, such a giddy elation. I was looking forward to Wednesday night. At the Kenyans on Wednesday night, we sang our songs, praised the Lord in a noisy, joyous circle, and then had our time of sharing. Clay shared about a friend he'd been witnessing to who was still holding back, but God was working on him. The ferry dock hill was icy, but Clay prayed for his car while his friend watched, and then Clay made it up the hill. The skeptic friend tried it, and his car came to a pitiful wheel-spinning stop only halfway up. We laughed, cheered, and praised the Lord for such a direct demonstration of his power. Amber had been witnessing to her friend Liz, and tonight Liz was there to observe. Mrs. Kenyon emphasized how getting high on Jesus was better than any drugs, and if there was any doubt in Liz's mind, she should just try it. Instead of LSD, try some PTL, she said. And we all laughed. I raised my hand, and then shared my journey of the past several days, how I'd been chased by the big ugly question, until I finally confronted it in church on Sunday. I shared the illumination I received, the knowledge from the Spirit that God was speaking to me, shaking me up, giving me a heart for the sick and suffering. Then, feeling humbled by it all, and trembling a bit from nervousness, I said, I think God has given me the gift of healing. Praise the Lord, said Mrs. Kenyon as praises, sighs of joy, and claps went around the room. I could see in their faces that they had wondered about the question also. Andy spoke up. I'd like healing. I've had diabetes since I was a little kid. I sat there, not sure what to do. Clay exclaimed, Step right up, and put his chair out in the middle of the room as everyone cheered. With anticipation and maybe a little bit of sheepishness, Andy rose, went to the chair, and sat down. The others gathered around as I took my place directly in front of Andy. This was it. I knew I had faith. A doubt sneaked up on me. No, go away, no doubt, no doubt. Only believe. God has spoken to me. I've hashed it all out with him, and he has called me to pray for the sick. By his stripes we are healed. The effective, fervent prayer of a righteous man can avail much. The prayers, praises, and tongues began, and I joined in, preparing myself, working out the doubt, working up the faith. And now, I said loudly, and all the prayer and praise fell to a low buzz of anticipation. I placed my hands on either side of Andy's head and spoke my prayer with authority. We come against this diabetes in the name of Jesus. Andy, in the name of Jesus, be healed! And then I started to shake. I didn't know if it was I doing it or the Lord, but my arms were twitching and quivering as I held onto Andy's head. The kids around me were getting excited. Andy sat there with his eyes closed in prayer, his hands clasped in his lap. The praise raised in intensity. Hands went up, tongues started rolling. Clay agreed with me aloud, not asking, but demanding healing in the name of Jesus. This went on. Then it went on some more, and I just kept shaking. Finally, when we all felt we'd done enough, our prayers subsided, the noise died down, and we rested. I removed my hands and opened my eyes. Andy sat there motionless, dazed, staring ahead. Nobody said a word. "You okay, Andy?" Bernadette asked. He didn't answer. He only got up slowly, shakily, and returned to his seat. Everyone had a strong impression that something had happened. Bernadette put an arm around him. David patted him on the shoulder and said, "You healed, buddy. You're going to be all right." "Let's thank the Lord," said Mrs. Kenyon, and we praised him again. Carla spoke up. "I'd like a prayer for my eyes. I'm nearsighted, and I hate having to wear these stupid glasses." "Get up there," said Amber, indicating the chair in the center of the room, the hot seat. I laid my hands on Carla's head, and we did the whole thing again, shaking, praising, praying, demanding, and ordering that nearsightedness out of her. When we were finished, Carla took her place again and removed her glasses. No one asked her how things looked. A song started, and we all sang. I sat down, strangely glad it was over. But I did hear Carla tell Amber that nothing had changed. "Just give it time," said Amber. "God will accomplish it." 7. Round and round, water sloshing, suds swirling, a steady rhythm of gush hiss, gush hiss, gush hiss. It wasn't that boring a show, Norman Dillard thought, especially if you placed bets on which garment would flop against the glass on the next tumble, the red shirt or the pair of jeans. Sitting here in the laundromat was actually a welcome break. The motel had been so busy over the weekend that he and Mona had to take turns sleeping and eating to handle the flow of guests and the calls from those still coming. Mona was running the motel's washing machines full-time to handle the used linens from all 10 rooms. So here Norman sat, enjoying a little escape on a Monday morning, watching his and Mona's clothes tumble round and round. As far back as he could remember, he'd never been squeezed out of his own washing machines. It was a nice problem to have. And this time it'll be the jeans. Come on, baby, come on, let's see those jeans. Yes, we have a winner! He was thinking about the sightings, the pilgrims, the clouds, and the faces everywhere, all the craziness of it. It made him sigh and give his head a little wag. Why couldn't it have been UFOs and ETs, some real sightings and real contacts? That would have been exciting, and believable too. Religious stuff was hard to get excited about when he didn't believe it. Well, that doesn't matter. He reminded himself, what matters is business. The motel needed a whole new paint job, some upgrades on the plumbing, some rewiring. The sign out front needed several bulbs replaced. The grounds needed grooming, planting, and fertilizing. The rooms, oh, those poor, pitiful rooms, needed new wallpaper, carpets, fixtures, everything. All of this stuff was important if he was going to attract guests. But the bank saw no future for a motel in a town like Antioch. And there had never been enough guests to pay for the improvements so he could attract more guests. But now things were different. People were coming to see Jesus in the clouds and in the hedges, and even in the mildew on the shower tiles. Norman laughed, slapping his knee. As silly as it was sweet, wonderful business. He'd waited a long time for this. There went the jeans again, flopping past the glass, right past the face of Jesus. Norman froze. He couldn't really be seeing this. He leaned forward, staring at the glass porthole on the front of the machine. The clothes and suds inside were still tumbling over and over, but the face remained on the glass, looking at him. He could see dark hair parted down the middle and falling almost to the shoulders. A beard, a white tunic. He'd seen pictures. He knew the standard configuration. Hypnotic suggestion, he thought. All this talk around town is getting to me. He leaned to the left, watching his own countenance move to the left and then pass in front of the Jesus face, obscuring it. It was a reflection of something behind him. He jumped up quickly and nearly knocked over his chair. A man stood there, leaning on a row of top-loading washers, smiling back at him. With his hair, his beard, and that loose-fitting, long-sleeved, open-neck white shirt, he was a dead ringer for him. Norman got over his shock, and then he started laughing. Oh, man, that was good. The man laughed, too, almost as loudly as Norman, showing a pearly white grin. Norman felt he'd better explain. You know what's been going on around here, right? Oh, yeah. The man nodded. Norman pointed at the washing machine. I was watching my laundry, and all of a sudden I see your face in the glass. He burst out laughing again, and could hardly finish the sentence. And I thought, hey, has anybody ever told you you look just like Jesus? I've been told that. Oh, man, you had me going. You had me going. He wiped tears from his eyes. Wait till I tell Mona. The man wiggled his index finger in Norman's direction. Nice glasses. Huh? The glasses. Nice glasses. Norman sneered. Yeah, for Boy Scouts starting fires. My eyes aren't very good. May I see them? Norman took them off, and the world became a blur. The man by the washers, a dark-topped smudge above a smudge of white. He extended the glasses and saw the smudge reach out to take them. Their hands touched. There was a tingle. Norman stumbled. Oops. He put out his hand to catch himself. He blinked. His hand was perfectly clear, as was the chair he was leaning on. Had he put his glasses on? He looked up. He could make out every detail of the man's face, every hair of his beard, the depth of the dark brown eyes. And the man who looked like Jesus was holding Norman's glasses. Can you see okay? Norman looked and saw and replied with wonder. Yeah, good. The man folded Norman's glasses, set them on a washer, and turned for the door. Hey, wait, what did you do? How'd you do that? The man only looked back once, smiled, and gave Norman a little wave. Then he went out the door and was gone. Norman blinked several times, then rubbed his eyes. What had happened? What was this? He looked up and could read the instructions on the washing machine. He could clearly make out the reverse-painted hours on the glass of the front door. What was the trick? He felt all over his face for some kind of device. Nothing. He reached for his glasses, unfolded them, and put them on. The prescription was so strong and the image so distorted it made his eyes water. He took them off, and the world was crystal clear again. Jesus, he thought, not swearing.
It's Jeebus.
He'd read the paper. He knew what the angels had been saying. Had it really happened? Was this a sighting like the others? No. It was more than that. A lot more. If it had really happened. He looked every direction, gawking at what he could see with no lenses before his eyes. The prices on the wall, the selections in the candy machine, the pattern of the linoleum. Old Mrs. Tobin came in, her same crabby self, and found his stare offensive.
What are you gawking at?
"You look beautiful," he exclaimed.
Yeah, well, put your glasses on.
He giggled with glee. "They are on. I mean, it's like they're on, but they aren't. I can see you. I can see everything. It's a miracle, that's what it is." She put out her hand.
Stay away from me.
He ran to the door and burst out of the building. The whole beautiful, clear as a bell town of Antioch lay before him. He clasped his hands to the sides of his head, crazy with joy and amazement. He was staggering, stumbling, turning in every direction. He could read anything and everything. VCRs repaired. Main Street 200. In loving memory of John Nathan Anderson, husband, father, and friend. No parking within 20 feet. Kiley's Hardware. Hey, his friend, Matt Kiley. Matt had to see this. What am I talking about? Matt seeing this? I'm the one who can see. This is incredible. He ran across the street and burst through the door. Matt, you won't believe it. I can see. Matt was standing behind the counter, his hands resting gently on the cash register to steady himself. He was trembling, gasping in shock and disbelief, his eyes darting everywhere. A few feet away, his wheelchair stood empty. Bev Parsons, an employee, came out of aisle 2 with a question. "Matt, we don't have enough." Her hand flew over her mouth. Norman touched Matt's shoulder. You're... He stopped. "He was here, wasn't he? You saw him?" Matt just nodded. Yeah. A guy with long hair and a beard." Norman squealed, his face red with excitement. "It was Jesus!" "Jesus?"
It was Jeebus.
Matt scowled. "You're crazy. You're standing. Get a clue." "I'm standing," Matt admitted. "You're standing." Now Bev's hand was over her heart. What do you do? Norman urged. Matt lifted one hand from the counter. His legs were steady under him. He reached toward the shelves behind him, reenacting the event as he described it. "He came up here and told me he wanted a screwdriver set. You know, these little jeweler's screwdrivers." Yeah? I said, "Go ahead and grab one and I'll ring you up." And he said, "Grab 'em yourself." And then he poked me with his finger. Norman slapped the counter. "And I did?" said Matt. "I wasn't thinking, you know." He was recovering from his shock. His voice was getting stronger. He was beginning to believe it. "I stood up. I got up out of the wheelchair and I grabbed the screwdrivers." By now he shouted it. "I grabbed the screwdrivers! I grabbed them!" Norman shook Matt by both shoulders. "Look at me, Matt. You see any glasses? You see any? No glasses, Matt. I can see everything." His eyes fell on a pen on the counter. Pilot Precise V7 fine rolling ball. See that? I can read it right where it is. Then it occurred to him. Where'd he go? Matt looked around. I don't know. He looked at Bev. She just shook her head, still staring. Norman was desperate. Where'd he go? Which way? Matt shrugged. I don't know. He paid for the screwdrivers and he left. Come on, we gotta find him. Matt looked at the floor stretched out so far below him. Come on, you can walk. Matt put his hand on the counter and extended his right foot. It came to rest a short step away. Yeah, sure. He remembered what this felt like. He'd done it before. He could do it. He did it. First another step, then another, then two more, and then he was walking around the counter, out into the store, past the rakes and line trimmers, past the stacks of lawn fertilizer. By now he was jumping a little, flexing his knees. He danced a little jig, and Norman went crazy. They bolted out of the store, Norman reading every sign he saw, Matt hopping, skipping, turning circles, the two of them laughing like idiots. They encountered a stranger and his wife. Both had cameras. Have you seen Jesus around? Norman pleaded. Their eyes got wide. No, said the man. Have you seen him? Matt and Norman looked at each other. They started laughing, and Matt started dancing. "Oh, have we?" said Norman. At the Fordyce home, Meg heard Sally answer the phone, gasp, squeal some unintelligible questions, gasp some more, and then run out the front door. It happened so suddenly and loudly that it scared Meg. She ran into the living room and found the receiver dangling off the table and the front door still open. Something terrible must be happening, she thought. "Sally?" By the time she got to the front door, Sally was in the car and pulling out onto Highway 9, headed for Antioch. "Sally?" A wildfire had begun in Antioch. The first spark ignited in the laundromat, then spread to Kylie's Hardware, and from there into the street. First 2 visitors heard, then 4 more, then 3 customers at Anderson's Furniture and Appliance. Norman waved down a carload of visitors from Moses Lake and told them. Then the pilgrims at Our Lady's heard about it, followed by the cloud watchers who presently had no clouds to watch. Pagers began beeping, phones began ringing, and up and down the street, through the storefronts and back into the neighborhoods, the fire spread. "He has been seen. Have you seen him? Where is he?" Brett Henkel got the call he'd been wanting ever since this weird stuff began. Jesus had shown up at Kylie's Hardware, the caller said. "Yeah," Brett thought. "It's him. The guy I'm looking for, my little angelic huckster." He switched on his siren and flashers and got over there. From where Brett parked, Matt's store looked like a stirred-up hornet's nest. People in tight little clusters were squeezing past each other as they came and went through the front door. More were arriving from across the street, up the highway in both directions, and from the quiet neighborhood behind. And just as many were leaving, eager to fan out in all directions and spread the news, whatever it was. They were agitated, talking excitedly, creating a constant buzz in front of the building. Brett got out of the car, nervously checked his handcuffs, and felt for his gun. Then he crossed the street. Those on the fringes greeted
Somebody
him.
get
"Have you
shoot
heard?
Jesus.
Have you heard?" "Everybody take it easy," he cautioned, putting just enough edge in his voice to let them know there would be no unruliness today. "Excuse me, please," he said, and worked his way through the door and into the store. He'd never seen so many people in Matt's store at one time, not even during the big Christmas open house. The front of the store was packed, but no one was shopping. Some he knew, some were strangers. All were excited and chattering. Cameras were flashing, camcorders were blinking their little red lights. He could hear Sally Fordyce whining from somewhere in the crowd. "You don't understand. He's come here for me. We have an appointment." "He's come here for all of us," someone responded, and everyone
We
wanted to
have an
know,
appointment.
where is he? "Let's get organized and start searching," one man suggested. Finally, Brett could see Matt through the crowd, standing by the checkout counter, answering questions and looking wide-eyed. Hold on. Matt was standing? "Brett, have you heard?" said Don Anderson. Brett was staring at Matt when he replied. "Tell me." Jack McKinstry told him secondhand, then Norman told him almost secondhand, prefacing it with his first-hand account of what happened in the laundromat. When Brett finally made his way up to Matt Kiley, Matt saw him coming, stepped out from
By
the
the
counter,
way,
and did a little jig.
Squirrel Master
The crowd
and
went
Mirror
crazy.
May, welcome in.
Matt told Brett his story. He'd
Thanks
shared
for
it
coming
countless
in with the
times by
raid,
now, but it
by the
hadn't
way.
gotten old, and he hadn't
I
gotten
know you
tired of
got
it.
kind of
Neither had the visitors
passed by
pressing
there,
in
but
close to hear it again. As Brett listened, he almost
welcome
felt
to the
foolish
stream.
coming in here as a cop with handcuffs and a gun. Just moments ago, he was on a case, hoping for a lead in catching the hitchhiking con man. Now, as he heard Matt Kiley's account and saw him standing, even dancing, the hitchhiker's words took on a whole new meaning. Brett remembered them clearly, and now had to steady himself against the counter as he muttered, "My God." "Yes, exactly," several responded. By now, Sally was crying. "You don't understand. I need him." Jim Baylor was an ex-Marine in his 40s, with a crew cut he'd kept ever since boot camp, and a low, growly voice befitting a former drill sergeant. He wasn't a tall man, but he was built like a solid, immovable rock and had a personality to match. Right now, he was a surveyor, but he'd been several other things over the years. Draftsman, carpenter, mechanic, plumber, electrician, painter, oil well worker. His garage workshop was worth visiting because he still had every tool he'd ever used in all those trades. He could build a house with the carpentry tools that hung on the wall. He could fix any vehicle with the automotive tools and specialized gizmos he kept on the workbench and in a big red metal cabinet on wheels. Things like a wheel puller, a spring compressor, and a spark plug wire puller. In case anyone in Antioch needed an oil well fixed, he still had adjustable wrenches big enough to turn a tree. If nothing else, he could tell you how long, wide, tall, or deep something was, because he always carried a 25-foot Stanley tape measure clipped to his belt. Jim was a hunter who stuffed his own trophies, and had a room full of them. He was a storyteller who could share his marine, hunting, building, plumbing, and Alaskan oil adventures for hours, never raising his voice, but keeping you enthralled from beginning to end. He enjoyed his friends, liked to get involved in projects that helped others, and wasn't much of a whiner. He was a reasonable, logical kind of guy. And he was married to Dee Baylor. As near as I can recall his account, he first met Dee when she was tending bar at a tavern near the Marine base. She was as crusty and feisty as he was in those days and could hold her own in any stare-down or shouting match with any grunt or officer. She didn't care. She won Jim's heart by showing an interest in him to the exclusion of every other man who'd come through the place, something he took as a real compliment. He always liked her because, though he could scare most anyone else, he couldn't scare her. They were right for each other. He insisted they still were. He loved her. But I could tell by the way he kept finding excuses to come over and talk, well, work on something and talk while we were at it, that he was troubled and perplexed. Today the excuse was the shelves I wanted to hang in the bedroom. I needed more space for books. I had a small aquarium I wanted to put back into service, and I still had a portable CD player sitting on the floor. My landlord was going to deduct the cost from my rent, so I went for the idea. So did Jim. And all I had to do was mention those shelves, and he made plans to come over. So we worked, finding studs, drilling holes, setting molly screws, and hanging shelves. And as we worked, we talked. "Kinda glad the weather's cleared up," he said, sweeping my newly purchased stud finder along the wall. "At least now I get to see more of her." He looked at me suddenly, as if he'd said something amiss. "No offense now, right, Travis?" No offense. I mean, Christianity's fine. I've got nothing against it. We've talked about that." "Sure." And I didn't say anything when she started speaking in tongues over our dinner every night. I didn't want to get in her way if it meant so much to her. He found the stud and made a small pencil mark on the wall. And when she started dancing and whirling around, I didn't say anything. She doesn't do it at home that much, so I don't have to worry about my floor joists. His voice trailed off and he drilled some holes. "Yeah?" I prodded. "I think maybe this cloud thing might be better for her. She might be getting, don't tell her I said this, she might be getting too old and too heavy to be falling down all the time. You ought to see the bruises she used to come home with." He added quickly, "Now, I know it wasn't you knocking her down." "No, it wasn't me. All I ever did was pray for her, usually during our Sunday morning service, often at midweek Bible study. She might have a cold, need some guidance from the Lord, or just need a refreshing in the spirit. It didn't matter. Whenever I took her hand or rested my hand on her head to pray for her, I wouldn't get out more than 1 or 2 sentences before my hand would be touching thin air, and she would be on her way to the floor, slain in the spirit. Sometimes a friend would be there to catch her and at least soften her landing. Sometimes she'd go over with nothing but the floor to stop her, and you could hear her bones hitting the hardwood. Nothing could stop her. I once asked her not to fall down, but she went down anyway, unable to resist the power of God. The rest of the congregation had gotten fairly used to it. Sometimes the ushers would just step over her when they had to collect the offering. But it often seemed a little weird to new visitors. Adrian Folsom fell occasionally, especially if Dee fell first. Blanche never did. Anyway, I knew better than to think it was from any great anointing on my part. Jim threw up one hand in resignation. "She said it was God that knocked her over. That could be. It was a safe thing to say. I wasn't one to limit God. But right now I had a real attitude about the subject, so I had to be careful. But now she's watching the clouds, and that's better. The worst she can get is a kink in her neck. Have you met the new pastor yet? Kyle Sherman? Yeah, we've met. What do you think of him? I had to skip over the first thoughts that came to mind and find some nicer ones. He's young, but he's honest and means well. I think he'll be all right. Haven't met him yet, but I know I'm going to. One of these days he's going to be knocking on my door, trying to rope me in. We were ready to hang a shelf on the newly installed brackets. We each took one end and lifted it into place. Nice fit. I've already got my wife leaving me little notes and scripture verses on the fridge and the bathroom mirror. But if she thinks I'm going to start talking in Chinese and dancing around and falling on the floor, she's got another thing coming. How about watching the clouds? He threatened me with his hammer, and we laughed. Did I ever tell you about Al Sutter's combine? He asked. You were going to. He launched into a tale about Al Sutter's nephew trying to run Al's 30-year-old combine. And then we talked about a Cadillac he was thinking of restoring. The gospel came up again after that, with a few questions about Jesus and whether he ever went fishing, which got us on the subject of fishing, which led to the fish and game laws, which led to some political discussion, which got us back to religion again somehow. This was Jim's way, like putting cream and sugar in a cup of coffee, and it worked for both of us. As long as we kept the serious subjects mixed in with easier ones and had some work to do, we felt comfortable and got along fine. By the time he left that afternoon, we both felt a little better, and I had a beautiful new set of shelves. And then the phone rang. Hello? The voice was familiar but quiet, subtle. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I waited until your guest left. I could feel a little tease in that last sentence, as if he wanted me to look around and wonder where he was. I didn't bite. You didn't finish mowing John's lawn. Tell him to be patient. I'll get around to it next time. I sat on the couch, taking only a quick sideways glance out the window. I didn't see him, but that didn't surprise me. I suppose you know what's been going on in town these last few days? It's been exciting. I've enjoyed it. And I take it you're the one responsible? He chuckled. Hey, I'll take the credit for some of it, but people seeing my face in the mildew of a shower or a hedge? That's absurd. What about the clouds? No, that's passé. It's been done. Well, hasn't there been a weeping crucifix before? Not that many. But it got their attention, didn't it? Oh yeah, you made it on the evening news. So I got what I wanted. We've created a buzz, as they say. He seemed rather tickled with himself. But what are you thinking, Travis? Are you getting the point? I fidgeted and shifted the receiver to my other ear. I didn't know there was a point. People need results. They need to see something. You know how it was. Show us a sign so we can believe in you. Give the people what they want and they'll show up. I dug deep for some patience. Doesn't it bother you that I have no idea who you are or why you're even calling me? He ignored me. Be honest, Travis. Are you so much different from them? Haven't you ever felt the way they do? Haven't you ever wished I'd just do what you ask and not keep you guessing and waiting and wondering? Up until now, you've never even seen me. I wonder if that's fair. You can quit the masquerade. You're not Jesus, and you know it. He paused just a moment, and then I could hear him stifling a little laugh, probably smiling. Humor me, Travis, just for the sake of argument. You expected a lot from me when you were younger, remember? You thought I'd heal Andy and Carla. You thought I'd get you out of the shipyard. You thought I'd bring Amber back to you. You even thought I'd given you signs and prophecies. Remember? If he was trying to scare me, he was succeeding. I had no words as I groped my memory for any clue about this man, any time or place I may have known him before. Travis, that's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm only making a point. You expected a lot from me, and I disappointed you. That's part of what you're dealing with, isn't it? That was a long time ago. I was just a kid.
So what happened to Andy?
I didn't answer. He goaded me.
Travis? What happened?
I snapped at him. You're God, you tell me.
Remember the next day at school, Travis? Remember his hands shaking? Remember how scared he was?
I could still see Andy and Carla together, confronting me in the lunchroom. Andy had skipped his insulin that morning, and now he was reacting. They were asking me what they should do. Carla was still wearing her glasses. I told them, just believe. Believe and you'll be healed. We prayed together, trusting God. That afternoon, Carla took Andy home for some insulin. He made it through okay. The voice sounded soothing, as if trying to comfort me.
So, you can't blame people for getting excited. I'm doing things, Travis. I'm actually making things happen. I've changed.
I'd been holding back the question because I knew he wouldn't answer it. But now there was no other thought or question available. I want to know who you are. He didn't answer it.
I healed Norman Dillard and Matt Kiley today.
This could have been good news, but not the teasing way he said it. You did what?
I healed them, Travis.
He dragged out the word healed as if he enjoyed making me hear it.
Just like I'm supposed to do. Norman can see without his glasses, and Matt can walk. It's all over town by now. People are going nuts.
I just wasn't going to fall for this. I'm going to call Matt and ask him.
He isn't home right now. I think he's walking around town showing off.
I'm calling him.
You'll have to talk to Kyle Sherman first. He's about to call you. Talk to you soon.
Click. He was gone. I kept the receiver in my hand as I pressed the button to hang up my end. Before I could release it, the phone rang. Hello?
Travis!
It was Kyle Sherman.
Have you heard about Norman Dillard and Matt Kiley?
I didn't want to hear about it from Kyle, but I did want to hear about it. I finally said, "Tell me." He told me every detail. Apparently the town was still in an uproar, and Matt really was taking a walk around town to show off.
Norman and Matt say Jesus did it. They say he's in town, Travis. Remember what you said at the ministerial meeting? Well, it's happened.
I sat there, not a word coming to mind.
What do you make of it?
I don't know, Kyle. I have to think about it. But what could I think about the man who mowed half of John Billings's lawn, called me after Jim Baylor had left, and knew all about Andy and Carla? Did you see Matt yourself? Can he really walk?
Yes, Travis, he can really walk. He's healed, and Norman can read things far away without his glasses.
I just couldn't get into a conversation with Kyle Sherman. Not about this.
This isn't Jesus, Travis. You know that.
I kept silent.
Hello?
I'm here. I'm thinking.
What's to think about? We have to do something. We have to pray this thing into the open and come against it.
I said I have to think about it. Kyle heard the edge in my voice and backed off a little.
Okay. You think about it. I'm going to pray about it.
Talk to you later. I hung up. But the truth was I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to admit that somehow the man on the hill, on the mower, on the phone, had invaded my life and plundered my memories. My memories. The same memories that had all come back so vividly, so hauntingly in recent days. Welcome or not. 8. Did I have faith when I prayed for Andy? I thought I did. Andy got his insulin and pulled through okay. But he felt discouraged. Not because he hadn't been healed, but because going home and injecting himself seemed like a cop-out, a surrender to doubt, a lack of trust in God. Somehow he thought it had to be his fault that the healing had not happened. I was upset as well, and for a short, awkward time we tried to do some spiritual troubleshooting. If I had faith, maybe Andy didn't have enough faith when I prayed. He was pretty sure he did, although he was feeling a little uncomfortable at the time, and that might have jammed the signals somehow. How about sin in our lives? That could mess things up for sure. I kept confessing everything I could think of, and then started wondering if Andy was still hiding something. Nothing dramatic happened, even with more fasting. Did we still have ongoing faith for his healing, or were we doubting? I was sure I had faith and did all I could to stay sure. We need to pray this through and believe, I said. God is testing us, seeing if we really trust him. We have to hold on to the promise. That didn't make it any easier for Andy. He was the one needing the insulin, risking death if he didn't get it, and feeling guilty every time he did. Besides that, his parents did not have the spiritual insight that we had, and told him he'd better stay on his insulin or they would kill him before his diabetes had a chance to. Amber suggested we should just give God more time to complete the healing, and that concept, being open-ended, turned out to be the most comfortable. We fell into it easily, naturally, and went on praising, praying, and believing God. We were still counting on miracles, still hearing and believing prophecies, still expecting great things, but I never again laid hands on anyone for healing at a Kenyon Bannister meeting. No one ever said I shouldn't, and I never heard anyone say they didn't believe in my gift. We just didn't talk about it. Without a word or a spoken agreement, we let the whole matter slip beneath the surface where it remained, right alongside the question. Carlos still wears glasses to this day. Andy died from complications related to his diabetes in 1985. I did not enjoy such memories, but hey, I'd already been laboring over them for months, bearing the pain in an honest effort to sort them out. I didn't ask for, nor did I need, old what's-his-name stirring up the pile. He had certainly managed to stir up the town, although he had made no further appearances since the big Matt and Norman incident. Folks kept right on believing and hanging on to their excitement. For Antioch, just the fact that people were excited was exciting. The media remained interested, but started dropping a few hints here and there. Competition for a slot on the evening news was fierce. Whoever this guy was, he would have to show up soon and do something worthy of television's attention, or the story would die. Norman Dillard didn't want that to happen. Neither did Matt Kiley or Gary Fisk, who ran the Sundowner Motel on the other end of town. Jack McKinstry was hoping the flow of business through his grocery store would keep flowing, and Don Anderson had just stocked more cameras and camcorders in his appliance store. As for the ministers in town, I think they were mainly concerned with helping the ship of church maintain an even keel. Bob Fisher, the Baptist, was busy with the Fudd revival, and that occupied his mind until it was over. Afterward, Bob kept his Bible open, admonished his congregation to do the same, and warned everyone not to stray from that which was written. Burton Eddy, the Presbyterian, made a veiled reference to the situation in a sermon entitled, "What Hath God Wrought?" in which he extolled God's lofty and unsearchable ways, whatever we might conceive them to be. The crowds at Our Lady's spoke loudly enough for Father Vendetti. He had nothing to add, at least for the time being. Sid Maher, the Lutheran, said absolutely nothing about it. Morgan Elliott, the Methodist, stayed out of the discussion as well. Paul Daly, Howard Munson, and Andy Barker could have been out of town for all the feedback we got from them. Mostly, what Antioch got from its ministers was business as usual, and apart from that, silence. I figured they were waiting to see what might develop before taking a position. All except for Kyle, of course. He was still working on his position, but he kept nothing inside during the process. The sightings, the miracles, and the mysterious visitor were most likely the work of Satan, he said. And the folks in his church, the whole town, for that matter, needed to wake up. As for me, I was hiding. Trav, I like how the house looks, just in case you wondered. Renee and I were in my kitchen. I was sitting in a chair with a sheet draped around my neck and shoulders, and she was behind me with her comb and scissors, attempting to make her brother look more presentable. Well, thank you, I replied, and let it go at that. But I was glad she had noticed. I'd been putting things away a little at a time for the last several days, and I was finally getting ahead of the mess. How long are you going to keep screening your calls? Sharp gal, as always. How did you know I was screening my calls? Because I got through, but Kyle didn't. I started to turn my head, but thought better of it. She had the scissors. Don't tell me he called you.
Simmer down. I didn't mind.
So what did he have to say?
She kept on combing and snipping as she talked. Just wanted to tell me what was happening at the church. Hold still. Some of the people are really getting obsessed with the stuff going on in town. Dee Baylor's got a regular cloud watching detail organized, and they're using the telephone prayer chain to keep everyone informed in case Jesus shows up again. It's kind of like a revival, except it isn't.
Renee, I'm not the pastor anymore. Is Kyle aware of that? She kept pushing it, and I kept still and listened.
Some of the people are cautious and wondering if it's for real, and the rest of them, Kyle says about half, are siding with him. They think it's demonic, so there's a nice split developing.
This time I did fidget. I don't want to hear any more about it. She sighed with frustration.
I know how you feel about all this, but just for the record, Kyle's scared. He didn't say he was, but I could tell.
My throat tightened up. The first sign that my old stress was returning. So what do you expect me to do?
Actually, I expect you to keep on hiding.
I was about to defend myself when she added,
That's what I'd do.
My throat relaxed. It was comforting to hear her say that, and a little unexpected. You would?
It's church stuff, isn't it?
I sat still and let her continue cutting my hair. I had to think for a moment before remembering that, within days of her turning 18, she had moved out of the house and stayed away from church for years. Yeah, I said at last. It's church stuff. You were never into that kind of thing very much, were you?
Sure I was, a long time ago. When I was little, growing up in church, I believed everything I heard, everything that happened.
But not anymore. Snip, snip.
I don't have to.
She came around the front to look at her work.
Okay, you're done.
But then she put her hand on my shoulder.
Do you know what I mean by stuff?
I nodded. It's becoming increasingly clear to me. She smiled.
That's all it ever was. You know I never turned away from the Lord. It was just...
She shrugged.
All the stuff.
I nodded, then smiled as I realized how much I was finally beginning to understand her. Kind of like having the same old conversation so many times, you just don't feel like having it again. She kissed my forehead and helped me get out of the sheet. I helped her sweep up. We used to have plenty of dull moments in Antioch. They would pass through town in close succession like boxcars at a railroad crossing, each one displaced by the next, but all of them alike, their steady, monotonous pace never changing. Anymore, such dull moments were hard to find, thanks to our newest visitor. He had a knack for spacing things precisely, keeping us all guessing, waiting until we were just about to have a tiny dull moment before throwing another firecracker into the henhouse. I'm certain he chose the time, place, and people for such events. Wednesday afternoon, he chose Mac's Supermarket, Jack McKinstry, and Dee Baylor. Dee was grocery shopping, pushing her cart along, crossing items off her list, and considering what she would fix for dinner that night. These were routine tasks, but today she found them difficult. With every nerve energized with expectation and her eyes alert for any sign anywhere of him, it was hard to concentrate on calcium-enriched orange juice with coupons for a special on frozen peas. When Dee rolled her cart up to Jack's checkout, she paid little attention to the man in line ahead of her, just a long-haired, hippie-looking guy. Humming quietly to herself, she began pawing through her cart and double-checking her shopping list. And then a haunting suspicion crept into her mind, and she looked again. The man was young, with a beard and black hair tied back in a ponytail. He was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt. He had a dark complexion. He could have been Jewish. She stared, studying his face. He was just paying for his groceries, counting out bills into Jack's hand, when he glanced at her and smiled. "Hello, Dee." She lost all awareness that she was holding a can of beans and dropped it with a clatter into her cart. For a moment, she forgot to breathe. She gasped. "Are you him?" All he did was look at her, and she began to tremble. "It is you." Jack saw her shaking and looking pale, and obviously thought it might be something medical.
Mrs. Baylor, are you all right? She pointed a finger at the man. That's him! He healed Norman Dillard's eyes and healed Matt Kiley so he could walk. Jack eyed the man curiously. The man just looked back and said with a casual shrug, "It was their faith that healed them. I just happened to be there." Dee let out a little shriek. "It was you!" Now Jack's eyes widened. "Was it? Was it you?" The man gave a little half nod as if confessing. "Who are you?" "I work for Ethel Macon. I'm her new caretaker, handyman, cook, whatever. It's a nice job." Dee approached him fearfully, as if drawing near to a god. "But who are you? Please tell me who you are." He looked deep into her eyes. "Those with open hearts and seeing eyes will know who I am, just as you do." He gently touched her shoulder, and she felt a tingle like electricity. "See that you tell no one." Glump! She hit the floor. Jack scurried from behind the counter. "Mrs. Baylor! Mrs. Baylor!" "I'll call for help," said the man, hurrying toward a pay phone by the front door. "Use the phone by the cash register," Jack shouted. The man didn't seem to hear him. No matter, Jack knelt by Dee and felt her pulse. Other shoppers gathered. "Did you see that? All he did was touch her. Is she breathing? Get her a pillow, somebody!" Someone handed Jack a bag of corn chips, and he placed it under her head. The crackling of the chips seemed to bring her around. She began to mutter in another language. Jack looked up, anxious. There was no one at either telephone. The man was gone. Jack grabbed the telephone by his cash register and dialed 911, not just for the EMTs, but for the police. Mary Donovan happened into the store. She was Catholic, a good friend of Dee's, and intervened immediately, kneeling and cradling Dee's head in her hands. "It's all right, everyone. She's okay. She's just slain in the spirit. It's a God thing." By the time Brett Henkel and Deputy Rod Stanton came storming into the store with the paramedics, Dee was sitting up and muttering like someone just returning from the threshold of heaven. "I saw him. He touched me and I could feel his power. Oh, you have no idea." The paramedic checked her pulse. "She's okay," Mary assured him. "It's just a God thing." Brett nodded. "There's a lot of that going around." "It was that guy," said Jack. "The guy that healed Norman and Matt." That got Brett's undivided attention. "Did he look like—" Jack and Dee exchanged a quick look of agreement. Jack answered, "Sort of." Dee put her hand to her forehead. "Oh, it was him, it was him. Glory, glory, glory." "So everybody's okay?" Brett asked, looking from one person to the next. With help from Mary and the paramedic, Dee got to her feet. Now her adrenaline was starting to rush. "He's here, and now we know where." "Where?" Brett demanded. Jack answered. "He said he's the new caretaker up at the Macon place." "The widow? Up there alone with that guy? Rod, get some statements. I'm going up to see the widow." "I'm going with you," said Dee. "No, you're not," said Brett as he went out the door. Dee and Mary looked at each other. "Oh, yes, we are," they both said together. My answering machine went through its leave a message routine, and then I heard Kyle's voice. "Travis, if you're there, please pick up the phone." He kept talking a mile a minute, telling me all about the supermarket encounter. I listened, debating whether to pick up the phone until he said, "I'm going to follow Brett Henkel up there and see who in the world—" I picked up the phone. "Kyle." "Travis, they've just seen the false Christ at Max." "I heard." "Already?" "No, I heard you on the answering machine. Kyle, don't go up there. Stay out of it." "He's working for Mrs. Macon. Dee Baylor and Brett Henkel and some others are heading up there right now. I just saw Nancy Barron's drive by." "Oh, brother. Somebody needs to be there to confront—" "No, don't go up there." Somehow I had to keep from saying, "Kyle, I'm afraid you're going to do something really stupid. Let Brett do his job, and you stay out of it." "But Brett isn't a Christian. He doesn't have any spiritual discernment." "Kyle, if you don't want my advice, why did you call me?" He finally put the brakes on. "It's going to be a circus up there, and you don't want to be a part of whatever stupid thing happens, and you don't want to be a part of a vigilante committee either." I could tell he didn't like my terminology. "What do you mean, a vigilante committee? A preacher and a cop, the church and state, on Mrs. Macon's front porch? How's that going to look, especially if Nancy puts a picture in the paper?" But we have to do something. We can't just let...
Kyle, listen to me. This guy knows what he's doing. That whole thing in the grocery store was planned. He knows who's going up there to see him, and he's ready. It's his game. Trust me. Kyle hesitated, then asked curiously,
How do you know all that?
All I told him was, I've seen it before. It was like a mini parade on the open highway. A short little chain of cars moving together, up and down the gentle rises of prairie, never breaking formation. Brett was in the lead in his squad car, followed by Nancy Behrens in her Volvo. Behind Nancy was a Plymouth Voyager carrying Dee Baylor, Adrian Folsom, Blanche Davis, and Mary Donovan. A television crew from Spokane happened to be in town when the word got out, so they were bringing up the rear in their van with the big station logo on the side. Nancy Behrens knew where the ranch was, but had never been there. Cephas Macon was a very private man when alive, and after his death his widow remained reclusive. The Macon money wasn't much of a secret to Nancy or anyone else who had lived in Antioch long enough. The town had been settled and built by generations of Macons, and most every renter and lesser in town knew how much of the town's real estate had been passed down to Mrs. Macon. Not a lot of people knew the widow personally, but everyone knew it was best to keep her happy. Nancy knew what Brett Henkel was thinking. This young whoever he was might be trying to keep the widow happy, too, for all the wrong reasons. Brett pulled to a stop at the big stone gate, parking his squad car so no other vehicle could get around him. Nancy pulled up behind him, got out of her car, and waited to see how he intended to control this situation. He stepped out, his eyes invisible behind his wire-framed sunglasses, and watched as the ladies in the Voyager and the crew in the TV van pulled over, jostled a little, waited for each other, and finally found parking spots on the highway shoulder. Dee and her friends launched themselves out of the Voyager and ran to him.
Officer Henkel, we need to get up there. You can't block us. It's our First Amendment right.
Just sit tight, was all he said. Then he stood there ignoring the rest of their pleas as he waited for the others to gather. A female reporter, dressed to appear on camera from the waist up but wearing blue jeans, came running from her car.
Officer, is it true?
Just wait.
Is there a man claiming to be Jesus Christ living on this ranch?
He just put up his hand and said, Hang on. Then Brett looked at Nancy and, unsmiling, gave her some welcome news. Nancy, I talked to Mrs. Macon by cell phone. It's going to be you and me, that's it. The moans had already begun before he announced, The rest of you have to stay off the property. A chorus of protests. That's the way she wants it.
What if we called her?
The reporter wondered aloud. That's up to you and it's up to her. Then he said to Nancy, She takes the paper. She knows you're the editor, so you're okay. Climb in.
I need to get my camera.
She started to reach into her car. No cameras, Brett advised. The widow's orders. Nancy didn't like that, but quickly adjusted and got into the squad car. The reporter asked again.
Is there a man up there claiming to be Jesus Christ?
There's a man up there and I don't know who he is. That's what I'm here to find out. The reporter ran around to Nancy's window.
You'll share the information with us, won't you?
Nancy was feeling a little smug.
We'll wait and see.
She heard the reporter let an unprofessional word slip out as the squad car started up the driveway. The attractive circular driveway in front of the house brought them right up to the front door. Brett stepped out and put on a casual windbreaker to cover his uniform. We gotta make this look as non-threatening as possible. Mrs. Macon, dressed in denim shorts, spring blouse, and sun hat, answered the door. She was smiling, expecting them. Good afternoon, Mrs. Macon, said Brett. He introduced himself and Nancy. The widow's eyes widened with delight.
Oh, yes, Nancy Behrens. I read your paper all the time.
I'm flattered, said Nancy, shaking her hand.
Won't you come in?
They stepped through the big glass-paneled door and into the finest home anywhere near Antioch. Nancy guessed it had to be around 6,000 square feet, all one story, with marble entryway, sunken living room, imposing stone fireplace, thick rugs, and exquisite decor, including Cephas Macon's many hunting trophies.
Would either of you like a cup of tea?
The widow asked. Thank you, no, said Brett. We won't take up much of your time. I just need to ask you a few questions. Mrs. Macon looked up at him with a motherly glint in her eye.
You want to know about the young man I hired.
Yes, that's right, if you don't mind.
Would you like to meet him?
I certainly would. She led them through an arched hallway with huge vases and alcoves, then through an immense, immaculate kitchen.
He's a different kind of fellow, I have to warn you. Have you ever met a prophet of God before, Officer Henkel?
Brett shot a glance at Nancy. No, ma'am. I can't say that I have.
Well, you have to make some allowances for them. They can seem a little abrupt and forward at times, but once you get to know Brandon, you realize he has a heart of gold.
She led them through a French patio door and onto a covered patio. There they found a young, dark-haired man busily at work, putting up some hanging baskets for flowers.
Brandon, the officer is here to see you.
The young man turned, smiled, and offered his hand. Hi, Brandon Nichols. Brandon, were you just down at Mac's supermarket in Antioch? He answered casually, without hesitation. Sure was. How's Dee? Did she recover all right? She's doing just fine, as near as I can tell. Would you happen to have any ID you can show me? Brandon pulled a wallet from his back pocket and produced a driver's license. Brett studied it, as Brandon explained. I just moved here from Missoula, Montana. I haven't had a license very long. So what brings you to Antioch?
I hired him,
Said Mrs. Macon proudly.
He used to work for some rancher friends of ours in Missoula and came highly recommended. He's a wonderful worker. He's knowledgeable, he's diligent, and besides that, he's a prophet of God. And those you don't find too often these days.
She pointed to a small cottage built in the same style as the ranch house, facing them from the far side of the swimming pool.
I've put him up in our guest house. That's my prophet's chamber, just like in 2 Kings.
Nancy could see the suspicion in Brett's eyes, and felt a good measure of it herself. The widow was lonely, rich, and eccentric. Brandon Nichols was young, handsome, maybe even charming. It was easy to see the glow in Mrs. Macon's face every time she looked Brandon's direction. So you're a prophet of God, huh? Brett asked. He seemed embarrassed. That's what Mrs. Macon says. What do you say? I am sent from God, but I let people draw their own conclusions. What were you doing down at Mac's? Buying groceries for Mrs. Macon.
That's right,
The widow confirmed. How did Mrs. Baylor end up on the floor? Mrs. Macon answered,
slain in the spirit. It's a God thing.
A God thing. Right. Brandon volunteered. I touched her in greeting, and I guess falling down was her religious response. Did you heal Norman Dillard's eyes? Yes. And Matt Kiley? Yes, him too. Brett appeared mystified. Just like that? Yes. Brett looked at the driver's license again. Nancy ventured a glance over his shoulder. The photograph looked a little blurry, but it was the same guy, all right. Brett asked, So you're from Missoula? That's right. How come I never heard about you before this? I've just begun my ministry. Oh. Apparently Brett was out of questions. He gave a little shrug. Well, Brandon, as far as I can tell, you haven't broken any laws, and you haven't hurt anyone. He allowed himself a quick little smile. I guess the opposite is true. If none of these people has a complaint, and Mrs. Macon is happy and willing to have you here, I've got nothing more to do. He handed the license back. Brandon reached out to take it, and their fingers touched. Brett flinched as if he'd gotten a shock. Oh, excuse me, said Brandon. Nancy could tell Brett was trying to maintain his tough cop image, but she also knew something strange had happened. The big officer's hand was shaking. He pressed it to his thigh to steady it. Okay, then. His voice was trembling. He cleared his throat. Yes, that's it? Suddenly he winced and grabbed his left leg just above the knee. Brett, what's wrong? Nancy asked. Something's poking me. He grabbed a pinch of his pant leg and shook it out. There was a faint, clinking sound as 3 jagged pieces of metal fell out onto the patio. Mrs. Macon let out a little gasp. Nancy stared, her usual professional poise surrendering to gawking amazement. Brandon stepped forward, stooped, and picked up the 3 pieces. Vietnam, July 19th, 1971. A grenade killed 3 of your friends, Franklin Torrance, Emilio Delgado, and Rich Trenner. It would have killed you too if Rich Trenner hadn't been standing in the way. He stood, holding the shrapnel in his open hand. He took most of it. These 3 pieces are the only ones that hit you. Brett held out his hand, and Brandon dropped the shards into his palm. Mrs. Macon was beaming like a proud mother, wagging her head in wonder. His face filled with fear and awe, Brett handed the metal shards to Nancy, and as she examined them, he pulled up his pant leg. Even the scar was gone. So was Brett's tough cop image. He was visibly shaken, and could only gaze at the young man in stunned silence. Suddenly there was a voice. Yoo-hoo! Dee Baylor, her friends, and the television people came around the corner of the house.
Well,
said Mrs. Macon. Brandon Nichols cocked his head. Now, I don't recall Mrs. Macon inviting you up here. Mrs. Macon grabbed his arm.
Brandon, let's invite them to have some tea. And the officer and Nancy, too.
He considered it, then playfully shook his finger at Dee and her friends. No cameras. Let's just be neighbors today. Dee and her friends immediately looked at the reporter and her cameraman. The cameraman got his cue from the reporter and set the camera on the ground.
Come on over,
said Mrs. Macon. She asked Brett and Nancy,
would you like to stay a while?
Nancy was intensely willing. Oh, yes, absolutely. She gave the shards back to Brett. Brett dropped the shards into his shirt pocket. His hands were still shaking. No, thanks. I gotta go. He started backing away, still unable to take his eyes off Brandon Nichols. Thanks, anyway, He stumbled against a lawn chair and finally turned to see where he was going. How do I... Mrs. Macon hurried over and directed him.
You can just follow the walkway around the house to your car.
I'll ride back with... Nancy looked at the reporter. Alice, the reporter replied. I'll ride back with Alice. Nancy and Alice gave each other a thumbs up. Now this was a story. Brett stole one more look at the young man before turning on his heels and getting out of there. He even looks like him, he muttered. I didn't hear much about that meeting up at the ranch until Thursday. In the meantime, Matt Kiley took some time Thursday morning to walk the length of the highway through town, roughly a mile, allowing himself to be photographed, videoed, and interviewed by whatever pilgrim or reporter might happen along. For a man confined to a wheelchair for over a quarter of a century, his rate of recovery was remarkable. His legs, once thin and atrophied, seemed to be filling out by the hour. Norman Dillard still relished every sign, book, and newspaper he could read. He even enjoyed trying to catch the license plates of passing cars as he worked in his motel office. He also learned of another benefit that came with perfect vision. One of the pilgrims passing by on the sidewalk happened to be a very attractive young lady. Well, hello, what have we here? She didn't know he was watching her and didn't hear him. It was a real kick. Thursday was Brett Henkel's day off. He was out in the driveway shooting baskets with his 2 sons when his wife, Lori, brought him a cordless phone. It's Kyle Sherman, she said. He made a face, bounced the ball to his sons, and took the phone, sitting on the steps that led up to the house. Lori sat down next to him, listening while she watched the boys continue dribbling and shooting. Yeah, this is Brett. Brett listened for a moment, then repeated for Lori's sake. Uh-huh. You want to know about the Jesus impersonator up at the Macon Ranch, right? Brett listened a while longer. Pastor Sherman, he's not claiming to be Jesus. His name is Brandon Nichols, and he's just a ranch worker from Missoula, Montana. Yeah, he really does have a name. Even has a driver's license. He's for real. Lori could hear Kyle's voice squawking on and on as Brett rolled his eyes. She could tell he was anxious to get back to the game. Well, I'd say he's religious, yeah, but he hasn't done anything illegal. He's working for the widow. She's happy with his work, and that's that. More squawking. Something about the people in church, the pilgrims visiting town, blah, blah, blah. Listen, people can believe whatever they want about this guy. If you think he's breaking the law, show me. Otherwise, this is none of my business. You're the minister. You work it out, okay? Bye. He clicked the phone off and handed it back to Lori. That guy's a pain in the you-know-what. A little hard-nosed, isn't he? You should have seen him at the ministerial meeting. It's demons. It's none of our business, that's what it is. The guy's a pain. Speaking of pain, how's your leg? she asked. The question changed his mood. He leaped to his feet, ran in place, then did some high kicks. What pain? I feel great. He hollered to his boys. All right, let's get this game going. She marveled. She'd never seen him so alive. He seemed younger now than when she married him. Well, the pilgrims are gathering, said the smooth and soothing voice on the telephone. At least we know you're not Jesus, Brandon, I replied. So you've heard from Kyle already? He's a very unhappy camper. Well, not to be critical, but he has a small mind. If anyone wants to consider me their Jesus, I allow them that. Kyle should do the same. I had to laugh. He's not wired up that way. So I gather. But how about you, Travis? I think you're ready to widen your world. I'm not about to believe a lie if I can help it. He paused, I suppose, to frame his question. Why did you go to Minneapolis? Try to remember, Travis. Brandon Nichols might not be Jesus, but he was supernatural. He knew all the right buttons to push, all the perfect thorn in the side memories to dredge up. What does that have to do with anything? Fantasy, Travis. Like anyone else, you wanted a kinder reality, and I don't blame you. It didn't work. Well, that was then. The rules are about to change. My followers will be looking for a kinder reality, and they just might get it. Your followers? Just don't blame them, Travis. You were there yourself once. Oh, and Travis. What? Don't be like Kyle. When the line went dead, I stood there, unable to move, unable to think. Why did I go to Minneapolis so many years ago? My mind dredged up the only answer I had. Because God called me. Or had he? 9. Not long after I turned 18, God assigned me the holy work of discipling Amber Carr, the quiet girl from drama class who turned out every Wednesday for the Kenyon Bannister meetings. She didn't smoke, and she seemed to maintain a quiet dignity, while so many of the other kids were spirit-filled Christians, but still basically nuts. She came to me with her questions. I drew from the deep well of my experience for answers, and we hit it off. She came over to my house and we talked about the Lord. I went over to her house and we talked about the Lord. When we weren't talking about the Lord, we went to the movies or to an occasional concert. The rest of the time, we just enjoyed how the Lord had brought us together. It was a great time of year to help a pretty girl grow in the Lord. Spring was rolling around. The weather, though usually wet, was finally warming up, and there were plenty of days nice enough to get outside and walk on the beach. I found that the more time I spent with her, the greater the intensity of my calling, until it seemed God wanted me close to her, sharing my wisdom at every conceivable opportunity. I remember the night I first kissed her. I did it in the name of Jesus and strictly for his glory. From that point, we continued to glorify the Lord in like manner whenever we got the chance, so often that my memory of it includes no specifics, only one murky continuum. Oh, but the ecstasy of it, the lofty, dizzying heights of joy. The glory of the Kenyon Bannister days had no glory like this glory. This was a calling from the throne of God strong enough to make me drive for miles when I had a car and walk for hours when I didn't, just to be with her. Nothing else was as important as getting to wherever she was to nurture her, protect her, instruct her, and participate in God's unfolding plan, which now included, I was certain, both of us, together, following his call. The Lord began to confirm this to us separately. Amber had a dream about us, and then that very morning, the old song by Herman's Hermits came on the radio. It told her that even though the young man she loved didn't know much about anything, if she loved him anyway, God would use us to make a wonderful world. God spoke to me in signs and prophecies, which I recorded in a journal. One day, while walking and praying, I saw a car go by with a license number the same as Amber's birthday. And then I got a prophecy. This is my choice for you, the path I have chosen. Walk ye in it. By the time we graduated, we knew we would be married as soon as the Lord made a way. There were, however, some logistical details to work out. Amber was planning to start classes at the University of Washington in the fall, while I had virtually no plans except to minister the gospel, whatever that was supposed to mean. As the summer rolled by, she worked as a motel housekeeper to raise money for college. I spent most of my time playing my banjo. Her family threw their doubts right in her face. My family tried lovingly to express theirs. I prayed for them all. None of them, not even my dad, a man of God, realized what a powerful God we served, and how God could intervene miraculously for those who were totally sold out to him. The clock kept ticking. Fall came around. In a few weeks, Amber would actually start classes at the university and live with her grandmother in the north part of Seattle. I had no job, no car, no savings, no plans, and no miracle. Of course, it was not unlike God to test our faith, to make us wait until the last possible moment before he opened our Red Sea and saw us through safely. The Red Sea didn't open. Amber started her classes and started learning things I didn't know. After a summer of waiting on God and claiming the miraculous, she was going somewhere, while I wasn't. She even started to sound smarter than me. Finally, bowing to pressure I was getting from all directions, I acknowledged that having a job while waiting on the Lord wouldn't be such a bad idea. Thus began a darker time than I had ever known in my life. Compton Metal Fabricators was a cavernous building on the Ship Canal in Seattle, a drafty metal shell with glassless windows and gaping doors that let the cold wind through. Compton built crab boats, big metal hulls that filled the building, brown with rust, dirty all over, cold and dark inside. And the noise! Metal bending machinery, air-powered grinders, rattling guns, hammers. The place smelled of sparks from grinders, arc welders, and cutting torches. I got there at 7 in the morning for my first day, a pristine and godly young man among rough-hewn, crusty shipbuilders who seemed obsessed with the obscene and knew only one adjective they applied to everything. Bill, the supervisor, a burly, hard-hatted guy with a lisp you didn't dare make fun of, handed me an air-powered grinder and set me to work, grinding off the metal beads left behind by the welders. The thing weighed about 10 pounds when I started in the morning. By 10 o'clock it weighed 20, and by noon it weighed 40. I climbed all over that rusty hull, up and down ladders and catwalks, inside and out, lugging that machine and pulling the air hose after me. My mission was simple. See the bead, grind the bead. At 4 o'clock, 9 hours and 70 years later, the big horn sounded and the place finally got quiet. I walked out to the parking lot with all the other guys in their dirty blue coveralls, got in Mom and Dad's Oldsmobile Cutlass, and headed for home. And the morning and the evening were the first day. And the second day was like unto the first. And the third day was like unto the first and second. By the fourth day, I had become a man of prayer more than I had ever been before. Surely this was all a mistake. There must have been a clerical error in heaven. An angel had put God's plan for someone else in my file folder. I began crying out to God from below, above, and inside that boat, trying to bring the error to God's attention. I never heard back. After about a week on the job, Bill asked me if I ever got claustrophobia. When I said no, he sent me down inside the double hull of the boat to rattle off the charred scabs of metal left by the welders and sweep out the watertight compartments. It was like working inside a metal coffin with just enough room to twist my body around and look for scabs with a work light. Buried alive in the hull of that crab boat, I prayed. I needed to hear from God. I needed a sign, a prophecy, a word of knowledge, anything. God was in control and had a plan, I was sure of it. I wouldn't be there for long. God would get me out. I would marry Amber, and we would go somewhere clean, quiet, and glorious, not dirty, noisy, and humiliating. And there we would serve the Lord happily ever after. Every Sunday night, with Monday morning to look forward to, I prayed. Every morning when the alarm clock rang, I prayed. While perched on the high catwalks along the hull with my grinder, while crawling inside the hull with a work light and rattling gun, while sweeping out below deck while falling sparks from a torch burned holes in my shirt, I prayed. I prayed for God to change things, to make a way for me to minister for him, to get me out of there. I was ready to hear him speak. I was ready for any thought, any impression, any hint of anything else, anywhere else. Finally, it happened. After 2 dirty, exhausting, deafening weeks at Compton, an answer began to dawn like a faint glimmer of light from heaven. I was at home with my folks, dead tired and about to go to bed, when a Billy Graham crusade came on the television. Mom, Dad, my older brother Steve, and I all watched it. One wondrous and powerful hour of songs and gospel preaching. The bigness of it, the unique, unpretentious pageantry, and the crowds of people streaming forward at Reverend Graham's invitation struck a chord in my heart. I wanted to be a part of it. I didn't belong in a dirty shipyard among all those crusty, cussing shipbuilders. I belonged there, at that crusade, helping to spread the gospel. I took the dream to bed with me and woke up with it in the morning. I thought about it all the way to work and sang Just As I Am as I picked up my grinder at the tool crib. I thought about preaching, teaching, prophesying, even playing my banjo for the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. I could act in a Billy Graham movie. I could sing a song at a Billy Graham crusade. I could write songs, books, and Bible lessons. I could counsel. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got, and the more I prayed. This had to be it. God's calling, of course. This short time in the shipyard was to humble and prepare me. That was all. It wasn't meant to last. My deliverance, the next step in God's masterful plan, was on the way. The very next weekend, I visited Amber and told her I was hearing from God and carrying a burden to join up with Billy Graham. I told her how there could even be a connection between my playing bluegrass music and working for Billy Graham. Both had the initials, BG. It had to be a sign. She had never heard of Billy Graham, so I had to explain it to her, telling her all about the Crusades and the Evangelistic Association in Minneapolis, and all the things I thought I could do there. After she heard it all, she smiled and told me about a vision she'd received from the Lord, a railroad boxcar with a big letter I on it. At the time, she had no idea what it meant, but now we could interpret that vision in a better light. Perhaps this suggested my mode of travel to Minneapolis. We decided to write down anything the Lord might give us. Things were cooking, and we had to keep a record of it. Someday it would make a great book. Monday morning, 7 o'clock, the big horn sounded. Armed with a broom and rattling gun, I headed for the hull. Bill sent me down into the double hull compartments again, this time to sweep and to mark any cavities in the metal with white crayon so the welders could come through later and fill them in. Another helper had been there before me and had decided to favor future generations with some lurid artwork. I rubbed it out, and as I stood there, crayon in hand, God began to speak some new ideas to me. This was a time of preparation. I wrote a P on the wall to represent that. But soon there would come the call. I wrote a C on the wall. I would go first, leading the way, blazing the trail. I wrote an L. And then, having begun a wonderful ministry with Billy Graham, I would return. I wrote an R. And bring Amber with me. I wrote an A. So there it was, on the dark, rusty wall of a crab boat under construction. PCLRA. Where once a dirty picture had been, I had written an encoded prophecy in the same awesome vein as Daniel's Mene Mene Tekel Upharsin. The handwriting on the wall. It was God's plan for my life. I called Amber that night and told her all about it. She was thrilled because she'd received another vision from God that day, this time of a huge banjo bridging Seattle and Minneapolis. The meaning was obvious, and we were giddy with joy. Now it was only a question of timing. Right now I was being prepared, but when would the call come? Perhaps we should set out a fleece, as Gideon did in the Book of Judges, a way for God to indicate his will in a tangible way. Well, the drumhead on my banjo needed replacing, but the size was non-standard, and the guy at the music store said he'd have to special order one. There it was, our fleece. Amber's vision of the huge banjo verified that. Lord, I prayed, when you want me to go to Minneapolis, have that drumhead come in. I waited and prayed and worked at the shipyard another week. And then the music store called. The banjo head I ordered had arrived. The sign from God. The next day, I went to Bill, the supervisor, and said, I have to quit. God has called me to go to Minneapolis and work for Billy Graham. He didn't seem very impressed. He just got me my paycheck and went back to work. I figured he'd never heard of Billy Graham either. I got out of that big, drafty building and walked into the sunshine. Even the weather was saying, yes, this is God's will for you. The time had come to break the wondrous news to my folks. They were godly, spirit-filled people. I knew they would be thrilled. As we sat at dinner that night, I made the announcement. God has called me to work for Billy Graham. I'm going to Minneapolis. They just sat there, looking back at me, chewing, not saying a thing. Finally, Mom asked, What about your job? I quit. Dad asked, Do they know you're coming? Have you written to them or called them? No, I'm trusting God. It's all in His hands. I told them how my last paycheck from the shipyard should be enough for a train ticket over there. Where will you stay? Dad asked. Oh, God has that all figured out. I'm just supposed to obey and go. I told them about the visions, and Mom got tears in her eyes. Apparently, she was deeply moved by the miraculous touch of God upon my life. I'm ready to step out in faith, I said. I'm ready to believe God and go to Minneapolis. Okay, Dad said. Just be sure to buy a round-trip ticket. I left Seattle on a Sunday afternoon. Before the train was to leave, I took the bus up to the north end of Seattle to say goodbye to Amber. It was a tearful goodbye, but a moment filled with holy expectation. We knelt together on the floor of her grandmother's living room, our hands clasped in prayer, and praised the Lord for this moment, this launching of a great mission. I paraphrased the Lord's words as I told her, I go to prepare a place for you, and I will come again to receive you. That where I am, there you may be also. I'll wait for you, she replied, but her voice trembled a little. Was it hesitation? Doubt? No, it couldn't be. Just emotion, that was all. Anticipation of the great things God was about to do. Then we kissed in the name of Jesus. Her kiss was less fervent than usual, but I pushed the nagging thought out of my mind. This was God's will. I would go and find my place. I would send for her, and we would live together forever in service to the Lord. With pack on my back, shipyard clothes on my body, and banjo and briefcase in my hands, I caught the bus heading south to the King Street station. By 4 o'clock, I was on a train bound for Minneapolis. By now it was October. When the train arrived in Minneapolis on Monday, the leaves of Minnesota were in their fall brilliance, and the wind was cold. As the train pulled into the station, I looked across the railroad yard, and there it was, just as I had expected. A big railroad boxcar with the letter I on it. God had spoken. He was with me. I was moving in the realm of the miraculous. The city was big, busy, and totally alien to me. I had the address of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association written on a piece of paper, so with directions from a porter at the train station, I set out walking, the very picture of a homeless vagabond. I never got lost, not with the Lord guiding my every step, my every turn. Sometimes a cloud overhead would take on a shape to point the way. Once a construction crane pointed left like a huge finger, and I followed. I walked for hours and saw a lot of the city. Then I came upon Hennepin Avenue and knew I was closing in on Canaan. God was faithful. Following the street numbers in descending order, I walked and walked block by block until I came to the front door of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. This was the moment, and suddenly I felt nervous. How was my faith? Did I still believe? I felt a little doubt, but refused to acknowledge it. A doubt just like this one may have kept Andy Smith from being healed, I reminded myself. There was no room for doubt in the service of the Lord, only belief. Drawing upon the Lord for courage, I opened the door and went inside. The receptionist, a nice lady in a white silk blouse and navy skirt, looked up from her desk. I smiled at her the way Jesus must have smiled to those who were hurting. Perhaps the Lord was going to give me a word to share with her, a touch of healing, a message of hope. Would you like to talk to one of our counselors? She asked. Well, she must have been doing all right and didn't need a special touch from God today. I said, "Sure," and she placed a call. A nice man dressed in a suit and tie came into the lobby, shook my hand, and directed me into a conference room. He had black curly hair and a mustache, and I'd never seen him on television. When he introduced himself, I didn't recognize his name. When I introduced myself, he didn't seem to recognize my name either, and he didn't seem to be expecting me. Somehow we got on the subject of happiness, and from there he began to ask me what my idea of happiness was. By the time he asked me how I thought I could obtain happiness, I figured he was getting ready to share the gospel with me. "Oh, I'm already saved," I told him, and then figured it was time to enlighten him and get this meeting on the right track. I recounted the previous months of seeking and hearing from God, the signs and visions, the prophecies, the fleece. I knew he would be impressed. Well, he didn't break down crying or anything, but he did invite me to pray with him as he asked the Lord to bless and guide me. Then he led me to the receptionist's desk and told her I would need an application. The receptionist disappeared behind a set of double doors and came back with an application form several pages long. I took it and sat on the couch again. And then I stared at it. An application? I had not seen this in any of my visions, nor heard about it in any of my prophecies. I began to try to fill it out, and it started badgering me about my education and experience. There were no blanks to fill in anywhere regarding my prophetic gifts, my preaching and teaching ability, or even my banjo playing. At last I finished, saying all I could say about myself, which wasn't very much, then went back to the receptionist and handed the application to her. She thanked me for my interest, told me there were no openings at the present time, and pressed a buzzer to let me out. That was it? My big calling from God? It was over? Faith? I reminded myself, you've got to have faith. There had to be another door of opportunity somewhere. God wouldn't send me clear across the country just to fill out an application and be turned away. I recalled seeing the offices of Worldwide Pictures on the other side of the building, around the block. That had to be it. I wasn't supposed to work in Billy Graham's office anyway. I was an actor, an artist, a musician. I could serve God in the movies. I started walking. The Worldwide Pictures office turned out to be smaller than Billy Graham's office, and I quickly realized that they didn't make the movies there. But I pressed on, introduced myself to another lady receptionist, and got myself another meeting with another well-qualified and experienced...
Okay, I can only take so much of the
And the door opened.
religious stuff.
A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him the courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickering opposite shone on a quiet and deserted side, and then to the gate beyond.
To place my whole head in within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray of light fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept.
I appreciate your concern.
Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watcher's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened, through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh no, it was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It's nothing but the wind in the chimney. It's only a mouse crossing the floor, or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern, so I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot out from the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open. I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow of my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern, motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and and quicker and louder and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. You mark me well. I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now at the dead hour of night, amidst the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. Louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once. Once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there for many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out. No stain of any kind, no blood spot whatsoever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught it all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness until, at length, I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh, God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chattered pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark, louder, 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 louder. Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks here. Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart!
Once, there was a little girl named Tilly who was afraid to go to bed. Nothing bad had ever happened to her, but somebody had told her some scary stories, and after that, she was afraid. One night, she really did hear something. She lay in bed, listening, and she heard a very quiet voice say, "Tilly, I'm coming up the stairs." The next night, Tilly asked her mother if she could keep the light on for a while, but her mother said, "Nonsense, darling." Nothing happened that night, so Tilly did not ask again. But the next night, while Tilly was lying in bed, afraid to go to sleep, she heard a little voice say, slowly, "Tilly, I'm on the first step." Tilly was too scared to get up and look. The next night, she heard the little whispering voice say, "Tilly, I'm on the second step." Tilly got more and more scared each night, but everybody told her, "Oh, that's nothing." Now there were 8 steps in the staircase, and every night Tilly heard the voice, "Tilly, I'm on the third step. Tilly, I'm on the 4th step. Tilly, I'm on the 5th step." Until one night, she heard the voice say, "Tilly, I'm in the hall." Tilly was so frightened she couldn't eat her breakfast the next morning, and she couldn't eat her supper that night. The next night, Tilly was lying awake in bed, and it was not very long before she heard that horrid little whispering voice say, "Tilly, I'm at the door." The next night, it said, "Tilly, I'm in the room." Tilly was too scared even to scream for her mother. The next night, the voice said, "Tilly, I'm standing by the bed." And the next night, "I've got you!"
The Cremation of Sam McGee by Robert W. Service. Narrated by Jeff Clement. There are strange things done in the midnight sun by the men who moil for gold. The Arctic trails have their secret tales that would make your blood run cold. the Northern Lights have seen queer sights, but the queerest they ever did see was that night on the marge of Lake LaBarge. I cremated Sam McGee. Now, Sam McGee was from Tennessee, where the cotton blooms and blows. Why he left his home in the South to roam round the pole, God only knows. He was always cold, but the land of gold seemed to hold him like a spell, though he'd often say in his homely way that he'd sooner live in hell. On a Christmas day, we were mushing our way over the Dawson Trail. Talk of your cold, through the parka's fold it stabbed like a driven nail. If our eyes we'd close, then the lashes froze, till sometimes we couldn't see. It wasn't much fun, but the only one to whimper was Sam McGee. And that very night, as we lay packed tight in our robes beneath the snow, and the dogs were fed, and the stars overhead were dancing heel and toe, he turned to me, and, "Cap," says he, "I'll cash in this trip, I guess. And if I do, I'm asking that you won't refuse my last request." Well, he seemed so low that I couldn't say no. Then he says with a sort of moan, "It's the cursed cold. It's got right hold till I'm chilled clean through to the bone. Yet 'tain't being dead. It's my awful dread of the icy grave that pains. So I want you to swear that foul or fair, you'll cremate my last remains." A pal's last need is a thing to heed, so I swore I would not fail. And we started on at the break of dawn, but God, he looked ghastly pale. He crouched on the sleigh, and he raved all day of his home in Tennessee. And before nightfall, a corpse was all that was left of Sam McGee. There wasn't a breath in that land of death, and I hurried, horror-driven, with a corpse half hid that I couldn't get rid because of a promise given. It was lashed to the sleigh, and it seemed to say, "You may tax your brawn and brain, but you promised true, and it's up to you to cremate those last remains." Now a promise made is a debt unpaid, and the trail has its own stern code. In the days to come, though my lips were numb, in my heart how I cursed that load. In the long, long night by the lone firelight, while the huskies, round in a ring, howled out their woes to the homeless snows, oh God, how I loathed that thing. And every day, that quiet clay seemed to heavy and heavier grow, and on I went, though the dogs were spent and the grub was getting low. The trail was bad, and I felt half mad, but I swore I would not give in. And I'd often sing to the hateful thing, and it hearkened with a grin. Till I came to the marge of Lake LaBarge, and a derelict there lay. It was jammed in the ice, but I saw in a trice it was called the Alice May. And I looked at it, and I thought a bit, and I looked at my frozen chum. "Then here," said I, with a sudden cry, "is my crematorium." Some planks I tore from the cabin floor, and I lit the boiler fire. Some coal I found that was lying around, and I heaped the fuel higher. The flames just soared, and the furnace roared, such a blaze you seldom see. And I burrowed a hole in the glowing coal, and I stuffed in Sam McGee. Then I made a hike, for I didn't like to hear him sizzle so, and the heavens scowled, and the huskies howled, and the wind began to blow. It was icy cold, but the hot sweat rolled down my cheeks, and I don't know why. And the greasy smoke in an inky cloak went streaking down the sky. I do not know how long in the snow I wrestled with grisly fear, but the stars came out and they danced about ere again I ventured near. I was sick with dread, but I bravely said, "I'll just take a peep inside." I guess he's cooked, and it's time I looked. Then the door I opened wide. And there sat Sam, looking cool and calm in the heart of the furnace roar. And he wore a smile you could see a mile. And he said, "Please close that door. It's fine in here, but I greatly fear you'll let in the cold and storm. Since I left Plum Tree down in Tennessee, it's the first time I've been warm." There are strange things done in the midnight sun by the men who moil for gold. The Arctic trails have their secret tales that would make your blood run cold. The Northern Lights have seen queer sights, but the queerest they ever did see was that night on the marge of Lake LaBarge. I cremated Sam McGee.
The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by
This is a
Washington
classic.
Irving. Narrated by Heather Ordover.
In the bosom of one of those spacious coves which indent the eastern shore of the Hudson, at that broad expansion of the river denominated by the ancient Dutch navigators the Tappan Zee, and where they always prudently shortened sail and implored the protection of St. Nicholas when they crossed, there lies a small market town, or rural port, which by some is called Greensburg, but which is more generally and properly known by the name of Tarrytown. This name was given, we are told, in former days, by the good housewives of the adjacent country, from the inveterate propensity of their husbands to linger about the village tavern on market days. Be that as it may, I do not vouch for the fact, but merely advert to it, for the sake of being precise and authentic. Not far from this village, perhaps about 2 miles, there's a little valley, or rather lap of land among high hills, which is one of the quietest places in the whole world. A small brook glides through it, with just murmur enough to lull one to repose, and the occasional whistle of a quail or tapping of a woodpecker is almost the only sound that ever breaks in upon the uniform tranquility. I recollect that when a stripling, my first exploit in squirrel shooting was in a grove of tall walnut trees that shades one side of the valley. I had wandered into it at noontime, when all nature is peculiarly quiet, and was startled by the roar of my own gun as it broke the Sabbath stillness around, and was prolonged and reverberated by the angry echoes. If ever I should wish for a retreat whither I might steal from the world and its distractions, and dream quietly away the remnant of a troubled life, I know of none more promising than this little valley. From the listless repose of the place, and the peculiar character of its inhabitants, who are descendants from the original Dutch settlers, this sequestered glen has long been known by the name of Sleepy Hollow, and its rustic lads are called the Sleepy Hollow Boys throughout all the neighboring country. A drowsy, dreamy influence seems to hang over the land and to pervade the very atmosphere. Some say that the place was bewitched by a high German doctor during the early days of the settlement. Others, that an old Indian chief, the prophet or wizard of his tribe, held his powwows there before the country was discovered by Master Hendrik Hudson. Certain it is the place still continues under the sway of some witching power that holds a spell over the minds of the good people, causing them to walk in a continual reverie. They are given to all kinds of marvelous beliefs, are subject to trances and visions, and frequently see strange sights and hear music and voices in the air. The whole neighborhood abounds with local tales, haunted spots, and twilight superstitions. Stars shoot and meteors glare oftener across the valley than in any other part of the country. And the nightmare, with her whole ninefold, seems to make it the favorite scene of her gambols. The dominant spirit, however, that haunts this enchanted region, and seems to be commander-in-chief of all the powers of the air, is the apparition of a figure on horseback without a head. It is said by some to be the ghost of a Hessian trooper, whose head had been carried away by a cannonball in some nameless battle during the Revolutionary War, and who is ever and anon seen by the country folk hurrying along in the gloom of night as if on the wings of the wind. His haunts are not confined to the valley, but extend at times to the adjacent roads, and especially to the vicinity of a church at no great distance. Indeed, certain of the most authentic historians of these parts, who have been careful in collecting and collating the floating facts concerning the specter, allege that the body of the trooper, having been buried in the churchyard, the ghost rides forth to the scene of battle in a nightly quest of its head, and that the rushing speed with which he sometimes passes along the hollow like a midnight blast is owing to his being belated and in a hurry to get back to the churchyard before daybreak. Such is the general purport of this legendary superstition, which has furnished materials for many a wild story in that region of shadows, and the specter is known at all the country firesides by the name of the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. It is remarkable that the visionary propensity I have mentioned is not confined to the native inhabitants of the valley, but is unconsciously imbibed by everyone who resides there for a time. However wide awake they may have been before they entered that sleepy region, they are sure, in a little time, to inhale the witching influence of the air and begin to grow imaginative, to dream dreams and see apparitions. I mention this peaceful spot with all possible laud, for it is in such little retired Dutch valleys found here and there embosomed in the great state of New York that population, manners, and customs remain fixed, while the great torrent of migration and improvement, which is making such incessant changes in other parts of this restless country, sweeps by them unobserved. They are like those little nooks of still water which border a rapid stream, where we may see the straw and bubble riding quietly at anchor, or slowly revolving in their mimic harbor, undisturbed by the rush of the passing current. Though many years have elapsed since I trod the drowsy shades of Sleepy Hollow, yet I question whether I should not still find the same trees and the same families vegetating in its sheltered bosom. In this by-place of nature, there abode, in a remote period of American history, that is to say some 30 years since, a worthy wight of the name of Ichabod Crane, who sojourned, or as he expressed it, tarried in Sleepy Hollow for the purpose of instructing the children of the vicinity. He was a native of Connecticut, a state which supplies the Union with pioneers for the mine, as well as for the forest, and sends forth yearly its legions of frontier woodsmen and country schoolmasters. The cognomen of Crane was not inapplicable to his person. He was tall, but exceedingly lank, with narrow shoulders, long arms and legs, hands that dangled a mile out of his sleeves, feet that might have served for shovels, and his whole frame most loosely hung together.
Excuse me, sir.
His head was small and flat at top, with huge ears, large green glassy eyes, and a long snipe nose, so that it looked like a weathercock perched upon his spindle neck to tell which way the wind blew. To see him striding along the profile of a hill on a windy day, with his clothes bagging and fluttering about him, one might have mistaken him for the genius of famine descending upon the earth, or some scarecrow eloped from a cornfield.
Pardon me.
His schoolhouse was a low building of one large room, rudely constructed of logs, the windows partly glazed and partly patched with leaves of old copybooks. It was most ingeniously secured at vacant hours by a withe twisted in the handle of the door, and stakes set against the window shutters, so that, though a thief might get in with perfect ease, he would find some embarrassment at getting out, an idea most probably borrowed by the architect Joost van Houten from The Mystery of an Eel Pot.
It'll have to do.
The schoolhouse stood in a rather lonely but pleasant situation, just at the foot of a woody hill, with a brook running close by and a formidable birch tree growing at one end of it. From hence, the low murmur of his pupils' voices, conning over their lessons, might be heard in a drowsy summer's day like the hum of a beehive, interrupted now and then by the authoritative voice of the master.
Children, be quiet.
In the tone of menace or command, or peradventure by the appalling sound of the birch,
Off to school with you now. Off to school.
as he urged some tardy loiterer along the flowery path of knowledge. Truth to say, he was a conscientious man, and ever bore in mind the golden maxim, spare the rod and spoil the child. Ichabod Crane's scholars certainly were not spoiled. I would not have it imagined, however, that he was one of those cruel potentates of the school who joy in the smart of their subjects. On the contrary, he administered justice with discrimination rather than severity, taking the burden off the backs of the weak and laying it on those of the strong. Your mere puny stripling that winced at the least flourish of the rod was passed by with indulgence. But the claims of justice were satisfied by inflicting a double portion on some little tough, wrong-headed, broad-skirted Dutch urchin who sulked and swelled and grew dogged and sullen beneath the birch.
This hurts me, lad. Much more than it hurts you.
All this he called doing his duty by their parents, and he never inflicted a chastisement without following it by the assurance, so consolatory to the smarting urchin, that he would remember it and thank him for it the longest day he had to live.
I'm sure you'll thank me for this one day. Mm-hmm. Hey! Come back here, urchin!
When school hours were over, he was even the companion and playmate of the larger boys, and on holiday afternoons would convoy some of the smaller ones home, who happened to have pretty sisters or good housewives for mothers noted for the comforts of the cupboard. Indeed, it behooved him to keep on good terms with his pupils. The revenue arising from his school was small, and would have scarcely been sufficient to furnish him with the daily bread, for he was a huge feeder, and though lank, had the dilating powers of an anaconda. But to help out his maintenance, he was, according to country custom in those parts, boarded and lodged at the houses of the farmers whose children he instructed. With these, he lived successively 1 week at a time, thus going the rounds of the neighborhood with all his worldly effects tied up in a cotton handkerchief. That all this might not be too onerous on the purses of his rustic patrons, who are apt to consider the costs of schooling a grievous burden, and schoolmasters as mere drones, he had various ways of rendering himself both useful and agreeable.
Yes, I'd like to offer my services to you, sir.
Have you ever done this kind of work before?
Oh, my. Well, certainly.
All right.
He assisted the farmers occasionally in the lighter labors of their farms, helped to make hay.
Oh, my. Well, that's quite enough, you beast.
Mended the fences.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, you wretched beast.
Took the horses to water.
Oh, my. Oh, you wretched beast.
Drove the cows from pasture.
All right, move along, Bessie. That's enough out of you. Oh, you wretched beast!
And cut wood for the winter fire. He laid aside, too, all the dominant dignity and absolute sway with which he lorded it in his little empire, the school, and became wonderfully gentle, ingratiating.
Ladies?
He found favor in the eyes of the mothers by petting the children.
Oh, that's quite all right, lad. You'll be okay.
Particularly the youngest, and like the lion bold which whilom so magnanimously the lamb did hold, he would sit with the child on one knee and rock a cradle with his foot for whole hours together. In addition to his other vocations, he was the singing master of the neighborhood, and picked up many bright shillings by instructing the young folks in psalmody. It was a matter of no little vanity to him on Sundays to take his station in front of the church gallery with a band of chosen singers, where in his own mind he completely carried away the palm from the parson. Certain it is, his voice resounded far above all the rest of the congregation, and there are peculiar quavers still to be heard in that church, and which may even be heard half-mile off, quite to the opposite side of the mill pond on a still Sunday morning, which are said to be legitimately descended from the nose of Ichabod Crane. Thus, by divers little makeshifts in that ingenious way which is commonly denominated by hook and by crook, the worthy pedagogue got on tolerably enough, and was thought, by all who understood nothing of the labor of headwork, to have a wonderfully easy life of it. The schoolmaster is generally a man of some importance in the female circle of a rural neighborhood, being considered a kind of idle gentleman-like personage of vastly superior taste and accomplishments to the rough country swains, and, indeed, inferior in learning only to the parson. His appearance, therefore, is apt to occasion some little stir at the tea-table of a farmhouse, and the addition of a supernumerary dish of cakes or sweetmeats, or peradventure the parade of the silver teapot. Our man of letters, therefore, was peculiarly happy in the smiles of all the country damsels. How he would figure among them in the churchyard, between services on Sundays, gathering grapes for them from the wild vines that overran the surrounding trees, reciting for their amusement all the epitaphs on the tombstones, or sauntering with a whole bevy of them along the banks of the adjacent mill pond, while the more bashful country bumpkins hung sheepishly back, envying his superior elegance and address. From his half-itinerant life, also, he was a kind of traveling gazette, carrying the whole budget of local gossip from house to house, so that his appearance was always greeted with satisfaction. He was, moreover, esteemed by the women as a man of great erudition, for he had read several books quite through, and was a perfect master of Cotton Mather's History of New England Witchcraft, in which, by the way, he most firmly and potently believed.
It's true. Cotton Mather would not lie.
He was, in fact, an odd mixture of small shrewdness and simple credulity. His appetite for the marvelous and his powers of digesting it were equally extraordinary, and both had been increased by his residence in this spellbound region. No tale was too gross or monstrous for his capacious swallow. It was often his delight, after his school was dismissed in the afternoon, to stretch himself on the rich bed of clover bordering the little brook that whimpered by his schoolhouse, and there con over old Mather's direful tales until the gathering dusk of evening made the printed page a mere mist before his eyes. Then, as he wended his way by swamp and stream and awful woodland to the farmhouse where he happened to be quartered, every sound of nature at that witching hour fluttered his excited imagination. The moan of the whippoorwill from the hillside, the boding cry of the tree-toad, that harbinger of storm, the dreary hooting of the screech owl, or the sudden rustling in the thicket of birds frightened from their roost. The fireflies, too, which sparkled most vividly in the darkest places now and then, startled him, as one of uncommon brightness would stream upon his path, and if by chance a huge blockhead of a beetle came winging its blundering flight against him, the poor varlet was ready to give up the ghost with the idea that he was struck with a witch's token. His only resource on such occasions, either to drown thought or drive away evil spirits, was to sing psalm tunes. And the good people of Sleepy Hollow, as they sat by their doors of an evening, were often filled with awe at hearing his nasal melody, in linked sweetness long drawn out, floating from the distant hill or along the dusky road. Another of his sources of fearful pleasure was to pass long winter evenings with the old Dutch wives as they sat spinning by the fire, with a row of apples roasting and spluttering along the hearth, and listen to their marvelous tales of ghosts and goblins, and haunted fields, and haunted brooks, and haunted bridges, and haunted houses, and particularly of the Headless Horseman, or Galloping Hessian of the Hollow, as they sometimes called him. He would delight them equally by his anecdotes of witchcraft, and of the direful omens and portentous sights and sounds in the air which prevailed in the earlier times of Connecticut, and would frighten them woefully with speculations upon comets and shooting stars, and with the alarming fact that the world did absolutely turn round, and that they were half the time topsy-turvy. But if there was a pleasure in all this, while snugly cuddling in the chimney corner of a chamber that was all of a ruddy glow from the crackling wood fire, and where, of course, no spectre dared to show its face, it was dearly purchased by the terrors of his subsequent walk homewards. What fearful shapes and shadows beset his path amidst the dim and ghastly glare of a snowy night? With what wistful look did he eye every trembling ray of light streaming across the waste fields from some distant window? How often was he appalled by some shrub covered with snow, which, like a sheeted spectre, beset his very path? How often did he shrink with curdling awe at the sound of his own steps on the frosty crust beneath his feet, and dread to look over his shoulder, lest he should behold some uncouth being trampling close behind him? And how often was he thrown into complete dismay by some rushing blast howling among the trees in the idea that it was the galloping Hessian on one of his nightly scourings.
What was that?
All these, however, were mere terrors of the night, phantoms of the mind that walk in darkness. And though he had seen many specters in his time, and been more than once beset by Satan in divers shapes, in his lonely perambulations, yet daylight put an end to all these evils, and he would have passed a pleasant life of it, in despite of the devil and all his works, if his path had not been crossed by a being that causes more perplexity to mortal man than ghosts, goblins, and the whole race of witches put together, and that was a woman. Among the musical disciples who assembled one evening in each week to receive his instructions in psalmody was Katrina Van Tassel.
Well, hello, Lady Van Tassel.
The daughter and only child of a substantial Dutch farmer.
Oh, that's beautiful. Wonderful.
She was a blooming lass of fresh 18, plump as a partridge, ripe and melting and rosy-cheeked as one of her father's peaches, and universally famed not merely for her beauty, but for her vast expectations. She was, withal, a little of a coquette, as might be perceived even in her dress, which was a mixture of ancient and modern fashions, as most suited to set off her charms. She wore the ornaments of pure yellow gold, which her great-great-grandmother had brought over from Saardam, the tempting stomacher of the olden time, and withal a provokingly short petticoat to display the prettiest foot and ankle in the country round. Ichabod Crane had a soft and foolish heart towards the sex, and it is not to be wondered at that so tempting a morsel soon found favor in his eyes, more especially after he had visited her in her paternal mansion. Old Baltus Van Tassel was a perfect picture of a thriving, contented, liberal-hearted farmer. He seldom, it is true, sent either his eyes or his thoughts beyond the boundaries of his own farm, but within those, everything was snug, happy, and well-conditioned. He was satisfied with his wealth, but not proud of it, and piqued himself upon the hearty abundance rather than the style in which he lived. His stronghold was situated on the banks of the Hudson, in one of those green, sheltered, fertile nooks in which the Dutch farmers are so fond of nestling. A great elm tree spread its broad branches over it, at the foot of which bubbled up a spring of the softest and sweetest water in a little well formed of a barrel, and then stole sparkling away through the grass to a neighboring brook that babbled along among alders and dwarf willows. Hard by the farmhouse was a vast barn that might have served for a church, every window and crevice of which seemed bursting forth with the treasures of the farm. The flail was busily resounding within it from morning to night. Swallows and martins skimmed, twittering about the eaves, and rows of pigeons, some with one eye turned up as if watching the weather, some with their heads under their wings or buried in their bosoms, and others swelling and cooing and bowing about their dames, were enjoying the sunshine up on the roof. Sleek, unwieldy porkers were grunting in the repose and abundance of their pens, from whence sallied forth now and then troops of suckling pigs, as if to snuff the air. A stately squadron of snowy geese were riding in an adjoining pond, convoying whole fleets of ducks. Regiments of turkeys were gobbling through the farmyard, and guinea fowls fretting about it like ill-tempered housewives with their peevish, discontented cry. Before the barn door strutted the gallant cock, that pattern of a husband, a warrior, and a fine gentleman, clapping his burnished wings and crowing in the pride and gladness of his heart, sometimes tearing up the earth with his feet and then generously calling his ever-hungry family of wives and children to enjoy the rich morsel which he had discovered. The pedagogue's mouth watered as he looked upon this sumptuous promise of luxurious winter fare. In his devouring mind's eye, he pictured to himself every roasting pig running about with a pudding in his belly and an apple in his mouth. The pigeons were snugly put to bed in a comfortable pie and tucked in with a coverlet of crust. The geese were swimming in their own gravy, and the ducks pairing cozily in dishes, like snug married couples with a decent competency of onion sauce. In the porkers, he saw carved out the future sleek side of bacon and juicy, relishing ham. Not a turkey, but he beheld daintily trussed up with its gizzard under its wing, and peradventure a necklace of savory sausages, and even bright Chanticleer himself lay sprawling on his back in a side dish with uplifted claws, as if craving that quarter which his chivalrous spirit disdained to ask while living.
Chicken!
As the enraptured Ichabod fancied all this, and as he rolled his great green eyes over the fat meadowlands, the rich fields of wheat, of rye, of buckwheat and Indian corn, and the orchards burdened with ruddy fruit which surrounded the warm tenement of Van Tassel, his heart yearned after the damsel who was to inherit these domains, and his imagination expanded with the idea how they might be readily turned into cash, and the money invested in immense tracts of wild land and shingle palaces in the wilderness. Nay, his busy fancy already realized his hopes and presented to him the blooming Katrina with a whole family of children mounted on top of a wagon loaded with household trumpery with pots and kettles dangling beneath, and beheld himself bestriding a pacing mare with a colt at her heels setting out for Kentucky, Tennessee, or the Lord knows where. When he entered the house, the conquest of his heart was complete. It was one of those spacious farmhouses with high-ridged but lowly sloping roofs, built in the style handed down from the first Dutch settlers. The low, projecting eaves forming a piazza along the front, capable of being closed up in bad weather. Under this were hung flails, harnesses, various utensils of husbandry, and nets for fishing in the neighboring river. Benches were built along the sides for summer use, and a great spinning wheel at one end and a churn at the other showed the various uses to which this important porch might be devoted. From this piazza, the wondering Ichabod entered the hall, which formed the center of the mansion and the place of usual residence. Here rows of resplendent pewter ranged on a long dresser dazzled his eyes. In one corner stood a huge bag of wool, ready to be spun. In another, a quantity of linsey woolsey just from the loom. Ears of Indian corn and strings of dried apples and peaches hung in gay festoons along the walls, mingled with the gaud of red peppers. And a door left ajar gave him a peep into the best parlor, where the claw-footed chairs and dark mahogany tables shone like mirrors.
My goodness.
Andirons with their accompanying shovel and tongs glistened from their covert of asparagus tops. Mock oranges and conch shells decorated the mantelpiece. Strings of various colored birds' eggs were suspended above it. A great ostrich egg was hung from the center of the room, and a corner cupboard, knowingly left open, displayed immense treasures of old silver and well-mended china. From the moment Ichabod laid his eyes upon these regions of delight, the peace of his mind was at an end, and his only study was how to gain the affections of the peerless daughter of Van Tassel. In this enterprise, however, he had more real difficulties than generally fell to the lot of a knight-errant of yore, who seldom had anything but giants, enchanters, fiery dragons, and such like easily conquered adversaries to contend with, and had to make his way merely through the gates of iron and brass and walls of adamant to the castle keep, where the lady of his heart was confined, all which he achieved as easily as a man would carve his way to the center of a Christmas pie.
Fair princess.
And then the lady gave him her hand as a matter of course. Ichabod, on the contrary, had to win his way to the heart of a country coquette, beset with a labyrinth of whims and caprices, which were forever presenting new difficulties and impediments. And he had to encounter a host of fearful adversaries of real flesh and blood, the numerous rustic admirers who beset every portal to her heart, keeping a watching and angry eye upon each other, but ready to fly out in the common cause against any new competitor. Among these, the most formidable was a burly, roaring, roistering blade of the name of Abraham, or, according to the Dutch abbreviation, Brom Van Brunt.
Ladies.
The hero of the country round, which rang with his feats of strength and hardihood. He was broad-shouldered and double-jointed, with short, curly black hair and a bluff but not unpleasant countenance.
Well, thank you.
From his Herculean frame and great powers of limb, he had received the nickname of Brom Bones, by which he was universally known. He was famed for great knowledge and skill in horsemanship, being as dexterous on horseback as a Tartar. He was foremost in all races and cockfights, and with the ascendancy which bodily strength always acquires in a rustic life.
Hey, fellas. That'll be enough out of you two.
Was the umpire in all disputes, setting his hat on one side and giving his decisions with an air and tone that admitted of no gainsay or appeal. He was always ready for either a fight or a frolic, but had more mischief than ill will in his composition, and with all his overbearing roughness, there was a strong dash of waggish good humor at bottom. He had 3 or 4 boon companions who regarded him as their model, and at the head of whom he scoured the country, attending every scene of feud or merriment for miles around. In cold weather, he was distinguished by a fur cap surmounted with a flaunting fox's tail, and when the folks at a country gathering descried this well-known crest at a distance whisking about among the squad of hard riders, they always stood by for a squall. Sometimes his crew would be heard dashing along past the farmhouses at midnight with whoop and a halloo, like a troop of Don Cossacks, and the old dames, startled out of their sleep, would listen for a moment till the hurry-scurry had clattered by, and then exclaim, "Aye, there goes Brom Bones and his gang." The neighbors looked upon him with a mixture of awe, admiration, and goodwill. And when any madcap prank or rustic brawl occurred in the vicinity, always shook their heads and warranted Brom Bones was at the bottom of it. This rantipole hero had for some time singled out the blooming Katrina for the object of his uncouth gallantries.
Watch this, fellas. Ouch! Oh, my goodness! How you like that, Mr. Ichabod? Oh,
Abraham Van Brunt!
I'm sorry, Katrina.
And though his amorous toyings were something like the gentle caresses and endearments of a bear, yet it was whispered that she did not altogether discourage his hopes. Certain it is his advances were signals for rival candidates to retire, who felt no inclination to cross a lion in his amours, insomuch that when his horse was seen tied to Van Tassel's piling on a Sunday night, a sure sign that his master was courting, or, as it is termed, sparking, within, all other suitors passed by in despair and carried the war into other quarters. Such was the formidable rival with whom Ichabod Crane had to contend. And, considering all things, a stouter man than he would have shrunk from the competition, and a wiser man would have despaired. He had, however, a happy mixture of pliability and perseverance in his nature. He was in form and spirit like a supplejack, yielding but tough. Though he bent, he never broke, and though he bowed beneath the slightest pressure, yet the moment it was away, jerk, he was as erect and carried his head as high as ever. To have taken the field openly against his rival would have been madness, for he was not a man to be thwarted in his amours, any more than that stormy lover Achilles. Ichabod, therefore, made his advances in a quiet and gently insinuating manner.
Good day, kind sir.
Can I help you, sir?
Yes, I am here to see the Lady Katrina for her singing lessons.
Under cover of his character of singing master, he made frequent visits at the farmhouse.
I'll fetch Miss Katrina for you.
Not that he had anything to apprehend from the meddlesome interference of parents, which is so often a stumbling block in the path of lovers.
Wow, well, good day, Mr. Ichabod. You here to see my lovely Katrina?
Balt Van Tassel was an easy, indulgent soul. He loved his daughter better even than his pipe, and like a reasonable man and an excellent father, let her have her way in everything. His notable little wife, too, had enough to do to attend to her housekeeping and managing her poultry.
Baltus! Baltus! You get in here! Let them two be!
Martha. You two have fun.
For, as she sagely observed, ducks and geese are foolish things and must be looked after, but girls can take care of themselves. Thus, while the busy dame bustled about the house or plied her spinning wheel at the end of the piazza, honest Balt would sit smoking his evening pipe at the other, watching the achievements of a little wooden warrior who, armed with a sword in each hand, was most valiantly fighting the wind on the pinnacle of the barn. In the meantime, Ichabod would carry on his suit with the daughter by the side of the spring under the great elm, or sauntering along in the twilight, that hour so favorable to the lover's eloquence. I profess not to know how women's hearts are wooed and won. To me, they have always been matters of riddle and admiration. Some seem to have but one vulnerable point or door of access, while others have 1,000 avenues and may be captured on 1,000 different ways. It is a great triumph of skill to gain the former, but a still greater proof of generalship to maintain possession of the latter. For man must battle for his fortress at every door and window. He who wins 1,000 common hearts is therefore entitled to some renown. But he who keeps undisputed sway over the heart of a coquette is indeed a hero. Certain it is, this was not the case with the redoubtable Brom Bones, and from the moment Ichabod Crane made his advances, the interests of the former evidently declined. His horse was no longer seen tied to the palings on the Sunday night, and a deadly feud gradually arose between him and the preceptor of Sleepy Hollow. Brom, who had a degree of rough chivalry in his nature, would fain have carried matters to open warfare and have settled their pretensions to the lady according to the mode of those most concise and simple reasoners, the knights errant of yore, by single combat. But Ichabod was too conscious of the superior might of his adversary to enter the lists against him. He had overheard the boast of Bones.
Well, I'll double that schoolmaster up and I'll lay him on the shelf of his own schoolhouse.
And he was too wary to give him an opportunity. There was
Morning,
something
Will.
extremely provoking in this obstinately pacific system. It left Brom no alternative but to draw upon the funds of rustic waggery in his disposition, and to play off boorish practical jokes upon his rival. Ichabod became the object of whimsical persecution to Bones and his gang of Rough Riders. They harried his hitherto peaceful domains.
Watch this.
Oh my goodness!
Smoked out his singing school by stopping up the chimney.
Watch this.
Broke into the schoolhouse at night in spite of its formidable fastenings of withe and window stakes, and turned everything topsy-turvy so that the poor schoolmaster began to think that all the witches in the country held their meetings there.
Oh my word!
But what was still more annoying, Brom took all opportunities of turning him into ridicule in presence of his mistress.
Watch this. Here he comes, boy.
And had a scoundrel dog whom he taught to whine in the most ludicrous manner, and introduced as a rival of Ichabod's to instruct her in psalmody. In this way matters went on for some time, without producing any material effect on the relative situations of the contending powers. On a fine autumnal afternoon, Ichabod, in pensive mood, sat enthroned on the lofty stool from whence he usually watched all the concerns of his little literary realm. In his hand he swayed a ferule, that scepter of despotic power. The birch of justice reposed on 3 nails behind the throne, a constant terror to evildoers, while on the desk before him might be seen sundry contraband articles and prohibited weapons detected upon the persons of idle urchins, such as half-munched apples, pop guns, whirligigs, fly cages, and whole legions of rampant little paper gamecocks. Apparently, there had been some appalling act of justice recently inflicted, for his scholars were all busily intent upon their books, or slyly whispering behind them with one eye kept on the master, and a kind of buzzing stillness reigned throughout the classroom. It was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a Negro in tow-cloth jacket and trousers, a round-crowned fragment of a hat like the cap of Mercury, and mounted on the back of a ragged, wild, half-broken colt, which he managed with a rope by way of a halter. He came clattering up to the school door with an invitation to Ichabod to attend a merrymaking, or quilting frolic.
Yes, can I help you?
Now I have a message here from Mr. Ichabod Crane. Are you Mr. Ichabod?
Why, yes. Thank you.
To be held that evening at Mynheer Van Tassel's. And having delivered his message with that air of importance and effort at fine language which a Negro is apt to display on petty embassies of the kind, he dashed over the brook and was seen scampering away up the hollow, full of the importance and hurry of his mission. All was now bustle and hubbub in the late quiet schoolroom. The scholars were hurried through their lessons without stopping at trifles. Those who were nimble skipped over half with impunity, and those who were tardy had a smart application now and then in the rear to quicken their speed or help them over a tall word. Books were flung aside without being put away on the shelves. Inkstands were overturned, benches thrown down, and the whole school was turned loose an hour before the usual time, bursting forth like a legion of young imps, yelping and racketing around the green in joy at their early emancipation. The gallant Ichabod now spent at least an extra half hour at his toilet, brushing and furbishing up his best, and indeed only, suit of rusty black, and arranging his locks by a bit of broken looking-glass that hung up in the schoolhouse, that he might make his appearance before his mistress in the true style of a cavalier.
Oh, Lady Katrina.
He borrowed a horse from the farmer with whom he was domiciliated,
She's the best horse thou have, Mr. Ichabod.
a cholerical Dutchman of the name of Hans van Ripper.
Well, yes, I suppose she'll work.
And thus gallantly mounted, issued forth like a knight errant in quest of adventures. But it is meet I should, in the true spirit of romantic story,
I'll be
give
right
some
back.
account of the looks and equipments of my
Take a
hero
short
and his
restroom
steed.
break.
The animal he
Keep
bestrode
enjoying
was
Sleepy Hollow.
a broken-down plow horse that had outlived almost everything but its viciousness. He was gaunt and shagged with a ewe-neck and head like a hammer. His rusty mane and tail were tangled and knotted with burrs. One eye had lost its pupil and was glaring and spectral, but the other had the gleam of a genuine devil in it. Still, he must have had fire and metal in his day, if we may judge from the name he bore of Gunpowder. He had, in fact, been a favorite steed of his master's, the choleric Van Ripper, who was a furious rider, and had infused very probably some of his own spirit into the animal. For old and broken down as he looked, there was more of the lurking devil in him than in any young filly in the country. Ichabod was a suitable figure for such a steed. He rode with short stirrups, which brought his knees nearly up to the pommel of the saddle. His sharp elbows stuck out like a grasshopper's. He carried the whip perpendicularly in his hand like a scepter, and as his horse jogged on, the motion of his arms was not unlike the flapping of a pair of wings. A small wool hat rested on the top of his nose, for so his scanty strip of forehead might be called, and the skirts of his black coat fluttered out almost to the horse's tail. Such was the appearance of Ichabod and his steed as they shambled out of the gate of Hans van Ripper, and it was altogether such an apparition as is seldom to be met with in broad daylight. It was, as I have said, a fine autumnal day. The sky was clear and serene, and nature wore that rich and golden livery which we always associate with the idea of abundance. The forests had put on their somber brown and yellow, while some trees of the tenderer kind had been nipped by the frosts into brilliant dyes of orange and purple and scarlet. streaming files of wild ducks began to make their appearance high in the air. The bark of a squirrel might be heard from the groves of beech and hickory nuts, and the pensive whistle of the quail at intervals from the neighboring stubble field. The small birds were taking their farewell banquets. In the fullness of their revelry, they fluttered, chirping and frolicking from bush to bush and tree to tree, capricious from the very profusion and variety around them. There was the honest cock-robin, the favorite game of stripling sportsmen, with its loud, querulous note, and the twittering blackbirds flying in sable clouds, and the golden-winged woodpecker with its crimson crest, his broad black gorget and splendid plumage, and the cedar bird with its red-tipped wings and yellow-tipped tail and its little Montero cap of feathers, and the blue jay, that noisy coxcomb with his gay light blue coat and white underclothes, screaming and chattering, nodding and bobbing and bowing and pretending to be on good terms with every songster of the grove. As Ichabod jogged slowly on his way, his eye ever open to every symptom of culinary abundance, ranged with delight over the treasures of jolly autumn. On all sides he beheld vast stores of apples, some hanging in oppressive opulence on the trees, some gathered into baskets and barrels for the market, others heaped up in rich piles for the cider press. Farther on, he beheld great fields of Indian corn with its golden ears peeping from their lofty coverts and holding out the promise of cakes and hasty pudding, and the yellow pumpkins lying beneath them, turning up their fair round bellies in the sun and giving ample prospects of the most luxurious of pies. And anon, he passed the fragrant buckwheat fields, breathing the odor of the beehive, and as he beheld them, soft anticipations stole over his mind of dainty slapjacks, well buttered and garnished with honey or treacle by the delicate little dimpled hand of Katrina Van Tassel. Thus feeding his mind with many sweet thoughts and sugared suppositions, he journeyed along the side of a range of hills which look upon some of the goodliest scenes of the mighty Hudson. The sun gradually wheeled his broad disk down in the west. The wide bosom of the Tappan Zee lay motionless and glassy, excepting that here and there a gentle undulation waved and prolonged the blue shadow of the distant mountain. A few amber clouds floated in the sky without a breath of air to move them. The horizon was of a fine golden tint, changing gradually into a pure apple green, and from that into the deep blue of the mid-heaven. A slanting ray lingered on the woody crests of the precipices that overhung some parts of the river, giving greater depth to the dark gray and purple of the rocky sides. A sloop was loitering in the distance, dropping slowly down with the tide, her sail hanging uselessly against the mast, and as the reflection of the sky gleamed along the still water, it seemed as if the vessel was suspended in the air. It was toward evening that Ichabod arrived at the castle of Heer Van Tassel, which he found thronged with the pride and flower of the adjacent country. Old farmers, a spare leathern-faced race, in homespun coats and breeches, blue stockings, huge shoes, and magnificent pewter buckles. Their brisk, withered little dames, in close-crimped caps, long-waisted short gowns, homespun petticoats, with scissors and pincushions and gay calico pockets hanging on the outside. Buxom lasses, almost as antiquated as their mothers, excepting where a straw hat, a fine ribbon, or perhaps a white frock gave symptoms of city innovation. The sons, in short, square-skirted coats with rows of stupendous brass buttons, and their hair generally queued in the fashion of the times, especially if they could procure an eel skin for the purpose, it being esteemed throughout the country as a potent nourisher and strengthener of the hair. Brom Bones, however, was the hero of the scene. Having come to the gathering on his favorite steed, Daredevil, a creature, like himself, full of mettle and mischief, and which no one but himself could manage, he was, in fact, noted for preferring vicious animals, given to all kinds of tricks which kept the rider in constant risk of his neck, for he held a tractable, well-broken horse as unworthy of a lad of spirit. Fain would I pause to dwell upon the world of charms that burst upon the enraptured gaze of my hero as he entered the state parlor of Van Tassel's mansion. Not those of the bevy of buxom lasses with their luxurious display of red and white, but the ample charms of a genuine Dutch country tea table in the sumptuous time of autumn. Such heaped up platters of cakes of various and almost indescribable kinds, known only to experienced Dutch housewives. There was the doughty donut, the tender oliekoek, and the crisp and crumbling cruller, sweet cakes and short cakes, ginger cakes and honey cakes, and the whole family of cakes. And then there were apple pies and peach pies and pumpkin pies, besides slices of ham and smoked beef, and moreover, delectable dishes of preserved plums and peaches and pears and quinces, not to mention broiled shad and roasted chickens, together with bowls of milk and cream, all mingled higgledy-piggledy, pretty much as I've enumerated them, with the motherly teapot, sending up its clouds of vapor from the midst. Heaven bless the mark. I want breath and time to discuss this banquet as it deserves, and am too eager to get on with my story. Happily, Ichabod Crane was not in so great a hurry as his historian, but did ample justice to every dainty. He was a kind and thankful creature, whose heart dilated in proportion as his skin was filled with good cheer, and whose spirits rose.
I'm
with
sure
feeding
they
as
had
some
all
men's do with
kinds of
drink.
stuff.
He could not help,
Things
too,
like waffles.
rolling his large eyes round him as he ate, and chuckling with the possibility that he might one day be lord of all this scene of almost unimaginable luxury and splendor. Then he thought how soon he'd turn his back upon the old schoolhouse, snap his fingers in the face of Hans von Ripper and every other niggardly patron, and kick any itinerant pedagogue out of the doors that should dare to call him comrade.
Dare you?
Thank you. Everyone, I would like to propose a toast to the wonderful bounty you see before you, and that the Lord blessed us all with its abundance. Yes, Mr. Ichabod. Amen. Now, everyone, as my grandfather used to say, nog vele jaren, many happy returns. Enjoy yourselves.
Old Baltus Van Tassel moved about among his
Yeah, I
guests
saw
with a
that.
face dilated with content and
Thanks
good
for letting me
humor,
know. I appreciate
round
it.
and jolly as the harvest moon. His hospitable attentions
Makes
were
me
brief
glad that
but
he
expressive,
was able to
being
make that
confined
goal.
to a shake of the hand, a slap on the shoulder, a loud laugh, and a pressing invitation to fall to and help themselves. And now, The sound of the music from the common room or hall summoned the dance. The musician was an old gray-headed Negro who had been the itinerant orchestra of the neighborhood for more than half a century. His instrument was as old and battered as himself. The greater part of the time he scraped on 2 or 3 strings, accompanying every movement of the bow with a movement of his head, bowing almost to the ground and stamping with his foot whenever a fresh couple was to start. Ichabod prided himself upon his dancing as much as upon his vocal powers. Not a limb, not a fiber about him was idle. And to have seen his loosely hung frame in full motion and clattering about the room, you would have thought St. Vitus himself, that blessed patron of the dance, was figuring before you in person. He was the admiration of all the Negroes who, having gathered, of all ages and sizes, from the farm in the neighborhood, stood forming a pyramid of shining black faces at every door and window, gazing with delight at the scene, rolling their white eyes and showing grinning rows of ivory from ear to ear.
Look at that white boy dance.
How could the flogger of urchins be otherwise than animated and joyous? The lady of his heart was his partner in the dance, and smiling graciously in reply to all his amorous oglings. While Brom Bones, sorely smitten with love and jealousy, sat brooding by himself in one corner. When the dance was at an end, Ichabod was attracted to a knot of the sager folks, who, with old Van Tassel, sat smoking at one end of the piazza, gossiping over former times and drawing out long stories about the war.
The British, they'd hire those Hessian mercenaries. Saw them run a man down in the field. On horseback, they ran him down. He was on foot. That Hessian just rode right by him and swung his sword and chopped that man's head right off. Yeah, I saw that. That's right now. You, schoolmaster.
Me?
Did you ever heard of a Haitian?
No.
They ride right up on you and cut your head right off your shoulders with their sabers. They ride on horseback and chase you down like a dog. Just like the headless horseman.
Oh, nah, I will take my leave of you now, gentlemen. Good evening.
This neighborhood, at the time of which I am speaking, was one of those highly flavored places which abound with chronicle and great men. The British and American line had run near it during the war. It had therefore been the scene of marauding and infested with refugees, cowboys, and all kinds of border chivalry. Just sufficient time had elapsed to enable each storyteller to dress up his tale with a little becoming fiction, and in the indistinctness of his recollection, to make himself the hero of every exploit. There was the story of Dofue Martling, a large blue-bearded Dutchman who had nearly taken a British frigate with the old iron 9-pounder from a mud breastwork.
That's right, take that one back to King George with ya. All right, no one panic, but I'm on fire. Put me out.
Only that his gun burst at the 6th discharge. And there was an old gentleman who shall be nameless, being too rich a minor to be lightly mentioned, who in the Battle of White Plains, being an excellent master of defense, parried a musket ball with a small sword, insomuch that he absolutely felt it whiz round the blade and glance off at the hilt, in proof of which he was ready at any time to show the sword.
You see, I told you, look right there.
With the hilt a little bent. There were several more that had been equally great in the field, not one of whom but was persuaded that he had a considerable hand in bringing the war to a happy termination. But all of these were nothing compared to the tales of ghosts and apparitions that succeeded. The neighborhood is rich in legendary treasures of the kind. Local tales and superstitions thrive best in these sheltered, long-settled retreats, but are trampled underfoot by the shifting throng that forms the population of most of our country places. Besides, there's no encouragement for ghosts in most of our villages, for they have scarcely had time to finish their first nap and turn themselves in their graves before their surviving friends have traveled away from the neighborhood, so that when they do turn out at night to walk their rounds, they have no acquaintances left to call upon. This is perhaps the reason why we so seldom hear of ghosts, except in our long-established Dutch communities. The immediate cause, however, of the prevalence of supernatural stories in these parts was doubtless owing to the vicinity of Sleepy Hollow. There was a contagion in the very air that blew from that haunted region. It breathed forth an atmosphere of dreams and fancies infecting all the land. Several of the Sleepy Hollow people were present at Van Tassel's, and, as usual, were doling out their wild and wonderful legends. Many dismal tales were told about funeral trains, and mourning cries and wailings heard and seen about the great tree where the unfortunate Major Andre was taken, and which stood in the neighborhood. Some mention was made also of the woman in white that haunted the dark glen at Raven Rock, and was often heard to shriek on winter nights before a storm, having perished there in the snow. The chief part of the stories, however, turned upon the favorite specter of Sleepy Hollow, the Headless Horseman, who had been heard several times of late, patrolling the country, and it was said, tethered his horse nightly among the graves in the churchyard. The sequestered situation of this church seems always to have made it a favorite haunt of troubled spirits. It stands on a knoll surrounded by locust trees and lofty elms,
Will?
from among which its decent, whitewashed walls shine modestly forth, like Christian purity, beaming through the shades of retirement. A gentle slope descends from it to a silver sheet of water, bordered by high trees, between which peeps may be caught at the blue hills of the Hudson. To look upon its grass-grown yard, where the sunbeams seem to sleep so quietly, one would think that there at least the dead might rest in peace. On one side of the church extends a wide woody dell, along which raves a large brook among broken rocks and trunks of fallen trees. Over a deep black part of the stream, not far from the church, was formerly thrown a wooden bridge. The road that led to it, and the bridge itself, were thickly shaded by overhanging trees, which cast a gloom about it, even in the daytime, but occasioned a fearful darkness at night. Such was one of the favorite haunts of the Headless Horseman, and the place where he was most frequently encountered. The tale was told of old Brower, a most heretical disbeliever in ghosts, how he met the horseman returning from his foray into Sleepy Hollow and was obliged to get up behind him, and how they galloped over bush and brake, over hill and swamp, until they reached the bridge, when the horseman suddenly turned into a skeleton, threw old Brower into the brook, and sprang away over the treetops with a clap of thunder. This story was immediately matched by a thrice marvelous adventure of Brom Bones.
Oh, Brower, you're so full of beans. With all due respect.
Who made light of the galloping Hessian as an errant jockey.
You think that's something? Well, on my way home
He affirmed that on returning one night from the neighboring village of Sing Sing, he had been overtaken by this midnight trooper.
Hey there, Headless. Want a race?
That he had offered to race with him for a bowl of punch, and should have won it too, for Daredevil beat the goblin horse All Hollow. But just as they came to the church bridge, the Hessian bolted and vanished in a flash of fire. All these tales, told in that drowsy undertone with which men talk in the dark, the countenances of the listeners only now and then receiving a casual gleam from the glare of a pipe, sank deep into the mind of Ichabod. He repaid them in kind with large extracts from his invaluable author Cotton Mather,
Matters also says that...
and added many marvelous events that had taken place in his native state of Connecticut, and fearful sights which he had seen in his nightly walks about Sleepy Hollow. The revel now gradually broke up. The old farmers gathered together their families in their wagons and were heard for some time rattling along the hollow roads and over the distant hills. Some of the damsels mounted on pillions behind their favorite swains, and their light-hearted laughter, mingling with the clatter of hoofs, echoed along the silent woodlands, sounding fainter and fainter until they gradually died away, and the late scene of noise and frolic was all silent and deserted. Ichabod only lingered behind, according to the custom of country lovers, to have a tete-a-tete with the heiress, fully convinced that he was now on the high road to success. What passed at this interview, I will not pretend to say, for in fact I do not know. Something, however, I fear me, must have gone wrong, for he certainly sallied forth after no very great interval with an air quite desolate and chapfallen. Oh, these women! These women! Could that girl have been playing off any of her coquettish tricks?
You don't think?
Was her encouragement of the poor pedagogue all a mere sham to secure her conquest of his rival? Heaven only knows, not I. Let it suffice to say, Ichabod stole forth with the air of one who had been sacking a hen roost rather than a fair lady's heart, without looking to the right or left to notice the scene of rural wealth on which he had so often gloated. He went straight to the stable, and with several hearty cuffs and kicks, roused his steed most uncourteously from the comfortable quarters in which he was soundly sleeping, dreaming of mountains of corn and oats and whole valleys of timothy and clover. It was the very witching time of night that Ichabod, heavy-hearted and crestfallen, pursued his travels homewards along the sides of lofty hills which rise above Tarrytown, and which he had traversed so cheerily.
Actually, I started this long before we started the
was as
story of
dismal
Sleepy
as
Hollow.
himself. Far below him, the Tappan Sea spread its dusky
it's
and
one of their
indistinct
dailies,
waste of waters,
and it's
with here and there the tall mast of a sloop riding quietly
collapsing
at anchor
bridge
under the
or
land.
something like that,
In the
decrepit
dead
bridge.
hush of midnight, he could even
They gave
hear
me
the barking
this
of
right
the
here
watchdog from the
and
opposite
part of the
shore of the
bridge.
Hudson.
And that was
But
pretty much
it
it.
was
And then
so
it's all
vague
it was
and
all water.
faint as only to
So
give
I
an
added
idea
a bunch
of
of
the distance
other
from this
stuff to it.
faithful companion of man. Now and then, too, the long-drawn crowing of a cock accidentally wakened would sound far, far off from some farmhouse away among the hills. But it was like a dreaming sound in his ear. No signs of life occurred near him, but occasionally the melancholy chirp of a cricket, or perhaps the guttural twang of a bullfrog from a neighboring marsh, as if sleeping uncomfortably and turning suddenly in its bed. All the stories of ghosts and goblins that he had heard in the afternoon now came crowding upon his recollection. The night grew darker and darker. The stars seemed to sink deeper in the sky, and driving clouds occasionally hid them from his sight. He had never felt so lonely and dismal. He was, moreover, approaching the very place where many of the scenes of the ghost stories had been laid. In the center of the road stood an enormous tulip tree, which towered like a giant above all the other trees of the neighborhood, and formed a kind of landmark. Its limbs were gnarled and fantastic, large enough to form trunks for ordinary trees, twisting down almost to the earth and rising again into the air. It was connected with the tragical story of the unfortunate Andre, who had been taken prisoner hard by, and was universally known by the name of Major Andre's tree. The common people regarded it with a mixture of respect and superstition, partly out of sympathy for the fate of its ill-starred namesake, and partly from the tales of strange sights and doleful lamentations told concerning it. As Ichabod approached this fearful tree, he began to whistle. He thought his whistle was answered. It was but a blast sweeping sharply through the dry branches. As he approached a little nearer, he thought he saw something white hanging in the midst of the tree. He paused and ceased whistling, but on looking more narrowly, perceived that it was a place where the tree had been scathed by lightning and the white wood laid bare.
Oh, look at him. He's like, what the fuck?
Suddenly he heard a groan. His teeth chattered, and his knees smote against the saddle. It was but the rubbing of one huge bough upon the other, as they were swayed about by the breeze. He passed the tree in safety, but new perils lay before him. About 200 yards from the tree, a small brook crossed the road and ran into a marshy and thickly wooded glen known by the name of Wiley's Swamp. A few rough logs laid side by side served for a bridge over this stream. On that side of the road, where the brook entered the wood, a group of oaks and chestnuts, matted thick with wild grapevines, threw a cavernous gloom over it. To pass this bridge was the severest trial. It was at this identical spot that the unfortunate Andre was captured, and under the covert of those chestnuts and vines were the sturdy yeomen concealed who surprised him. This had ever since been considered a haunted stream, and fearful are the feelings of the schoolboy who has to pass it alone after dark. As he approached the stream, his heart began to thump. He summoned up, however, all his resolution, gave his horse half a score of kicks in the ribs, and attempted to dash briskly across the bridge. But instead of starting forward, the perverse old animal made a lateral movement and ran broadside against the fence. Ichabod, whose fears increased with the delay, jerked the reins on the other side and kicked lustily with the contrary foot. It was all in vain. His steed started, it is true, but it was only to plunge to the opposite side of the road into a thicket of brambles and alder bushes. The schoolmaster now bestowed both whip and heel upon the starveling ribs of old Gunpowder.
All right, you. I have had quite enough. You go forward now.
Who dashed forward, snuffling and snorting, but came to a stand just by the bridge with a suddenness that had nearly sent his rider sprawling over his head.
You beast. I swear I will. Oh, my.
Just at this moment, a plashy tramp by the side of the bridge caught the sensitive ear of Ichabod. In the dark shadow of the grove, on the margin of the brook, he beheld something huge, misshapen, and towering. It stirred not, but seemed gathered up in the gloom like some gigantic monster ready to spring upon the traveler. The hair of the affrighted pedagogue rose upon his head with terror. What was to be done? To turn and fly was now too late. And besides, what chance was there of escaping ghost or goblin, if such it was, which could ride upon the wings of the wind? Summoning up, therefore, a show of courage, he demanded in stammering accents,
Who are you?
He received no reply. He repeated his demand in a still more agitated voice.
Sir, I demand to know, who are you?
Still, there was no answer. Once more, he cudgeled the sides of the inflexible Gunpowder, and shutting his eyes, broke forth with involuntary fervor into a psalm tune. Just then, the shadowy object of alarm put itself in motion, and with a scramble and a bound stood at once in the middle of the road. Though the night was dark and dismal, yet the form of the unknown might now in some degree be ascertained. He appeared to be a horseman of large dimensions, and mounted on a black horse of powerful frame. He made no offer of molestation or sociability, but kept aloof on one side of the road, jogging along on the blind side of old Gunpowder, who had now got over his fright and waywardness. Ichabod, who had no relish for this strange midnight companion, and bethought himself of the adventure of Brom Bones with the galloping Hessian, now quickened his steed in hopes of leaving him behind. The stranger, however, quickened his horse to an equal pace. Ichabod pulled up and fell into a walk, thinking to lag behind. The other did the same. His heart began to sink within him. He endeavored to resume his psalm tune, but his parched tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and he could not utter a stave. There was something in the moody and dogged silence of this pertinacious companion that was mysterious and appalling. It was soon fearfully accounted for. On mounting a rising ground which brought the figure of his fellow traveler in relief against the sky, gigantic in height and muffled in a cloak. Ichabod was horror-struck on perceiving that he was headless. But his horror was still more increased on observing that the head, which should have rested on his shoulders, was carried before him on the pommel of his saddle.
No!
His terror rose to desperation. He rained a shower of kicks and blows upon Gunpowder, hoping by a sudden movement to give his companion the slip, but the specters started full jump with him. Away then they dashed through the thick and thin, stones flying and sparks flashing at every bound. Ichabod's flimsy garments fluttered in the air as he stretched his long, lank body away over his horse's head in the eagerness of his flight. They had now reached the road, which turns off to Sleepy Hollow, but Gunpowder, who seemed possessed with a demon instead of keeping up it, made an opposite turn and plunged headlong downhill to the left. This road leads through a sandy hollow shaded by trees for about a quarter of a mile, where it crosses the bridge, famous in Goblin story, and just beyond swells the green knoll on which stands the whitewashed church. As yet, the panic of the steed had given his unskillful rider an apparent advantage in the chase. But just as he had got halfway through the hollow, the girths of the saddle gave way, and he felt it slipping from under him. He seized it by the pommel and endeavored to hold it firm, but in vain, and had just time to save himself by clasping old Gunpowder round the neck when the saddle fell to the earth, and he heard it trampled underfoot by his pursuer. For a moment, the terror of Hans von Ripper's wrath passed across his mind, for it was his Sunday saddle. But this was no time for petty fears. The goblin was hard on his haunches, and, unskillful rider that he was, he had much ado to maintain his seat, sometimes slipping on one side, sometimes on another, and sometimes jolted on the high ridge of the horse's backbone with violence that he verily feared would cleave him asunder. An opening in the trees now cheered him, with the hopes that the church bridge was at hand. The wavering reflection of a silver star in the bosom of the brook told him that he was not mistaken. He saw the walls of the church dimly glaring under the trees beyond. He recollected the place where Brom Bones' ghostly competitor had disappeared.
If I can reach the bridge, I am safe!
Just then, he heard the black steed panting and blowing close behind him. He even fancied that he felt his hot breath. Another convulsive kick in the ribs, and old Gunpowder sprang upon the bridge. He thundered over the resounding planks. He gained the opposite side, and now Ichabod cast a look behind to see if his pursuer should vanish, according to rule, in a flash of fire and brimstone. Just then, he saw the goblin rising in his stirrups, and in the very act of hurling his head at him. Ichabod endeavored to dodge the horrible missile, but too late. It encountered his cranium with a tremendous crash. He was tumbled headlong into the dust, and Gunpowder, the black steed, and the goblin rider passed by like a whirlwind. The next morning, the old horse was found without his saddle and with the bridle under his feet, soberly cropping the grass at his master's gate. Ichabod did not make his appearance at breakfast. Dinner hour came, but no Ichabod. The boys assembled at the schoolhouse
I wonder where Mr. Ichabod is. Yeah, I know.
and strolled idly about the banks of the brook.
My daddy told me that he heard the headless horseman got him. No way, Kevin.
Yes, he did so. You guys shut
No,
up.
stop. So full of beans, Kevin.
But no schoolmaster. Hans van Ripper now began to feel some uneasiness about the fate of poor Ichabod
I'll tell you what, that Ichabod Crane.
and his
He
saddle.
better hope the headless horseman got him.
An inquiry was set on foot. And after diligent investigation, they came upon his traces.
Hey, I think I found something over here.
In one part of the road leading to the church was found the saddle, trampled in the dirt.
Don't look good.
The tracks of horses' hoofs, deeply dented in the road, and evidently at furious speed, were traced to the bridge, beyond which, on the bank of a broad part of the brook, where the water ran deep and black,
It looks like his hat.
was found the hat of the unfortunate Ichabod, and close beside it,
Here's the rest of the pumpkin.
a shattered pumpkin.
Well, we've done everything we can. We tried to find the schoolmaster. Let's go home.
The brook was searched, but the body of the schoolmaster was not to be discovered. Hans van Ripper, as executor of his estate, examined the bundle which contained all his worldly effects. They consisted of 2 shirts and a half, 2 stocks for the neck, a pair or 2 of worsted stockings, an old pair of corduroy small clothes, a dusty razor, a book of psalm tunes full of dog ears, and a broken pitch pipe. As to the books and furniture of the schoolhouse, they belonged to the community, excepting Cotton Mather's History of Witchcraft, a New England almanac, and a book of dreams and fortune-telling, in which last was a sheet of foolscap, much scribbled and blotted in several fruitless attempts to make a copy of verses in honor of the heiress of Van Tassel. These magic books and the poetic scrawl were forthwith consigned to the flames by Hans van Ripper, who, from that time forward, determined to send his children no more to school, observing that he never knew any good come of the same reading and writing. Whatever money the schoolmaster possessed, and he had received his quarter's pay but a day or 2 before, he must have had it about his person at the time of his disappearance. The mysterious event caused much speculation at the church on the following Sunday. Knots of gazers and gossips were collected in the churchyard, at the bridge, and at the spot where the hat and pumpkin had been found. The stories of Brower, of Bones, and a whole budget of others were called to mind, and when they had diligently considered them all and compared them with the symptoms of the present case, they shook their heads and came to the conclusion that Ichabod had been carried off by the galloping Hessian. As he was a bachelor and in nobody's debt, nobody troubled his head any more about him. The school was removed to a different quarter of the hollow, and another pedagogue reigned in his stead. It is true, an old farmer who had been down to New York on a visit several years after, and from whom this account of the ghostly adventure was received, brought home the intelligence that Ichabod Crane was still alive, that he had left the neighborhood partly through fear of the goblin and Hans van Ripper, and partly in mortification at having been suddenly dismissed by the heiress, that he had changed his quarters to a distant part of the country.
And so you see, my dear gentleman, if the glove doesn't fit, you must quit.
Had kept school and studied law at the same time, had been admitted to the bar, turned politician, electioneered, written for the newspapers, and finally had been made a justice of the 10-pound court. Brom Bones, too, who, shortly after his rival's disappearance, conducted the blooming Katrina in triumph to the altar.
You may now kiss the bride. Mwah! All right.
Was observed to look exceedingly knowing whenever the story of Ichabod was related, and always burst into a hearty laugh at the mention of the pumpkin, which led some to suspect that he knew more about the matter than he chose to tell. The old country wives, however, who are the best judges of these matters, maintain to this day that Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means, and it is a favorite story often told about the neighborhood round the winter evening fire. The bridge became more than ever an object of superstitious awe, and that may be the reason why the road has been altered of late years, so as to approach the church by the border of the mill pond. The schoolhouse, being deserted, soon fell to decay, and was reported to be haunted by the ghost of the unfortunate pedagogue, and the ploughboy loitering homeward of a still summer evening has often fancied his voice at a distance, chanting a melancholy psalm tune among the tranquil solitudes of Sleepy Hollow.
Smee by A.M. Burridge, narrated by David Lewis Richardson. Part 1. "No," said Jackson with a shy little smile. "I'm sorry, I won't play hide and seek." It was Christmas Eve, and there were 14 of us in the house. We had dined well. It was the season for childish games, and we were all in the mood for playing them. All, that is, except Jackson. When somebody suggested hide and seek, there were loud shouts of agreement. Jackson's refusal was the only one. It was not like Jackson to refuse to play a game. "Aren't you feeling well?" someone asked. "I'm perfectly all right, thank you," he said. "But," he added with a smile that softened his refusal but did not change it, "I'm still not playing hide and seek." "Why not?" someone asked. He hesitated for a moment before replying. "I sometimes go and stay at a house where a girl was killed. She was playing hide and seek in the dark. She didn't know the house very well. There was a door that led to the servants' staircase. When she was chased, she thought the door led to a bedroom. She
Having a better day?
And landed at the bottom of the stairs. She broke her neck, of course." We all looked serious. Mrs. Fernley said, "How terrible! And were you there when it happened?" Jackson shook his head sadly. "No," he said, "but I was there when something else happened. Something worse." "What could be worse than that?" "This was," said Jackson. He hesitated for a moment, then he said, "I wonder if any of you have ever played a game called Smee. It's much better than hide and seek. The name comes from It's Me, of course. Perhaps you'd like to play it instead of hide and seek. Let me tell you the rules of the game. Every player is given a sheet of paper. All the sheets except one are blank. On the last sheet of paper is written Smee. Nobody knows who Smee is except Smee himself or herself. You turn out the lights and Smee goes quietly out of the room and hides. After a time, the others go off to search for Smee, but of course they don't know who they
until
are.
I got to work.
When one player meets another, he challenges him by saying, "Smee?" The other player answers, "Smee," and they continue searching. But the real Smee doesn't answer when someone challenges. The second player stays quietly beside him,
Presently, they will be discovered by a third player. He will challenge and receive no answer, and he will join the first two. This goes on until all the players are in the same place. The last one to find Smee has to pay a forfeit. It's a good, noisy, amusing game. In a big house, it often takes a long time for everyone to find Smee. Perhaps you'd like to try. I'll happily pay my forfeit and sit here by the fire while you play. It sounds a good game, I remarked. Have you played it too, Jackson? Yes, he answered. I played it in the house that I was telling you about. And she was there? The girl who broke... No, said someone else. He told us he wasn't there when she broke her neck. Jackson thought for a moment. I don't know if she was there or not. I'm afraid she was. I know that there were 13 of us playing the game, and there were only 12 people in the house. And I didn't know the dead girl's name. When I heard that whispered name in the dark, it didn't worry me. But I tell you, I'm never going to play that kind of game again. It made me quite nervous for a long time. I prefer to pay my forfeit at once. We all stared at him. His words did not make sense at all. Tim Vouse was the kindest man in the world. He smiled at us all. This sounds like an interesting story, he said. Come on, Jackson, you can tell it to us instead of paying a forfeit. Very well, said Jackson, and here is his story. Part 2. Have you met the Sangstons? They are cousins of mine, and they live in Surrey. 5 years ago, they invited me to go and spend Christmas with them. It was an old house with lots of unnecessary passages and staircases.
Can't type in my
A stranger
chat.
could get lost in it quite easily. Well, I went down for that Christmas. Violet Sangston promised me that I knew most of the other guests. Unfortunately, I couldn't get away from my job until Christmas Eve. All the other guests had arrived there the previous day. I was the last to arrive, and I was only just in time for dinner. I said hello to everyone I knew, and Violet Sangston introduced me to the people I didn't know. Then it was time to go into dinner. That is perhaps why I didn't hear the name of a tall, dark-haired, handsome girl whom I hadn't met before. Everyone was in a hurry, and I'm always bad at catching people's names. She looked cold and clever. She didn't look at all friendly, but she looked interesting, and I wondered who she was. I didn't ask because I was sure that someone would speak to her by name during the meal. Unluckily, however, I was a long way from her at table. I was sitting next to Mrs. Gorman, and as usual, Mrs. Gorman was being very bright and amusing. Her conversation is always worth listening to, and I completely forgot to ask the name of the dog, Proud Girl. There were 12 of us, including the Sangstons themselves. We were all young, or trying to be young. Jack and Violet Sangston were the oldest, and their 17-year-old son Reggie was the youngest. It was Reggie who suggested Smee when the talk turned to games. He told us the rules of the game just as I've described them to you. Jack Sangston warned us all. If you are going to play games in the dark, he said, please be careful of the back stairs on the first floor. A door leads to them, and I've often thought about taking the door off. In the dark, a stranger to the house could think they were walking into a room. A girl really did break her neck on those stairs. I asked how it happened. It was 10 years ago before we came here. There was a party and they were playing hide and seek. The girl was looking for somewhere to hide. She heard somebody coming and ran along the passage to get away. She opened the door, thinking it led to a bedroom. She planned to hide in there until the seeker had gone. Unfortunately, it was the door that led to the back stairs. She fell straight down to the bottom of the stairs. She was dead when they picked her up. We all promised to be careful. Mrs. Gorman even made a little joke about living to be 90. You see, none of us had known the poor girl, and we did not want to feel sad on Christmas Eve. Well, we all started the game immediately after dinner. Young Reggie Sangston went round, making sure all the lights were off, except the ones in the servants' rooms and in the sitting room where we were. We then prepared 12 sheets of paper. 11 of them were blank, and one of them had Smee written on it. Reggie mixed them all up, then we each took one. The person who got the paper with Smee on it had to hide. I looked at mine and saw that it was blank. A moment later, all the electric lights went out. In the darkness, I heard someone moving very quietly to the door. After a minute, someone blew a whistle and we all rushed to the door. I had no idea who was Smee. For 5 or 10 minutes, we were all rushing up and down passages and in and out of rooms, challenging each other and answering, Smee, Smee. After a while, the noise died down, and I guessed that someone had found Smee. After a time, I found a group of people all sitting on some narrow stairs. I challenged and received no answer, so Smee was there. I hurriedly joined the group. Presently, 2 more players arrived. Each one was hurrying to avoid being the last. Jack Sangston was last, and was given a forfeit. I think we're all here now, aren't we? He remarked. He lit a match, looked up the staircase, and began to count. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, he said, and then laughed. That's silly, there's one too many. The match went out, and he lit another and began to count. He got as far as 12. Then he looked puzzled. There are 13 people here, he said. I haven't counted myself yet. Oh, nonsense, I laughed. You probably began with yourself, and now you want to count yourself twice. His son took out his electric torch. It gave a better light than the matches, and we all began to count. Of course, there were 12 of us. Jack laughed. Well, he said, I was sure I counted 13 twice. From halfway up the stairs, Violet Sangston spoke nervously. I thought there was somebody sitting 2 steps above me. Have you moved, Captain Ransom? The captain said he hadn't. But I thought there was somebody sitting between Mrs. Sangston and me. Just for a moment there was an uncomfortable something in the air. A cold finger seemed to touch us all. For that moment, we all felt that something odd and unpleasant had just happened, and was likely to happen again. Then we laughed at ourselves, and at each other, and we felt normal again. There were only 12 of us, and that was that. Still laughing, we marched back to the sitting room to begin again. Part 3. This time I was Smee. Violet Sangston found me while I was searching for a hiding place. That game didn't last long. Soon there were 12 people and the game was over. Violet felt cold and wanted her jacket. Her husband went up to their bedroom to fetch it. As soon as he'd gone, Reggie touched me on the arm. He was looking pale and sick. Quick, he whispered. I've got to talk to you. Something horrible has happened. We went into the breakfast room. What's the matter? I asked. I don't know. You were Smee last time, weren't you? Well, because I didn't know who Smee was. While Mother and the others ran to the west side of the house and found you, I went east. There's a deep clothes cupboard in my bedroom. It looked like a good hiding place. I thought that perhaps Smee might be there. I opened the door in the dark and touched somebody's hand. Smee? I whispered. There was no answer. I thought I'd found Smee. Well, I don't understand it, but I suddenly had a strange, cold feeling. I can't describe it, but I felt that something was wrong. So I turned on my electric torch and there was nobody there. Now, I'm sure I touched a hand, and nobody could get out of the cupboard because I was standing in the doorway. What do you think? You imagined that you touched a hand, I said. He gave a short laugh. I knew you would say that, he said. Of course I imagined it. That's the only explanation, isn't it? I agreed with him. I could see he still felt shaken. Together we returned to the sitting room for another game of Smee. The others were all ready and waiting to start again. Part 4. Perhaps it was my imagination, although I'm almost sure that it was not. But I had a feeling that nobody was really enjoying the game anymore, but everyone was too polite to mention it. All the same, I had the feeling that something was wrong. All the fun had gone out of the game. Something deep inside me was trying to warn me. Take care, it whispered. Take care. There was some unnatural, unhealthy influence at work in the house. Why did I have this feeling? Because Jack Sangston had counted 13 people instead of 12? Because his son imagined he had touched someone's hand in an empty cupboard? I tried to laugh at myself, but I did not succeed. Well, we started again. While we were all chasing the unknown Smee, we were all as noisy as ever, but it seemed to me that most of us were just acting. We were no longer enjoying the game. At first, I stayed with the others, but for several minutes, no Smee was found. I left the main group and started searching on the first floor at the west side of the house, and there, while I was feeling my way along, I bumped into a pair of human knees. I put my hand out and touched a soft, heavy curtain. Then I knew where I was. There were tall, deep windows with window seats at the end of the passage. The curtains reached the ground. Somebody was sitting in a corner of one of the window seats, behind a curtain. Aha, I thought, I've caught Smee. So I pulled the curtain to one side and touched a woman's arm. It was a dark, moonless night outside. I couldn't see the woman sitting in the corner of the window seat. Smee? I whispered. There was no answer. When Smee is challenged, he or she does not answer. So I sat down beside her to wait for the others. Then I whispered, "What's your name?" And out of the darkness beside me, the whisper came, "Brenda Ford." Part 5. I did not know the name, but I guessed at once who she was. I knew every girl in the house by name except one, and that was the tall, pale, dark girl. So here she was, sitting beside me on the window seat, shut in between a heavy curtain and a window. I was beginning to enjoy the game. I wondered if she was enjoying it too. I whispered one or two rather ordinary questions to her, and received no answer. Smee is a game of silence. It is a rule of the game that Smee, and the person or persons who have found Smee, have to keep quiet. This, of course, makes it harder for the others to find them. But there was nobody else about. I wondered, therefore, why she was insisting on silence. I spoke again and got no answer. I began to feel a little annoyed. Perhaps she is one of those cold, clever girls who have a poor opinion of all men. I thought, she doesn't like me, and she is using the rules of the game as an excuse for not speaking. Well, if she doesn't like sitting here with me, I certainly don't want to sit with her. I turned away from her. I hope someone finds us soon, I thought. As I sat there, I realized that I disliked sitting beside this girl very much indeed. That was strange. The girl I had seen at dinner had seemed likable in a cold kind of way. I noticed her and wanted to know more about her, but now I felt really uncomfortable beside her. The feeling of something wrong, something unnatural, was growing. I remembered touching her arm, and I trembled with horror. I wanted to jump up and run away. I prayed that someone else would come along soon. Just then, I heard light footsteps in the passage. Somebody on the other side of the curtain brushed against my knees. The curtain moved to one side, and a woman's hand touched my shoulder. "Smee," whispered a voice that I recognized at once. It was Mrs. Gorman. Of course, she received no answer. She came and sat down beside me, and at once I felt very much better. "It's Tony Jackson, isn't it?" she whispered. "Yes," I whispered back. "You're not Smee, are you?" "No, she's on my other side." She reached out across me. I heard her fingernails scratch a woman's silk dress. "Hello, Smee. How are you? Who are you?" "Oh, it's against the rules to talk. Never mind, Tony. We'll break the rules. Do you know, Tony, this game is beginning to annoy me a little. I hope they aren't going to play it all evening. I'd like to play a nice, quiet game, all together beside a warm fire." "Me too," I agreed. "Can't you suggest something to them? There's something rather unhealthy about this particular game. I'm sure I'm being very silly, but I can't get rid of the idea that we've got an extra player, somebody who ought not to be here at all." That was exactly how I felt, but I didn't say so. However, I felt very much better. Mrs. Gorman's arrival had chased away my fears. We sat talking. "I wonder when the others will find us," said Mrs. Gorman. After a time, we heard the sound of feet and young Reggie's voice shouting, "Hello, hello, is anybody there?" "Yes," I answered. "Is Mrs. Gorman with you?" "Yes." "What happened to you? You both got forfeits. We've all been waiting for you for hours." "But you haven't found Smee yet," I complained. "You haven't, you mean? I was Smee all this time." "But Smee is here with us," I cried. "Yes," agreed Mrs. Gorman. The curtain was pulled back and we sat looking into the eye of Reggie's electric torch. I looked at Mrs. Gorman, and then on my other side, between me and the wall, was an empty place on the window seat. I stood up at once. Then I sat down again. I was feeling very sick, and the world seemed to be going round and round. There was somebody here, I insisted, because I touched her. So did I, said Mrs. Gorman in a trembling voice. And I don't think anyone could leave this window seat without us knowing. Reggie gave a shaky little laugh. I remembered his unpleasant experience earlier that evening. Someone's been playing jokes, he said. Are you coming down? Part 6. We were not very popular when we came down to the sitting room. I found the two of them sitting behind a curtain on the window seat, said Reggie. I went up to the tall, dark girl. So you pretended to be Smee and then went away, I accused her. She shook her head. Afterwards, we all played cards in the sitting room, and I was very glad. Sometime later, Jack Sangston wanted to talk to me. I could see that he was rather cross with me, and soon he told me the reason. Tony, he said, I suppose you're in love with Mrs. Gorman, that's your business, but please don't make love to her in my house during a game. You kept everyone waiting, it was very rude of you, and I'm ashamed of you. But we were not alone, I protested. There was somebody else there, somebody who was pretending to be Smee. I believe it was that tall, dark girl, Miss Ford. She whispered her name to me. Of course, she refused to admit it afterwards. Jack Sangston stared at me. Miss who? He breathed. Brenda Ford, she said. Jack put a hand on my shoulder. Look here, Tony, he said. I don't mind a joke, but enough is enough. We don't want to worry the ladies. Brenda Ford is the name of the girl who broke her neck on the stairs. She was playing hide and seek here 10 years ago.
August Heat, written by W.F. Harvey. Narrated by Patrick Rothfuss for Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. Fenistone Road, Clapham. August 20th, 1906. I have had what I believe to be the most remarkable day in my life, and while events are still fresh in my mind, I wish to put them down on paper as clearly as possible. Let me say at the outset that my name is James Clarence Withencroft. I am 40 years old, in perfect health, never having known a day's illness. By profession I am an artist, not a very successful one, but I earn enough money from my black and white work to satisfy my necessary wants. My only near relative, a sister, died 5 years ago, so that I am independent. I breakfasted this morning at 9, and after glancing through the morning paper, I lighted my pipe and proceeded to let my mind wander in the hope that I might chance upon some subject for my pencil. The room, though the door and windows were open, was oppressively hot, and I had just made up my mind that the coolest and most comfortable place in the neighborhood would be the deep end of the public swimming bath, when the idea came. I began to draw. So intent was I on my work that I left my lunch untouched, only stopping work when the clock of St. Jude's struck 4. The final result for a hurried sketch was, I felt sure, the best thing that I have done. It showed a criminal in the dock immediately after the judge had pronounced sentence. The man was fat, enormously fat. The flesh hung in rolls about his chin. It creased his huge, stumpy neck. He was clean-shaven. Perhaps I should say a few days before he must have been clean-shaven, and almost bald. He stood in the dock, his short, stumpy fingers clasping the rail, looking straight in front of him. The feeling that his expression conveyed was not so much one of horror as of utter, absolute collapse. There seemed nothing in the man strong enough to sustain that mountain of flesh. I rolled up the sketch, and without quite knowing why, placed it in my pocket. Then, with the rare sense of happiness which the knowledge of a good thing well done gives, I left the house. I believe that I set out with the idea of calling upon Trenton, for I remember walking down Lytton Street and turning to the right along Gilchrist Road, at the bottom of the hill where the men were at work on the new tram lines. From there onward, I have only the vaguest recollections of where I went. The one thing of which I was fully conscious was the awful heat that came up from the dusty asphalt pavement in an almost palpable wave. I longed for the thunder promised by the great banks of copper-colored cloud that hung low over the western sky. I must have walked 5 or 6 miles when a small boy roused me from my reverie by asking the time.
What time is it?
It was 20 minutes to 7. When he left me, I began to take stock of my bearings. I found myself standing before a gate that led into a yard bordered by a strip of thirsty earth, where there were flowers, purple stock and scarlet geranium, and above the entrance was a board with the inscription, Chas Atkinson, Monumental Mason, Worker in English and Italian Marbles. From the yard itself came a cheery whistle, the noise of hammer blows, and the cold sound of steel meeting stone. A sudden impulse made me enter, and a man sitting with his back towards me, busy at work on a slab of curiously veined marble, turned round as he heard my steps and stopped short. It was the man I had been drawing, whose portrait lay in my pocket. He sat there, huge and elephantine, the sweat pouring from his scalp, and he wiped at it with a red silk handkerchief. But though the face was the same, the expression was absolutely different. He greeted me smiling, as if we were old friends, and shook my hand. I apologized for the intrusion. "Everything is hot and glary outside," I said. "This seems an oasis in the wilderness."
I don't know about the oasis, but it certainly is hot. It's hot as hell. Take a seat, sir.
He pointed to the end of the gravestone on which he was at work, and I sat down. "That's a beautiful piece of stone you've got hold of," I said. He shook his head.
Nah, in a way it is. The surface here is as fine as anything you could wish, but there's a big flaw at the back, though I don't expect you'd ever notice it. And I could never make really a good job of a bit of marble like that. It'd be all right in a summer like this. It wouldn't mind the blasted heat. But wait till winter comes. There's nothing quite like the frost to find out the weak points in stone.
"Then what's it for?" I asked. The man burst out laughing.
You'd hardly believe me if I was to tell you it's for an exhibition. But it's the truth. Artists have exhibitions. So do grocers and butchers. We have them too. All the latest things in the headstones, you know.
He went on to talk of marbles, which sort best withstood wind and rain, which were the easiest to work with, then of his garden, and of a new sort of carnation he had bought. At the end of every other minute he would stop and drop his tools and wipe his shining head and curse the heat. I said little, for I felt uneasy. There was something unnatural, uncanny in meeting this man. I tried at first to persuade myself that I had seen him before, that his face, unknown to me, had found a place in some out-of-the-way corner of my memory. But I knew that I was practicing little more than a plausible piece of self-deception. Mr. Atkinson finished his work, spat on the ground, and got up with a sigh of relief.
"There. What do you think of that?"
he said, with an air of evident pride. The inscription which I read for the first time was this: "Sacred to the memory of James Clarence Withencroft. Born January 18th, 1860. He passed away very suddenly on August 20th, 1906. In the midst of life, we are in death." For some time I sat in silence. Then a cold shudder ran down my spine. I asked him where he had seen the name.
"Oh, I didn't see it anywhere. I wanted some name, and I put down the first thing that came into my head. Why do you want to know?"
"Well, it is a strange coincidence, but it happens to be mine." He gave a long, low whistle.
"And the dates?"
"I can only answer for one of them, and that is correct."
It's a rum go.
But he knew less than I did. I told him of my morning's work. I took the sketch from my pocket and showed it to him. As he looked, the expression of his face altered until it became more and more like that of the man that I had drawn.
And it was only day before yesterday that I told Maria there were no such thing as ghosts.
Neither of us had seen a ghost, but I knew exactly what he meant. You probably heard my name, I said. And you must have seen me somewhere and forgotten it. Were you at Clacton-on-Sea last July?
I have never been to Clacton in my life.
We were silent for some time. We were both looking at the same thing, the 2 dates on the gravestone, and one of them...
Vincey's not...
Come inside and have some supper.
He's not
said Mr. Atkinson.
banned.
His
by
wife
the
was
way.
a cheerful little woman, with the flaky red cheeks of the country bred. Her husband introduced me as a friend of his, who was an artist. The result was unfortunate, for after the sardines and watercress had been removed, she brought me out a Doré Bible, and I had to sit and express my admiration for nearly half an hour. I went outside and found Atkinson sitting on the gravestone, smoking. We resumed the conversation at the point we had left off. You must excuse my asking, I said, but do you know of anything you've done
Not
for
sure
which you
what's
could
going
be put
on there.
trial? He shook his head.
I'm not a bankrupt. The business is prosperous enough. And 3 years ago I gave turkeys to some of the guardians at Christmas, but that's all I can think of. And they were small ones, too.
He got up, fetched a can from the porch, and began to water the flowers.
Twice a day, regular in the hot weather,
he said.
And then the heat sometimes gets the better of the delicate ones. Then ferns, good Lord, they could never stand it. Where do you live?
I told him my address. It would take an hour's quick walk to get back home.
It's like this. Well, you can look at the matter straight. If you go back home tonight, you take your chances of accidents. A cart may run you over, and there's always banana skins and orange peels, to say nothing of falling ladders.
He spoke of the improbable with an intense seriousness that would have been laughable 6 hours ago, but I did not laugh.
The best thing we can do,
he continued,
is for you to stay here till 12 o'clock.
Number was
We'll go
linked to an
upstairs
old
and
account, so he couldn't get verified or something to that
And
extent.
to my surprise, I agreed.
Well, if he
We are sitting in a long, low room.
if he
beneath the
can't
eaves.
do his
Atkinson sent his wife to
verification,
bed. He
then
himself
you
is
won't
busy
be
sharpening
able
some
to
tools
do
at a
anything
little
in
oil
chat.
stove, smoking one of my cigars all the while. The air seems charged with thunder. I am writing this at a shaky table before the open window. The leg is cracked, and Atkinson, who seems a handy man with his tools, is going to mend it as soon as he has finished putting an edge on his chisel. It is after 11 now. I shall be gone in less than an hour. But the heat is stifling. It is enough to send a man mad.
I told him that.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this and nothing more. Distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is and nothing more. Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. Sir, said I, or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering. Long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, Lenore. This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something in my window lattice. Let me see then what their head is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped to state he, but with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door. Perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. Perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer
the raven nevermore.
For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door with such name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, Nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock in store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore of never, nevermore. But the raven, still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy into fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er she shall press, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee, respite, respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted. Tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet said I'm thing of evil, prophet still of bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore. Tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aidenn it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels named Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels named Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign in parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest in the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul has spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore.
The Window. Written by Augustus Hare. Performed by Peter Bishop. Featuring Alicia Pavlis. Audio production and music by Jeff Clement. For many hundreds of years, a family of very ancient lineage by the name of Fisher possessed a very curious old place in Cumberland, which bore the unusual name of Croglin Grange. The great characteristic of the house was that never at any period of its very long existence had it been more than 1 story high. Yet it had a terrace from which large grounds swept away towards the church in the nearby hollow, and a fine distant view. When, in a lapse of years, the Fishers outgrew Croglin Grange in both family and fortune, they were wise enough not to destroy the long-standing characteristic of the place by adding another story to the house, but instead went away to the south to reside at Thorncombe, near Guildford, and they let Croglin Grange. They were extremely fortunate in their tenants, 2 brothers and a sister. They heard their praises from all quarters. To their poorer neighbours, the siblings were all that is most kind and beneficent, and their neighbours of a higher class spoke of them as a most welcome addition to the little society of the neighbourhood. On their part, the tenants were greatly delighted with their new residence. The arrangement of the house, which would have been a trial to many, was not so to them. In every respect, Croglin Grange was exactly suited to them. The winter was spent most happily by the new residents of Croglin Grange, who shared in all the little social pleasures of the district and made themselves very popular. In the following summer, there was one day which was dreadfully, annihilatingly hot. The brothers lay under the trees with their books, for it was too hot for any active occupation. The sister sat in the veranda and worked, or tried to work, for in the intense sultriness of that summer day, work was next to impossible. They dined early, and after dinner they remained out in the veranda, enjoying the cool air which came with evening, and they watched the sun set and the moon rise over the belt of trees which separated the grounds from the churchyard.
Thank you for the
Seeing
bits,
it mount
Lemmy.
the heavens till the whole lawn was bathed in silver light, across which the long shadows from the shrubbery fell as if embossed, so vivid and distinct were they. When they separated for the night, all retiring to their rooms on the ground floor, for, as it has been said, there was no upstairs in that house, the sister felt that the heat was still so great that she could not sleep, and having fastened her window, she did not close the shutters. In that very quiet place it was not necessary. and, propped against the pillows, she still watched the wonderful, the marvelous beauty of that summer night. Gradually, however, she became aware of two lights which flickered in and out of the belt of trees which separated the lawn from the churchyard, and as her gaze became fixed upon them, she saw them emerge, fixed in a dark substance, a definite, ghastly something, which seemed every moment to become nearer, increasing in size and substance as it approached. Every now and then it was lost for a moment in the long shadows which stretched across the lawn from the trees, and then it emerged larger than ever, and still coming on. As she watched it, the most uncontrollable horror seized her. She longed to get away, but the door was close to the window, and the door was locked on the inside, and while she was unlocking it, she realized that for an instant she must be nearer to it. She longed to scream, but her voice seemed paralyzed, her tongue glued to the roof of her mouth. Suddenly, she could never explain why afterwards, the terrible object seemed to turn to one side, seemed to be going round the house, not to be coming to her at all, and immediately seizing upon the opportunity, she jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. But as she was unlocking it, she heard a scratch upon the window, and saw a hideous brown face with flaming eyes glaring in at her. She rushed back to the bed, but the creature continued to scratch upon the window. She felt a sort of mental comfort in the knowledge that the window was securely fastened on the inside. Suddenly, the scratching sound ceased, and a kind of pecking sound took its place. Then, in her agony, she became aware that the creature was picking the lead from the windows which held the panes in place. The noise continued, and shortly thereafter a diamond pane of glass fell into the room. Then a long bony finger of the creature came in and turned the handle of the window. And the window opened, and the creature came in, and it came across the room, and her terror was so great that she could not scream, and it came to the bed, and it twisted its long bony fingers into her hair, and it dragged her head over the side of the bed, and it bit her violently in the throat. As it bit her, her voice was released, and she screamed with all her might and main. Her brothers rushed out of their rooms to her aid, only to find their sister's door locked on the inside. A moment was lost while they got a poker and broke it open. By then, the creature had already escaped through the window, and the sister, bleeding violently from a wound in her throat, was lying unconscious over the side of the bed. One brother pursued the creature, which fled before him through the moonlight with gigantic strides, and eventually seemed to disappear over the wall into the churchyard. Then he rejoined his brother by the sister's bedside. She was dreadfully hurt, and her wound was a very definite one. But she was of strong disposition, not given either to romance or superstition, and when she came to on her own, she remarked,
"What has happened is most extraordinary, and I'm very much hurt. It seems inexplicable, but of course there is an explanation, and we must wait for it. It will turn out that a lunatic has escaped from some asylum and found his way here."
The wound healed and she appeared to get well, but the doctor who was sent to her would not believe that she could bear so terrible a shock so easily, and insisted that she must have change, both mental and physical, so her brothers took her to Switzerland. Being a sensible girl, when she went abroad, she threw herself at once into the interests of the country she was in. She dried plants, she made sketches, she went up mountains, and, as autumn came on, she was the person who urged that they should return to Crocklin Grange.
"We have taken it for 7 years,
She said.
and we've only been there once.
Yeah, Glug, he's not
We
banned.
always find it hard to let
He
a
needs
house which is only 1 story
to
high.
verify
So we
his
better return
account.
Lunatics
Otherwise, you
not
can't
escape in a
talk in the
day.
chat.
As she urged it, Her brothers wished nothing better, and the family returned
So he has to
Cumberland.
figure out how to
Despite the terrible
disassociate
events
that
which had
old
transpired,
number,
which precipitated the earlier evacuation
and
of
that
Coglan
way he
Grange,
can
and in spite of the
take part in
family's
the
sincere
chat.
interest in doing
Otherwise,
so,
it's
it
nothing I
proved
can do for
impossible
him.
for them to make any great change in their living arrangements. As before, the lack of an upstairs in the house ensured that they would each remain on the ground level. The sister, in fact, occupied the same room as before, and it is unnecessary to say she always closed her shutters. However, as in many old houses, this always left one top pane of the window uncovered. The brothers moved and occupied a room together exactly opposite that of their sister, and they always kept loaded pistols in their room. The winter passed most peacefully and happily. In the following March, the sister was suddenly awakened by a sound she remembered only too well. Scratch, scratch, scratch upon the window. And looking up, she saw, climbed up to the topmost pane of the window, the same hideous brown shriveled face with glaring eyes looking in at her. This time she screamed as loud as she could. Her brothers rushed out of their room with pistols drawn and out of the front door. The creature was already scuttling away across the lawn. One of the brothers fired and hit it in the leg, but still, with the other leg, it continued to make way, scrambled over the wall into the churchyard, and seemed to disappear into a vault which belonged to a family long extinct. The next day, the brothers summoned all the tenants of Coglan Grange, and in their presence, the vault was opened. A horrible scene revealed itself. The vault was full of coffins which had been broken open, and their contents, horribly mangled and distorted, were scattered over the floor. One coffin alone remained intact. Its lid had been lifted, but still lay loose upon its surface. They raised it. And there, brown, withered, shriveled, mummified, but quite entire, was the same hideous figure which had looked in at the window of Coglan Grange, with the marks of a recent pistol shot in its leg. And they did the only thing they knew of to dispatch such a creature. They burned it.
An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce. Narrated by Jesse Cornett.
Yeah, that's way too substantial a bridge.
A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down into the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrist bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross member above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards laid upon the sleepers supporting the metals of the railroad supplied a footing for him and his executioners. 2 private soldiers of the Federal Army, directed by a sergeant who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. And at a short remove upon the same temporary platform was an officer in the uniform of his rank, armed. He was a captain. A sentinel at each end of the bridge stood with his rifle in the position known as support. That is to say, vertical, in front of the left shoulder, and the hammer resting on the forearm thrown straight across the chest. A formal and unnatural position, enforcing an erect carriage of the body. It did not appear to be the duty of these 2 men to know what was occurring at the center of the bridge. They merely blockaded the 2 ends of the foot planking that traversed it. And beyond one of the sentinels, nobody was in sight. The railroad ran straight away into the forest for 100 yards, then curving, was lost to view. And doubtless there was an outpost farther along.
The other bank of the stream was open ground, a gentle acclivity, topped with a stockade of vertical tree trunks, loopholed for rifles, and with a single embrasure through which protruded the muzzle of a brass cannon commanding the bridge. Now, midway up the slope between the bridge and the fort were the spectators, a single company of infantry in line at parade rest, the butts of the rifles on the ground, the barrels inclining slightly backward against the right shoulder, the hands crossed upon the stock. A lieutenant stood at the right of the line, the point of his sword upon the ground, his left hand resting upon his right. Except in the group of four at the center of the bridge, not a man moved. The company faced the bridge, staring stonily, motionless. The sentinels facing the banks of the stream might have been statues to adorn the bridge. And the captain stood with folded arms, silent and observing the works of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixity are forms of deference. The man who was engaged in being hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good, a straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead, from which his long, dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears to the collar of his well-fitting frock coat. He wore a mustache and a pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark gray, and had a kindly expression which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently, this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provisions for hanging many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. And the preparations being complete, the two private soldiers stepped aside, and each drew away the plank upon which he had been standing. The sergeant turned to the captain. He saluted and placed himself immediately behind that officer, who in turn moved apart one pace. These movements left the condemned man and the sergeant standing on the two ends of the same plank, which spanned three of the cross ties of the bridge. The end upon which the civilian stood almost, but not quite, reached a fourth. This plank had been held in place by the weight of the captain. It was now held by that of the sergeant. And at a signal from the former, the latter would step aside, the plank would tilt, and the condemned man go down between two ties. And the arrangement commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered, nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, then let his gaze wander to the swirling water of the stream racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dancing driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move. What a sluggish stream. He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water touched to gold by the early sun, the brooding mists under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him. And now he became conscious of a new disturbance. Striking through the thought of his dear ones was a sound which he could neither ignore nor understand, a sharp, distinct metallic percussion like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon the anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether
Am I
it measured
building
the distance
an
nearby
entire
that seemed
city?
both. Its occurrence was regular, but not slow.
No, this is
tolling
one of
the
their,
death knell. He
they have
awaited each
like
stroke with
a
impatience, and
daily
he knew not
challenge
why.
to see what you can build
The intervals of silence
with
grew progressively longer,
like
delays
today's
maddening.
was
With their
just
greater in frequency, the
this
sounds increased
building
in
right
strength and
here
sharpness.
and this
They hurt
part of
his
this
ear like the
bridge
thrust of a
and
knife.
some lights
He
and
feared
some
he would
other
shriek.
stuff. I just
What he
added
heard
to
was
it,
the ticking of
and
his
it's to
watch.
see what people come up with.
He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. I've got to free my hands, he thought. I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving, I could evade the bullets and swimming
Like that
vigorously
bridge,
reach the
though.
bank, take to the woods
That
and get away
bridge
home.
is not as good
My
as
home.
the other ones that I've built.
Thank God is as yet.
See, I built
outside
that
our
one
lives.
to match that, and then I built
My wife
the
and
other
little
ones
still
that are over
young and
here
Vader's farthest advance.
that look
As
a
these
lot
thoughts,
better.
which have here to be set down in words,
That one's
were flashed
far
onto the
too
doomed
big.
man's brain rather than evolved from it. The captain nodded to the sergeant.
Then I added all these
The
little
sergeant stepped
outbuildings and stuff, and I added the
Now,
little
Peyton Farquhar was a well-skilled
tower
planter.
and
They were an old and highly
Broken
respected
Bridge is
Alabama
what
family.
this one's called.
Being a slave owner, and
That's
like
what
other
it
slave
was.
owners, a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist and
So
ardently devoted to the Southern cause.
I don't like that bridge. This
Circumstances of an
bridge
imperious
sucks.
nature, which it is
This one
unnecessary to
looks
relate
terrible.
here, had
I don't
prevented
like
him
it.
from taking service with the gallant army that had fought the disastrous campaigns ending with the fall of Corinth. And he chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of his energies. The larger life of the soldier, the opportunity for distinction. That opportunity, he felt, would come as it comes to all in wartime. Meanwhile, he did what he could. No service was too humble for him to perform in aid of the South. No adventure too perilous for him to undertake if consistent with the character of a civilian who was at heart a soldier, and who in good faith and without too much qualification assented to at least a part of the frankly villainous dictum that all is fair in love and war. And one evening, while Farquhar and his wife were sitting on a rustic bench near the entrance to his grounds, a gray-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked for a drink of water. And Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own white hands. While she was fetching the water, her husband approached the dusty horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. "The Yanks are repairing the railroads," said the man, "and they're getting ready for another advance. They've reached the Owl Creek Bridge. They put it in order and built a stockade on the north bank. And the commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere. It's declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels, or trains will be summarily hanged. I saw the order." "How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge?" Farquhar asked. "It's about 30 miles. "Is there no force on this side of the creek?" "Only a picket post half a mile out on the railroad and a single sentinel at this end of the bridge." "Now, suppose a man, a civilian, and student of hanging, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel," said Farquhar, smiling. "Now, what could he accomplish?" The soldier reflected. "I was there a month ago," he replied. "I observed the flood of last winter had lodged a great quantity of driftwood against a wooden pier at this end of the bridge. It's now dry and will burn like tow." The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously. "Thank you, ma'am," bowed to her husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from whence he had come. He was a Federal scout. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness and was as one already dead. From this state he was awakened, ages later it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agony seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fiber of his body and limbs. These pains appeared to flash along well-defined lines of ramification and to beat with an inconceivably rapid periodicity. They seemed like streams of pulsating fire heating him to an intolerable temperature. As to his head, he was conscious of nothing but a feeling of fullness, of congestion. These sensations were unaccompanied by thought. The intellectual part of his nature was already effaced. He had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. He was conscious of motion, encompassed in a luminous cloud, of which he was now merely the fiery heart, and without material substance. He swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation, like a vast pendulum. Then, all at once, with terrible suddenness, the light about him shot upward with the noise of a loud splash. The frightful roaring was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. The power of thought was restored. He knew the rope had broken, and he'd fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river. The idea seemed to him ludicrous. He opened his eyes in the darkness and saw above him a gleam of light. But how distant, how inaccessible. He was still sinking, for the light became fainter and fainter until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and he knew that he was rising toward the surface, knew it with reluctance, for he was now very comfortable. To be hanged and drowned, he thought. That's not so bad. I do not wish to be shot. No, I will not be shot. This is not fair. He was not conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrist apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler, without interest in the outcome. What splendid effort! What magnificent, what superhuman strength! That was a fine endeavor. Bravo! The cord fell away. His arms parted and floated upward, the hands dimly seen on each side in the growing light. He watched them with a new interest as first one and then the other pounced upon the noose at his neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside, its undulations resembling those of a water snake. Put it back, he thought as he shouted these words to his hands, for the undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang that he had experienced yet. His neck ached horribly. His brain was on fire. His heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out of his mouth. His whole body racked and wrenched with an unsupportable anguish, but his disobedient hands gave no heed to the command. They beat the water vigorously with quick downward strokes, forcing him to the surface. He felt his head emerge. His eyes were blinded by the sunlight. His chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which instantly he expelled in a shriek. He was now in full possession of his physical senses. They were indeed preternaturally keen and alert. Something in the awful disturbance of his organic system had so exalted and refined them that they made record of things never before perceived. He felt the ripples upon his face and heard the separate sounds as they struck. He looked at the forest on the bank of the stream, saw the individual trees, the leaves, and the veining of each leaf. He saw the very insects upon them, the locusts, the brilliant-bodied gray spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig. He noted the prismatic colors in all the dewdrops upon a million blades of grass, the humming of the gnats that danced above the eddies of the stream, the beating of the dragonfly's wings, the strokes of the water spider's legs, like oars which had lifted their boat. All these made audible music. A fish slid along beneath his eyes, and he heard the rush of its body parting the water. He had come to the surface facing down the stream. In a moment, the visible world seemed to wheel slowly around, himself the pivotal point, and he saw the bridge, the fort, the soldiers upon the bridge, the captain, the sergeant, the two privates, his executioners. They were in silhouette against the blue sky. They shouted and gesticulated, pointing at him. The captain had drawn his pistol, but did not fire. The others were unarmed. Their movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly, he heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, spattering his face with spray. He heard a second report and saw one of the sentinels with his rifle at his shoulder, a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The man in the water saw the eye of the man on the bridge gazing into his own through the sights of the rifle. He observed that it was a gray eye, and remembered having read that gray eyes were keenest, and that all famous marksmen had them. Nevertheless, this one had missed. A counter-swirl had caught Farquhar and turned him half round. He was again looking into the forest on the bank opposite the fort. The sound of a clear, high voice in a monotonous sing-song now rang out behind him and came across the water with a distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples in his ears. And although no soldier, he had frequented camps enough to know the dread significance of that deliberate, drawling, aspirated chant. The lieutenant on the shore was taking part in the morning's work. How coldly and pitilessly, with what an even, calm intonation, presaging and enforcing tranquility in the men, with what accurately measured intervals, fell those cruel words.
Oh. Oh, snap, crackle, pop. Oh.
Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the force of Niagara. Yet he heard the dull thunder of the volley and, rising again toward the surface, met shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. Some of them touched him on the face and hands, and then fell away, continuing their descent. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. As he rose to the surface, gasping for breath, he saw that he had been a long time underwater. He was perceptibly farther downstream, nearer to safety. The soldiers had almost finished reloading. The metal ramrods flashed all at once in the sunshine as they were drawn from the barrels, turned in the air, and thrust into their sockets. The two sentinels fired again, independently and ineffectually. The hunted man saw all this over his shoulder. He was now swimming vigorously with the current. His brain was as energetic as his arms and legs. He thought with the rapidity of lightning. The officer, he reasoned, will not make that martinet's arrow a second time. It's as easy to dodge a volley as a single shot. He was probably already given the command to fire at will. God help me. I cannot dodge them all. An appalling splash within 2 yards of him was followed by a loud, rushing sound, diminuendo, which seemed to travel back through the air to the fort and died in an explosion which stirred the very river to its deeps. A rising sheet of water curved over him, fell down upon him, blinded him, strangled him. The cannon had taken a hand in the game. As he shook his head free from the commotion of the smitten water, he heard the deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant it was cracking and smashing the branches in the forest beyond. They will not do that again, he thought. The next time they will use a charged grape, I must keep my eye upon the gun. The smoke will apprise me. The report arrives too late. It lags behind the missile. This is a good gun. Suddenly, he felt himself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forest, the now distant bridge, fort, and men, all were commingled and blurred. Objects were represented by their colors only. Circular, horizontal streaks of color, that was all he saw. He had been caught in a vortex, and he was being swirled on with a velocity of advance and gyration that made him giddy and sick. In a few moments, he was flung upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and behind a projecting point which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands on the gravel restored him, and he wept with delight. He dug his fingers into the sand. He drew it over himself in handfuls and audibly blessed it. It looked like diamonds, rubies, emeralds. He could think of nothing beautiful which it did not resemble. The trees upon the bank were giant garden plants. He noted a definite order in their arrangement. He inhaled the fragrance of their blooms. A strange roseate light shone through the spaces among their trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of Aeolian harps. He had no wish to perfect his escape, was content to remain in that enchanting spot until retaken. A whiz and rattle of grape shot among the branches high above his head roused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer had fired him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushed up the sloping bank, and plunged into the forest. All that day he traveled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodman's road. He'd not known that he lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall, he was fatigued, footsore, and famishing. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. It was as wide and straight as a city street, yet it seemed untraveled. No fields bordered it, no dwelling anywhere. Not so much as the barking of a dog, suggesting human habitation. The black bodies of the trees formed a straight wall on both sides, terminating on the horizon in a point, like a diagram in a lesson in perspective. And overhead, as he looked up through this rift in the wood, shone great golden stars, looking unfamiliar and grouped in strange constellations. He was sure they were arranged in some order which had a secret and malign significance. The wood on either side was full of singular noises, among which, once, twice, and again, he distinctly heard whispers in an unknown tongue. His neck was in pain. Lifting his hand to it, he felt, and he found it horribly swollen. He knew that it had a circle black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen with thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cold air. How softly the turf had carpeted the untraveled avenue. He could no longer feel the roadway beneath his feet. Doubtless, despite his suffering, he had fallen asleep while walking, for now he sees another scene. Perhaps he's merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. All is as he left it, and all bright and beautiful in the morning sunshine. He must have traveled the entire night. As he pushes open the gate and passes up the wide white walk, he sees a flutter of female garments. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps, she stands waiting, the smile of ineffable joy, an attitude of matchless grace and dignity. How beautiful she is. He springs forward with his extended arms. As he is about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow upon the back of his neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him with a sound like the shock of a cannon. Then all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge.
He's dead. Last moments of a dead man.
There's a wild beast.
Very last moments of a dead man. Well, we've been at this for a little over 8 hours. I'm thinking I'm going to call it a day. Oh, give my eyes a break. I will. Hope you all have a wonderful day. I will be back on Thursday. Probably be doing a little more of this. Really enjoying it. Having fun just building random stuff all the time. And I'm really digging the daily challenge kind of thing. Or I don't really want to call it a challenge. I don't think that's what they have it down as, but I have to hit another Cybertruck today. Ugh, Cybertrucks. Our roadways gonna be ruled by freaking driverless vehicles. Most unsafe thing we could do is put robots in charge of driving on our public roads. They should probably get Elon Musk to pay for his own goddamn roadways for that kind of shit. Away from the cliff edge there, little lammy. Fall off there. Waymo cars. I'll have to look it up. But till Thursday, love you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Watching me build random stuff and listening to spooky stories. We'll see what tomorrow will bring. Till then, peace out. Have a pleasant week. I'm sure I'll see some of you around in other people's streams and in their chats, and we'll all hang out together. Till then, love y'all. Remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it.